than what happened with DeShaun Watson. And look, whatever you want to say, injuries. Watson is never. There's the Tiger Woods effect for Watson.
Right.
He's never been the same. He's never been the same player after to be outed in this way. I'm sure it's publicly embarrassing. It's humiliating, and I think mentally it's had an effect on Watson. Now, granted, there was an entire year there where Watson didn't play in Houston, and that was part of it. But as you pointed out, Justin Tucker was not the same Justin Tucker this year, and maybe knowing this story was in the hopper was one of the reasons why.
But with Watson, like I considered him, Chris, prior to going to Cleveland. Like that was a crazy deal that he got. But I was like, well, I can see it because to me he was like a top 5 quarterback in the league. But it's like the devil collected. He is just he's trash now.
Would you remember Belichick when people would ask about like Lamar Jackson?
Yes.
And they'd be like, well, he's no Deshaun Watson.
Right.
Remember that? That's what he would say.
Yeah.
It's not like defending Deshaun Watson.
Because I thought he was a better passer. He was incredibly accurate. Now he can't read a defense to save his life.
Yeah.
It's like
he just looks broken.
Yeah. No, it's because he's been exposed. I forgot another one, too. Credit to a caller. Yeah, more depravity in the AFC North. Antonio Brown as well.
Oh, that's true.
What is it with that division?
But do you think it's just the modern player? Because you look at like Lawrence Taylor and all the crap he was doing, never affected him.
Yeah, right. No, if anything, it gave him more power.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, he was like, this is what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to show up and get 3 sacks.
Yeah.
So maybe, is this like a little bit of is this like a Gen Z thing?
I don't know. Well, no, these guys are older.
Are they millennials?
Yeah, I think they're at least millennials. But get it together, guys. Jeez.
Or maybe they're zennials.
I don't know what that term is.
It's a real word. Look it up, Merriam-Webster. It's real. It's real. It's in Merriam-Webster. It's an actual thing. It's what separates us, Jim. It's why we're part of different generations. It's why I'm less cynical than you.
Let's go to Jeremy in Belmont. Again, we'll be all over the place this final hour. You want to weigh in on anything, have at it at 617-779-0985. Starting with Jeremy in Belmont. Hello, Jeremy.
Yeah, Chris, I was wondering what your thoughts are on New Orleans. I went to college there at Tulane. I love Frenchman Street, some bars by the Tulane area, but the whole city's great. Jim's talked about his affinity for the city in the past. I was curious if you had anything on your bucket list. Your thoughts are on the city.
Yeah, no, I've been to the city a couple of times before. I've always had a really good time. Commander's Palace, I've enjoyed that. Garden District is great. The World War II Museum is just incredible.
One of the great museums in this country.
It really is. I can't recommend it enough. It's a great city. I've enjoyed really just as Jim would say, the eating. The eating is good there.
Yeah, and a week is a long time to be there. The last time I was there from the end of 2016 to the end of 2017, I went 3 times in a year, which is a lot. And the last time I was there was with my wife for close to a week, and by the end, I felt my arteries hardening. The food's amazing. It's the best eaten in the country, but it's all so rich, roux and butter, and it's a lot of French themed cooking. I mean, by Thursday, Chris, I'm gonna need like all the greens. I don't know if I can make it that far with that.
Well, you should pack your own Lipitor for this trip. I mean, you need that for the.
Yeah.
Those arteries are hardening, and you have to look at what's going on with your blood pressure there. It's a challenge, especially when you get a little, older. As we know, Gen X is older, so it's like harder for you from a health standpoint.
Much harder than it is for you.
Yes. There's a difference there. There's the Malcolm Gladwell, the tipping point. You're past the tipping point. I'm not quite there yet.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I said in the off-air
I'm not
show,
a big Bourbon Street guy, though.
No, I mean, that's for like 20-year-olds.
It's just not. It's kind of just like it feels like a. Trying to think. Feels like a dirty Disney World, like a dirty fake Disney World street.
Oh, the streets are disgusting there too in the morning. There's probably no worse job than having to clean up those streets after a night of people puking and partying and all that. It's you can't say this without sounding like an a-hole, but it is what it is. I said this on the off-air show with Felger on Wednesday night. These are a joy to do, and they're great that we get to do this. It's one of the great perks of the job. But I have found the Phoenix one a few years ago was the line of demarcation. Before it would be like, yes, I'm like gung-ho to do these. Now I'm like, all right, let's go. I'm more of a homebody now, and by the time you get to Wednesday, I'm like, get me out of here. It's a long time to be in a place where it's just like nonstop eating and people wanting to go out and drinking. It's like, oh, jeez. It's a young man's game is what it is, Chris.
It is, but the other part of it that people probably don't realize, and not to complain about ever going to the Super Bowl, but I've always said a couple of things. I'll say 2 things. One, surviving the week is the reward for surviving the week is game day. And you don't even get to go to game day. You guys are out of there before game day.
Yeah, right.
And then the other element is, honestly, you're spending most of your time inside a hotel ballroom, it's media access, or inside a giant convention center that normally has terrible food options. And so it's not, a lot of your time is just sort of spent indoors.
Yeah.
And you just got to kind of grind through the week to get to the end. But no, it's fun, and this should be an interesting matchup. And there's a lot of years there's not a lot of connections back to the Patriots, but this year with Kansas City, I think there's a lot of connections back to the Patriots, and people at home will be interested. And I don't know how you feel about this. We haven't talked about this, but I am intrigued. Where do you stand on the whole Brady-Mahomes? Is it even a debate? Is it time for the debate? Is it only a debate after he wins? Like, where there are some people, like I heard Stephen A. say that if Mahomes wins, he's the greatest.
Yeah, it's I would be being a giant baby to ignore it and say like it's not a real thing. It's a real thing. He's doing it this quickly. What cuts deep is that it's happening so quickly post Brady. You know, before the Patriots did their thing, you had that run there with the Cowboys, and then the Niners before that. But there were big gaps of time. This was Patriot thing ends, Chiefs right there. Like there's like that part of it's like, can we have a little bit of a buffer? But no. Look, he pulls this off. He obviously pulls off something that Brady and the Patriots never did, 3 straight. So I don't necessarily think you have to get to 7.
You don't? Okay, because
no.
I think for me, Brady baby that people accuse me of being, I think he does have to get, because I also look at some of the ones with, first of all, Brady won 7, right, and went to 10. But I look at some of the ones he lost and also some of the years he didn't win, and I'm kind of like, well, I said this yesterday on Felger and Maz. You know the old saw about there was only one person who could hold Michael Jordan under 20 points, Dean Smith at UNC? Yeah, that's kind of like Brady in the Super Bowls. There was only one person that could hold Brady to 7 Super Bowls, Bill Belichick.
Right. And so, look, and I am cemented in. Like, if Mahomes got to 8, like, what am I going to, you lose.
Yeah.
I'm cemented in that Brady's the best ever. And again, who got in his way? Bill Belichick.
Yes.
And he also has the 2-0 advantage over Patrick Mahomes.
Sure.
Patrick Mahomes' only Super Bowl to lose against Brady and the Bucs, and it wasn't even close that game. So Brady is untouchable. And granted, I'm biased because he's my favorite athlete ever, obviously. But if he pulls off this third and say he gets to 5, in these next few years, what if he wins 4 straight? What if it's 5 straight? Like,
yeah,
if you want to say he's the best ever, like, fine. Like, I'm not going to, like, get red in the face and try to lose my mind about it. If he wins 4 straight or something like that, insane, go nuts. You want to say he's the best ever, I'm not going to argue it.
So it's interesting, and you can accuse me of being a hypocrite, and maybe I am. What you're saying about the Mahomes, I don't feel like it's a discussion yet. I feel like it can be a discussion if he wins the 4th and 3 in a row, but I still think it's pretty clearly Tom. But what you're describing is sort of how I feel about the team thing, Chiefs versus Patriots, not the court. So I have a different viewpoint on it. I feel like, look, for me, the Patriots dynasty is still greater than the Chiefs dynasty. But if somebody says, okay, they won 4 in 6 years and 3 in a row, and the Patriots won, 6 of them over 18 years, 19 years, I prefer the 4 in 6 years to the 6 in 18 years. I disagree with them, but I see your point. It's kind of like ice cream. I like one flavor, you like another. Doesn't mean that, I'm the ice cream arbiter and you're not. So that's how I feel about if Kansas City wins from a team standpoint with the dynasty. But the quarterback thing, and I guess what tips it for me with the quarterback thing is Brady going to another team that late in his career, a crapbag franchise, and elevating them to a Super Bowl and beating Mahomes to do it.
Yeah. I mean, this is that the Chiefs have become this. This is the part I feel like is maybe not talked about enough and that people don't realize. Like, again, the Patriots were a laughingstock. I always looked at the Chiefs as a laughingstock.
It's a good point.
They'd make the playoffs, fine, and they would have good teams. I remember that 0-3 team, no punts in the loss to the Colts.
Yes.
But there was always some nightmare that happened to them.
That's
like,
true.
This is one of these teams that's never going to win. Lynn Elliott with the missed field goals in '95 against that Jim Harbaugh Colts team. Like, one of the funniest neutral playoff games I've ever watched. Like, that's everything that I enjoy. Like, let me see your misery. Oh, the Chiefs. You could set your watch to laughing at the Kansas City Chiefs.
When they gave up the huge lead in that high-scoring game against Andrew Luck and the Colts in the playoffs, Jamal Charles got hurt.
Yes.
Alex Smith actually lit it up.
Yeah.
But they blew that lead.
Oh, what's another one? Another one that I loved from that era. 97, they have home field advantage. They had who'd they sit for? Rich Gannon was like boobs out for most of the season after Elvis Gerback went down. Yeah. What's Dummy Schottenheimer do before the playoff game? We're going back to Elvis Gerback, and it blows up in his face. Like, you could set your watch to Chiefs' laughable failure. And now they're what the Patriots became. You could set your watch to Patriots being like suck and one of the laughing stocks of the league. This is what's kind of you realize like there are a lot of parallels,
There
and
really
that's
are.
another one of them. So you want to weigh on anything Chiefs related as we get ready for Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans? A couple open lines. We'll get to your calls coming up next. 617-779-0985.
You're listening to Gasper and Murray on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your engine is dirtier than you think. As soon as it started for the first time, it begins building up engine-killing deposits that dramatically impact longevity, fuel economy, and performance. And at Valvoline, preventing these damaging deposits isn't enough. We've revolutionized a way to completely reverse them. Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect, the first and only motor oil that restores pistons to factory clean by removing up to 100% of deposits. That's right, 100%. This first-of-its-kind innovation restores engines to run like new. And the more you use it, the more it continually cleans inside your engine. Plus, Valvoline Restore and Protect is a premium full synthetic that provides 79% better wear protection than industry standards. It not only eliminates deposits, it prevents future deposits from forming. Restore your pistons to factory clean. With all new Restore and Protect, another first from Valvoline.
Picture it, the freedom to mow longer without frequent refueling, the convenience of controls that let you maneuver more terrain, the peace of mind that comes from comprehensive dealer support. It's what you get and more with John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mowers. Complete your fleet today.
You can help an old lady get across the street, save somebody from choking when they're out to eat. But there's one thing that'll help you the most. It's giving blood while you relax and read the Morning Post. Good karma by the pint. Get blood. Donate blood and then you just might save 3 people's lives. Get a season's worth of good vibes.
Visit Rhode Island Blood Center to get your good karma by the pint.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've arrived at a hilly, multi-acre property. There's plenty to mow, but you don't sweat it because your lawn care lineup includes a John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mower. Responsive controls let you maneuver more terrain. Larger gas tanks keep you mowing without frequent stops to refuel. And comprehensive dealer support gives you peace of mind. Ready to get more done? See your local dealer to complete your fleet today.
I was struggling for the past year and a half, 2 years with trying to lose weight.
I just can't get rid of the stubborn weight in my legs and in my belly.
While everyone is unique and will have varied results, here are extraordinary experiences from independent body affiliates and actual Belvital users.
There's nothing more frustrating than knowing that you're eating well, but it's not working.
Hormone imbalances were preventing these women from losing weight. Now there's a comprehensive plan to help.
With Belvital, I just noticed changes immediately. That stubborn scale finally moved.
In this first week, I lost 5 pounds.
Just after 1 week, I'm down 6 pounds and all of my bloating is gone.
I just finished the Belvital program. I have lost 15 pounds and I have never felt better.
I've noticed inches just shed every week that I go through.
I've lost 13 pounds and 16 inches from all around my body.
I feel like an entirely different person.
I don't know if I've ever felt this good.
Get hormone health for women at belvital.com. This will change everything.
You can help an old lady get across the street, save somebody from choking when they're out to eat. But there's one thing that'll help you the most. It's giving blood while you relax and read the Morning Post. Good karma by the pint. Get blood. Donate blood and then you just might save 3 people's lives.
Visit Rhode Island Blood Center to get your good karma by the pint.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Sounds like fact, not opinion to me.
And this is Gasper and Murray.
Players win games. You can't win games without good players. I don't care who the coach is. It's impossible. You can't win without good players. You know, I found out when I had Taylor and Banks and Harry Carson, Pepper Johnson, Jim Burt, Everson Walls, all those guys of the Giants. And same thing, you know, when we got good at Cleveland and then at New England. I mean, it's, you know, it's Brady, it's McGinnis, it's Vrabel, it's Brewski, it's Corey Dillon, it's Randy Moss, Troy Brown, Lawyer Malloy, Ty Law, Rodney Harrison. Those are the guys that won the games. Man, I didn't make any tackles. I didn't make any kicks. That was Vinatieri that made that kick in 4 inches of snow. You got to have good players. And as a coach, you want to give your players a chance to win. You want to put them in a position where if they go out there and play well, they'll have a chance to win. That's what Coach Parcells taught me is there's always a way to win. You just got to figure out what it is, and you have to give the players a chance.
They don't name it the Star Trophy. It's named the Lombardi Trophy.
Maybe they should name it the Brady Trophy. He won 7 of them.
Oh, is that nauseating to listen to? But played for a couple of reasons. I mean, he did win 7 of them. They probably should rename it. Or like the MVP of the game trophy. I mean, the Lombardi Trophy, true. I like it being named the Lombardi Trophy, and the guy is synonymous with yeah, no, you don't.
I think renaming after Brady is a good idea.
Okay. I mean, again, I love him too, Chris, but you know, there are certain things I don't, you know, I do have, I like continuity in certain aspects of life, and so like I like it being the Lombardi Trophy. It's always been the Lombardi Trophy. Let's keep it, but the Super Bowl MVP, let's call it that. The other part of this, interesting, you know, now that Andy Reid's back, threatening the Patriots' legacy a little bit, or at least that dynasty, not the legacy, the dynasty. The same guy who, through his mouthpiece, Joe Judge, said, we could get the same results with any of the top 15 quarterbacks.
Exactly.
And has always talked about the importance of coaching. Named us both the 8 rings. Like, we know what he feels about himself and what he's meant to the game. And, arguably the greatest coach of all time. You want to say he is? I'm not going to push back on it too much. But, like, coaching is not downplayed in the mind of Bill Belichick. Why now? Why pump up the players and downplay the role of coaching in the NFL? Huh. Is it maybe because Andy Reid is starting to, you know,
this is a great take,
threaten what you and the Patriots were able to accomplish? I just can't, because you know he's petty. You know how he thinks. Like, why now? Why ahead of Super Bowl 59 with the Chiefs, who are back in it again, about to do something the Patriots never did, that Bill Belichick never pulled off? I find it curious timing.
It's a good point by you. I think there's a couple of reasons. I like your viewpoint the best, but I think it's a little bit of reputation rehabilitation where he's trying to say if he does get back in the NFL that he does understand it's about the players. Maybe he was slightly humbled by the last 4 years. And I'm sure he got questions in interviews. And that's one of the questions outstanding about Bill getting another job is like, okay, you're the greatest coach of all time. Your record's incredible. But I have this large sample size, both pre-Patriots without Tom Brady and post-Brady with the Patriots where you're not that good. And so what have you learned from those times? So he can say, well, this is something I learned. And that will help him sort of get back in. And then the other thing, and somebody brought this up the other day, is him saying, well, you know, you can't win. He says NFL. Someone said, well, this is just a setup for when it doesn't go that well at North Carolina. So he can be like, well, you know, it's about because I think the college level is even more player-oriented than the NFL level. Because at the NFL level, the gap in talent between teams is narrower. When you get to the college level, I mean, I don't care what Bill does. If his team, North Carolina, as currently constituted, went up against this year's Ohio State team, I mean, they get killed. there's nothing you can do.
So that's the other thing about this clip. I can't help but wonder if it's also some sort of recruiting tactic in that Bill Belichick is now trying to come off as the softer, kinder Bill Belichick who loves players. And I'm a good coach. But it's all about the players because I'm about player empowerment because he knows it might be a little bit tough to recruit at a school like North Carolina.
I think that's part of it, but I think it's more trying to get that NFL. So it's interesting. Have you seen there's a little bit of a back and forth going on between Belichick and Florio?
Oh, I didn't know
because Belichick went on Pat McAfee and said PFT is not a good source for him.
Oh, really?
So Florio got his back up and kind of went after Bill a little bit. In fact, he wrote this thing, basically saying Florio saying that it was just a favor to Belichick in terms of the leak that Brady had reached out to him about the Raiders job. And Florio said that it was an attempt to the goose egg of interest in Belichick, and it didn't work.
Oh, wow.
So there's a little bit of this back and forth there that anyway is going on. But I do think Bill ultimately wants to get back in the NFL, and part of that is showing that you recognize the current landscape of the league and that you're willing to change and that you learn something. Because I think when people look at Belichick, they say he's made some great decisions. The greatest decision he ever made was Brady over Belichick. Quite possibly the worst decision, Brady over Bledsoe. Possibly the worst decision he ever made was letting Tom go at the end. And it wasn't just letting Brady go, as you know, it was the lead up to that. It was from like 16 on, essentially trying to push the guy out the door and making him feel miserable. So when people look at that and it's like, oh my God, you're the coach who killed the golden goose. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Did you see the thing that makes me laugh though? Is that he now has to stoop to like showing up to these like mop head kids that look like they're like TikTokers to try to recruit them for the team. There was one picture that went viral like a week ago that it's like this kid that's like a 5-star recruit at quarterback for 2026, and here he is having a knock on the door like, can I come in and talk to you, son? And the kid's like, busy playing PlayStation. Like, oh, hey, nice to meet you, sir. Like, I don't care. They're just looking for that money.
Yeah, can he still do the InstaFace thing? Like, if he's because a lot of these coaches get on social media and like take photos with the kids, or like, basically they will mention the kids and whatever. Like, is Bill still gonna? I know he's on Instagram because I follow him, but is he still gonna make fun of social media? Because that's huge for a lot of. Here's what Bill should do. Bill should bring the girlfriend along. Because she can relate to the younger generation.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the age difference isn't all that different.
Yeah, she can relate. She can translate. She can be like his, like they have the UN translators. She can be his translator.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. So this is 5-star quarterback Jared Curtis had an in-home visit today with UNC head coach Bill Belichick. Look at this. He's like every other mop-headed TikToker you'd see down at the
Oh, my God. I'm looking at that is like, I know Bill, and that's like his fakest smile.
Yeah.
He is like so, wow. Poor Bill. He looks like, that looks like a hostage video.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Mr. Belichick. I don't know if I want to come play with you. I don't know. It's like this is
no. You should
just walk away into the sunset.
You should do your Mac Jones voice for this, talking about like these kids.
Yeah, well, it's 1:30. I'm just clock watching.
Oh, come on. You got to like, I don't know, Mr. Belichick. I don't really think you know what you're talking about. I don't know. I think I want to go play for Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah.
You don't really like quarterbacks.
And he doesn't. This is the other thing. Like, I think the only thing he's going to get a push with some of these kids is if like they were enamored with what the Patriots pulled off, what Bill did over, his career. It's going to be like, oh, you want to go play for him, son? Like, if you're a 18, 19-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Like, do you want to, again, I'm with you. I think collegiate athletes have more power than ever, probably more than pros. So this is going to be maybe his toughest job yet, that he's going to have to corral 18, 19-year-olds who aren't going to want to deal with his old ass.
It would be interesting. Like, a lot of these kids are well connected and they know things. So one of the first things, let's say if I'm one of these top recruits or I'm the parents of one of these top recruits, in all seriousness, one of the first things I would do is try and get in touch with Mac Jones and be like, what was it like playing for this guy?
It sucked.
What went wrong? How did he treat you?
Everything.
How did he treat you? Did he connect with you? Did he respect you? What happened that offseason where he wouldn't mention you by first name? Seriously, I would mention that. If I were one of these kids, I wouldn't go to Tom Brady because Brady's the greatest of all time. That's great, but he's like, how old's Brady now? He's like 48 years old or whatever it is. I would go to someone younger who's worked with him and be like, what was this like? What was your relationship like? How open was he to collaboration and to your thoughts?
Maybe the most detestable few years that I had in my life watching this team, when I really think about it. Like, Mac Jones made them, along with the Belichick thing and getting it wrong and pushing out
Sure.
Brady, like I had my whole axe to grind there. But
Yeah.
that Mac Jones few years, Chris, was so gross. Oh, some of the things, like when he had to take him by the wrist like a child and take him off the sideline when they lost to the Saints at home. I had a bad game. I don't know how to deal with it. Come with me, boy.
How about the breathing exercise?
Oh, the breathing exercises. Acting like he had been shot in the beaches of Normandy after he,
against Baltimore.
Oh my
the ankle injury.
Oh God. Oh, good riddance. Thank God he's
Nice
gone.
kid. He was a nice kid. He really was.
Yeah.
He wasn't. He's a nice. I mean, as much as you never really know these athletes, but I thought he was a pretty nice kid overall. He was in a tough spot, and he just wasn't good enough. You know, I mean, that was the problem.
Spoiled rich tennis brat. That's what he was. I thought from day one. You take me. I don't know how to deal with this.
I will say, you hated him so much
immediately
that you. It's the only times I've really heard you side with Belichick. You're like,
Yeah,
well, you know,
I did.
I don't like Bill, but
Yep.
I'm a big chain of command
chain of
guy.
command, I did.
You were, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like the kid knows enough offense to know this is a disaster. I mean, he couldn't play. He was Jack Jones at the end of the day, and propped up by Josh. I'll say this, Mac Jones probably did more for Josh McDaniels than for anybody else connected with the Patriots. Because if it weren't for the way he played under Josh McDaniels, I don't think the Crafts are agitating to bring Josh McDaniels back the way they are. Because they look at that Mac Jones thing and they're like, wow, well, look what he did with Mac Jones.
Yeah, right.
So look what he can do now with Drake May.
But I also look deeper at that season, and it was kind of fugazi. Like, the Jets, the Browns, the Jaguars, they're putting up like 40-plus points.
Yeah.
Trash teams.
They put up
towards the end.
50 on the Jags.
Yeah, and so it's a little bit weighted. And plus, how much outside of that Jaguars game did they really trust him after the bye that year? It's a little overrated.
Also, go back and look. It was Celtic-like in how they missed like every team's best offensive player.
Yeah.
Remember they played Atlanta and like Cordell Patterson. Like they missed. Like Christian McCaffrey was hurt. Like they missed everybody's best player that year.
Yeah, that's when I'll always tip the cap to, Adam Jones, who, during that 8-game winning streak is like, this is all crap, and this team's not that good. And I wish I leaned harder into it, because I'm like, I'm not buying this. And they are. Every good player for the other opposition was, like, hurt. They were getting all these breaks. That team sneaky sucked, and boy, did the payback come fast and quick post-bye, and in that wild card loss to Buffalo. Well.
I can say
takes gone by, I suppose.
Well, you've really softened, because it's like you bought into that, and then last year you bought into the Fugazi Red Sox. I told you from the jump that was all fake, but you really bought into that.
Look, these are dark times around here, Chris. I'm just trying to hang on for a little hope for something, because all these teams stink, except for the Celtics. But
the Celtics are good.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with them lately, though. It feels like I don't know if they're going to be able to repeat. But the other three, oh, my God. All right, your call's coming up next, and then 5 questions from Chris Gasper have nothing to do with sports. Coming up next.
You're listening to Gasper and Murray on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have you made the switch to Knix? Millions of women have made the switch to the revolutionary period underwear from Knix. That's Knix. Period panties from Knix are like no other, making them the #1 leak-proof underwear brand in North America. They're comfy, stylish, and absorbent, perfect for period protection from your lightest to your heaviest days. They look, feel, and machine wash just like regular underwear, but feature incognito protection that has you covered. You can shop sizes from extra small to 4XL. Choose from all kinds of colors, prints, and different styles, from bikinis to boy shorts, thongs to high-rise. You've got to try Knix. See why millions are ditching disposable, wasteful period products and have switched to Knix. Go to knix.com and get 15% off with promo code SHOP15. That's knix.com, promo code SHOP15 for 15% off life-changing period underwear. That's knix.com.
Support comes from Boston Medical Center, delivering medical excellence that empowers all patients. BMC's team of world-renowned experts is charting a new way forward in healthcare. From groundbreaking gene therapy treatment for sickle cell disease, to personalized cancer care powered by multidisciplinary teams, to orthopedic leadership that sets more equitable and patient-centric standards, BMC delivers medical excellence and beyond. Learn more about how BMC is rewriting healthcare at bmc.org.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avastin-captid pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Estella's Pharma.
Picture it, the freedom to mow longer without frequent refueling, the convenience of controls that let you maneuver more terrain, the peace of mind that comes from comprehensive dealer support. It's what you get and more with John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mowers. Complete your fleet today.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, while their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay restored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
This is Chris Gasper.
I'm not the one who's red-faced and ranting, so who's the baby?
This is Big Jim Murray.
Takes in your face, sports.
And this is Gasper and Murray on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Chiefs, hello, Rocco.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing, guys? How you doing? So I just want to talk about the comparison with the Patriots dynasty and the Chiefs dynasty. I don't know if it's a comparison. Maybe it's just a dislike that people have for the Chiefs. Me personally, I came around after the Super Bowl against the Eagles. You know, I've seen enough. And the way I used to look at the Chiefs is the same way I used to look at, like, Floyd Mayweather Jr., that dislike I had for him. And I had the dislike for the Chiefs. You know, I thought Floyd Mayweather Jr. was a little overrated. You know, he fought, you know, all the fighters, smaller fighters. And then after, like, the Shane Mosley fight, that's when I came around. And after the Super Bowl against the Eagles, that's when I came around. And I said, I've seen enough. And what impressed me the most about the Chiefs is that they mastered the regular season. They don't have to be all that good. And then when the postseason comes along, they step it up and they trick you. They think they're not that good. And then it's like, oh, it's our year, like the Bills. It's our year. Then boom, they take your heart away. Guys, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, there's some truth to that. And you know, I do think when it matters most, they perform their best. And that's one of the parallels with the Patriots.
You now expect them to. So it was
Yes.
that 3rd and 7, 3rd and 9 that the Samaje P. Ryan
Oh,
played.
yeah.
I'm getting texts from other buddies watching, like, this ain't over. And I was like, yeah. I wonder what's going to happen here. Like, you know they're going to pick it up because they're cold-blooded assassins like the Patriots were. I'm glad he just made that analogy to Floyd Mayweather, though. I don't know if you saw this clip from Chris Broussard on Fox Sports, because everyone's like, why are people so down on the Chiefs? And he's like, it's not just a ref thing. It's a stylistic thing. And I was like, this is actually pretty good. I agreed with what he was saying. Like, the Chiefs, at least when they won that first one against San Fran in 19, when they had Tyreek Hill, like, they were the high-flying Chiefs. Like, and it's gotten less and less. And in this year, specifically with the 17 straight, going back to even last year, one-score games they've won, they're boring. The Chiefs have actually found a way to be boring, kind of like stylistically like Floyd Mayweather was, and that's a bit of a turnoff. And I tend to agree. Look, they're in prime time pretty much every other week. I found a lot of their games just like dead-ass boring this year, and I think that's been part of the problem, too.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I still think it's fun to watch Mahomes. I don't see how you can say Mahomes running around and making the plays he makes. Is that boring? I mean, no one ever said Brett Favre was boring. So I don't totally agree with that. But I do think when somebody's so talented that you feel like the outcome is already determined, or if you feel like, the refs are determining the outcome, I think people don't like that. Being disliked, the Patriots were heavily disliked. I think that's a tremendous sign of respect. And the way I look at it is, look, the Chiefs being successful doesn't diminish anything the Patriots accomplished, but it does sort of detract from the uniqueness of it, right?
Yeah.
In other words, everything you accomplish. But the idea that it's sort of like the Haley's Comet of the NFL, the Chiefs' success does say otherwise and detract from that. And I think that's, ultimately sort of part of the frustration with it. The real test, I think, to go back to the Mahomes-Brady thing just quickly, for me, and what will decide that debate is, what does it look like for Mahomes when this entire core that he's won with is gone? Like you said during the break, no Chris Jones. For me, it's no Travis Kelce. Because to your point about the Tyreek Hill thing, a lot of people wrote Mahomes, without Tyreek Hill, what is he?
Yeah, right.
The best quarterback in the game and the ultimate winner. That's what he is. But what does it look like? Because that was the difference with Brady, is like he won with different cores and different groups of people. So what does it look like when the people Mahomes really can trust on both sides of the ball aren't there anymore, and he has to try and win championships with a different group of guys and a different core in KC? Or someday, I don't think the Chiefs will make the idiotic mistake the Patriots made and let him go someday, but what if they do and he has to go somewhere else and win?
Yeah, I mean, Rashee Rice ended up having a really good season last year, but he was thrown to a collection of plumbers. In a lot of ways, that was like a mirror of what Brady was dealing with Rashae Caldwell and Doug Gabriel.
How about Juju Smith-Schuster making plays for he couldn't get out of training camp with a terrible Patriots team with no talent at wide receiver. Then he's out there with Mahomes making big plays in the AFC Championship game.
Derek in New Hampshire here says Spags in the call screener. So what was your favorite thing to buy, Derek, at the discount department store on Route 9?
No, I was actually calling about the other day, Mass talked about how Steve Spagnuolo is the greatest defensive mind in football over Belichick now. So, I mean, he's got, 4 Super Bowls with as a defensive coordinator, and 3 of them are with Mahomes over Belichick. I don't. So which is it? Is Mahomes going to be the greatest? Or because Mahomes never won without Spagnuolo, so I just don't understand what the point is. What do you
can
think?
See, I mean, Brady's okay, but Belichick's never won without Brady as a head coach, and obviously he won with the Giants. But I mean, you had Lawrence Taylor, so look, I do think, and I agree with part of your point, because I was saying during the year when people were ripping Gerard Mayo, and I was saying, look at the other side of the ball. He needs a really good offensive coach, and then maybe he can figure it out defensively, because the defense wasn't good this year. They needed to be better. But maybe if you're going to keep him, you figure it out defensively. And that was one of the examples I used. Do you think Andy Reid is diagramming these defenses to stop? No, it's Spagnuolo. It's Spagnuolo. And you could even go to Belichick. When Belichick no longer had a Charlie Weiss, Josh McDaniels, Bill O'Brien, Josh McDaniels again, and had to replace Josh, how did Bill do with the offense?
Not good.
Not good.
Yeah.
So it does matter. How about Nick Sirianni this year? Did Nick Sirianni become a better coach, or did they bring in Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio, who now has the Eagles' defense as the #1 defense in the NFL and the #1 pass defense in the NFL? Did Sirianni suddenly become a better coach, and he was able to fix a defense that had Sean Desai and Matt Patricia working on it last year, and he just spent the whole offseason fixing it? Or did he just go get a veteran defensive coordinator who's one of the best in the game?
Yeah, and Jalen Carter has made the leap into becoming one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL, too. That helps. Mike and Woburn, and thanks for the tips you were texting me last night, Mike.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I hope, I hope you don't have like the smorgasbord of problems that I had last week. But it's home ownership is a rocky road sometimes, my friend. I would ask this about Spagnuolo before I get to the Chiefs. When has the league conspired to change the rules to stop him? Because that's what they did to Bill in 2004, 2005.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Although I would also say just quickly, Mike, Bill's thing wasn't super complicated. It wasn't some great piece of strategy. It was like, it was basically like Pat Riley in the NBA. We're going to mug these guys so much they can't throw all the flags. That wasn't really genius.
No, but he was doing it better than anybody else, and his chief competitors decided that they had to put a stop to it. So the legacy thing, I'm calling you guys because I didn't want Tony Maz to show up and take a dump on my porch if I spit like demonstrable facts. Tight end is easy. Travis Kelce isn't even the best tight end in his team's history. Tony Gonzalez had 1,200-yard seasons with Elvis Gerbach and Damon Heward throwing to him. If Tony Gonzalez and Patrick Mahomes had the same time together that Kelce has had, we wouldn't be talking about Gronk. He'd be in a different stratosphere. Kelce's very fortunate that he ended up on the Chiefs with Mahomes, because I think I don't think he's an all-time great tight end. I think he's just a very good tight end paired with an all-time great quarterback. For the Chiefs, who they beat? What are teams that KC has to go through? What have they won? They haven't beat anybody. I hear Tony and Mike talk about how Josh Allen is this great litmus test. Patrick Mahomes beating Josh Allen is a great sort of feather in his cap. Josh Allen has the same career arc as the Coyote from Hanna-Barbera. He's never won anything. He's literally replaced Buffalo with Acme. He gets the anvil dropped on his head every postseason. How is that a litmus test for greatness? Brady beat Peyton Manning, who won 2, albeit Peyton was carried by all-time great defenses.
Sidecar. And Manning is one of the great chokers in the history of professional sports.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. But Manning ended up winning something, unlike Josh Allen. Ben Roethlisberger won 2. Those Ravens teams won 2. And even teams that Brady beat in the postseason, he had to beat the Rams, who had won one with Kurt Warner and one again with, recently. He had to beat Mahomes. Brady went through actual obstacles. The NFL is so watered down. The whole parity thing that the NFL used to be built on is out the window. That business model is gone. It's been replaced with daily fantasy and gambling to keep people interested. I don't see how the greatness of the Chiefs is reflected by their accomplishments, because they're just going through the Brooklyn Brawlers and the Barry Horowitzes of the NFL.
Thanks, Mike.
I think the quarterbacks are a little better than, and also the Patriots won Super Bowls against the Carolina Panthers and dry heaving Donovan McNabb.
The Duke of Dorchester would be a good one, too. He was a local jobber. I know some of you that used to go to those garden shows know who I'm talking about. I know Jimmy Stewart does. The Duke of Dorchester, right up there with look, the thing is with those, Lamar Jackson's a, two-time MVP.
Yeah.
Burrow got the best of Mahomes.
Burrow almost won a Super Bowl.
Right. And
he came so close against the Rams.
But to Mike's point, though, I understand it in that had one of these guys broke through and Burrow actually won that and they beat the Rams, this does hold a little bit more weight in terms of the ultimate hardware. But I'm not going to discount what Jackson and Josh Allen are as far as quarterbacks. They're legit competition, I think.
I think so. I don't know. Obviously the comeback against the Falcons was amazing, but I never thought the Falcons were an all-time great team. And then you won another Super Bowl against, and I'm not trying to take away from the Patriots. I just don't like this argument, though. And then another Super Bowl, you beat Jared Goff.
Yeah.
So it's,
Jake Delhomme with a lightning in a bottle year.
And two of the ones you lost that you should have won were against Eli Manning, who to me is the epitome of a mediocre quarter. I mean, he was clutch in those games, but look at his numbers. Look at how many times Eli Manning led the NFL in interceptions. You know, those are games that you can now 2011. I would say you shouldn't have won because again, I think that traces back.
They were lucky to even get there.
Exactly. Your defense was horrific, and while you had the better quarterback, and Gronk was hurt, which killed them, but the other team was better top to bottom talent wise. But 2007, you should have won that game.
We'll wrap things up with 5 questions next.
Chris Gasper, Big Jim Murray.
That's an aberration, which I freely admit.
Gasper and Murray.
I'm drunk, you're gross, let's go.
Returns in a moment on the Sports Hub.
You turned your dating app for pets into a business, which just turned over its first billion. You turned around the fortunes of a failing football club. Politely turned down a Nobel Peace Prize. And turned up on Mars in your own reusable rocket. All while struggling to turn on the dishwasher. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover business development titles on Audible.
Picture it, the freedom to mow longer without frequent refueling, the convenience of controls that let you maneuver more terrain, the peace of mind that comes from comprehensive dealer support. It's what you get and more with John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mowers. Complete your fleet today.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
On this ABC Hockey Saturday, 2 Original 6 clubs meet for an important Eastern Conference matchup. It's the Boston Bruins facing off against the New York Rangers in Beantown. Watch Vincent Trocheck of the New York Rangers take on Brad Marchand and the Boston Bruins. Catch all the action this Saturday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on ABC and ESPN+. That's Rangers versus Bruins, Original 6 on ABC Hockey Saturday, 3:30 p.m. on ABC and ESPN+.
Whether I'm heading to a game, the airport, or out with friends, to get where I need to be in comfort and style, I rely on the pros at A Plus Coach. Anthony and his team at A Plus Coach offer world-class personal transportation services with the best fleet of luxury vehicles anywhere in Massachusetts, all at an affordable price. Next time you're heading to a game, heading to Logan like I do, or heading to Boston for a night out, leave the driving to A Plus Coach. For reservations and more, visit apluscoach.com or call 781-THE-LIMO. That's apluscoach.com or 781-THE-LIMO. And to get the best rate, tell them so sent you.
Hi, I just bought a new car and I need plates.
You got no insurance stamp on this form. I can't process your plates. Go to your insurance agent and have it stamped. See you tomorrow. Next!
Wait, what do I need? My online insurance told me I was all set.
Come here, love. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you need an insurance stamp. These online guys don't know. You should have used a local insurance agency like A Affordable. These guys are great. Wicked good rates, awesome customer service, and A Affordable can even issue plates at all of their Mass locations.
A Affordable. I know where they are. I'll be right back.
Next!
Visit a-affordableinsurance.com or call 800-89-SAVES. A Affordable.
Nobody can beat us. You really need us. A Affordable Auto Insurance.
Men, the new year is here. And if you're like many of us, you're going to make a resolution to improve your health. But if you're feeling sluggish and low energy, if your sleep patterns are off, if you've been working out and aren't seeing the gains you used to see, making that resolution may not be so easy. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health. And if you're feeling the way I just described, we can likely help you with that resolution because those symptoms probably mean you're suffering with low testosterone. And at Northeast Men's Health, we're experts in treating this condition. With our low T protocols, if you're like most men, the change will astound you. You'll feel more energy and better mental clarity. Your sleep will improve, your workouts will be better, and you'll likely find your sex drive goes up as well. So call us today and get treated for your low T. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000 or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 5 offices: Salem, New Hampshire, Dedham, Marlborough, Woburn, Farmington, Connecticut.
The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. I don't think you understand. The Son of Baconator, $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid in a combo or in third-party delivery platform.
This is Bob Beers reminding you to join us tonight and every Bruins game day for the Timberline Construction exceptional play of the first period. At Timberline, what comes first is a relentless commitment to client service. When planning your next commercial construction project, consult Timberline Construction. Visit timberlineconstruction.com today. Exceptional, no exceptions.
This hour of Gaspar Murray today, I almost said Filigree Mass, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit knowinganoilchange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, now open in Franklin, Billerica, and Peabody.
Support your community heroes at the Boston Bruins Foundation's 9th Annual Be Fit Challenge at the TD Garden this Sunday, February 2nd. This event celebrates and supports first responders, but you don't need to be one to participate. Bring the whole family to cheer on participants. Then stick around for the Touch-A-Truck, other activities, and meet former captain Patrice Bergeron. Plus, the Sports Hub will be on site with the chance to win Blake Shelton tickets. Visit bostonbruins.com/BeFitChallenge.
Chris Gasper. Big Jim Murray.
Give me that which I desire.
It's Gasper and Murray on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
I got 5 questions for Chris Gasper of the Globe. I got 5 questions that got nothing to do with sports. I got 5 questions. 5! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 questions. I hope this segment ain't too wide.
I got to say, because before we get into this, I just looked up and I'm like nauseated because it's a trend in sports I now hate. Where you at the Wake Forest Pitt game on. These DJs at sporting events now, like, you know, you want to bump music, you do that at every sporting event. But that they have like some dork with 2 turntables and it's like, let's get up, everybody. Like it's what they do at SoFi Stadium with the Rams. It's got to stop. No one wants this. Question number 1. When's the last time you got starstruck, Chris?
Oh, starstruck? Man, I'm trying to think. Starstruck. It might have been years. It was some years ago. I met Ciara at the Super Bowl.
Oh.
This was pre-Russell Wilson. I was definitely starstruck.
Well, for me, it was just a couple of nights ago, and you're going to laugh because this is a coworker of yours, or was. So I'm at a client dinner, and I look out the window, and like in a Pavlovian response, I go, holy crap, that's TV's Mike Wonkum.
Oh, yeah, Mike Wonkum's awesome.
And the guys go, who I'm with, are like, who? I'm like, Channel 5 meteorologist Mike
He's a
Wonkum.
great guy.
And they're like, okay. I'm like, yeah, but he's on TV. And one of them goes, you're on TV. I'm like, no, but it's different. Like, that's, I grew up with, like, Dick Albert. Like,
Yes,
it's like, there's, like, a gravitas.
Harvey Leonard, who
yeah.
also worked at Channel 5.
I'm like, that's the walk. I'm like, he's coming in now. They're like, all right, come down.
Yeah, he's a big, he, like, races. He, like, does racing, and he's into motorcycles, and, yeah.
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah,
he's like
a big
gearhead?
He's a big gearhead. Yeah, great guy.
Next, you're also flying to New Orleans for the Super Bowl. Given the horrors in aviation over the last few days, what's your level of nervousness getting on a plane right now? Scale of 1 to 10.
It's an 8.
Yeah, I'm at a hard 9.9.
I'm very nervous.
This thing yesterday in Philly, like, Jesus. What? Oh, my God.
It's heartbreaking. And obviously our condolences and thoughts and prayers go out to all those who lost their lives and everybody affected in the tragic plane crash outside Reagan National. That's just a heartbreaker.
I'd like to walk to New Orleans, like, right now, honestly. Next, what's your first purchase if you were to win the lottery?
First purchase if I were to win the lottery.
And not like 20 grand. I'm talking like FU money, like fingers in the air. I quit all of this. Like
house on Nantucket.
Yeah. Yeah, like other properties, I think, is definitely.
Probably other I mean, I could just use that thing as like an Airbnb and make so much money.
Who is the worst content creator with over 1 million followers?
Oh, worst content I don't know a lot of these content creators.
Pick a Paul brother, Mr. Beast.
I don't know who that is.
Mine are the, without question, it's this Costco family.
Chocolate chip cookie.
Oh, double chocolate chip cookie.
So I try and steer clear of a lot of these.
I do too, but they still find a way.
Really?
They're like the Matt Groves of the internet. The cockroaches.
Geez.
They just show up anyway. Oh, that.
Because the only content producer like Charlie DeMel, like those are people I like. The only ones that I get in my feed. So the ones I really don't like, I don't think I have an answer to this.
Finally, what's your favorite color scheme, Chris?
Favorite color scheme?
So I like the Swedish flag. You have that light blue with like the yellow
Yes.
Not that you wear that as clothes, but I see it and I find it very appealing. I like yellow with blue.
I like red and black together, like the Jordans.
Oh,
like
that's a nice one. Yeah,
Jordan 1, red and black. That's like, I just feel like that feels fast. It feels cool. So red and black together always does it for me.
Well, that will do it for us. I'll see you down the Big Easy. Safe travels.
Same to you.
And thanks to B-Rob, Brian Robb covering the Celtics. Read him at masslive.com. That will do it for Gasper and Murray. I thought we had Matt McCarthy coming up next. It's Kevin Majori, yes, and Alex Barth.
Yes.
Coming off the bench.
It's the show we need that we didn't know we needed.
That's right. So you want to get on with them, 617-779-0985. They'll lead you into the Bruins matinee against the Rangers. That'll do it for us. Talk to you from New Orleans, live on Radio World Monday with Felger and Maz. Bye.
From the Town Fair Time Studios, this is your home for every Patriots game.
Into the end zone, trying to keep the play alive. Falling down, he goes to the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown!
WBCFM at HD Boston. 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Stations. Sports Hub headlines.
The Bruins coming off yet another ugly loss, this time to the Winnipeg Jets on Thursday night. Remain home this afternoon for a nationally televised tilt against the New York Rangers, the same New York Rangers who acquired J.T. Miller last night in a trade with the Vancouver Canucks. Puck drop comes your way in an hour. Ryan Johnson and Bob Beers with your call. Here on 98.5 The Sports Zone, Jason Tatum's jump shot with 0.7 seconds remaining, giving the Celtics the 118-116 win over the shorthanded Pelicans in New Orleans last night. Celtics remain on the road, take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Tomorrow at 6. Also, Pelicans guard DeJounte Murray suffered a season-ending torn Achilles in last night's game. Other NBA news ahead of the trade deadline coming up on Thursday. You have the LA Clippers moving P.J. Tucker, Mo Bamba, and a future second-round draft pick and a bag of cash to the Utah Jazz for Drew Eubanks and Patty Mills. And the update from the Baltimore Banner, who originally had this story just the other day, Ravens kicker Justin Tucker. He now faces more allegations of sexually inappropriate behavior as 3 additional massage therapists have accused him of misconduct. Headlines are brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Enjoy watching any game while dropping with Awaken 180. Wings, meatballs, drinks, all on the menu. Results for real life at awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Jim Murray for Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
There's the potential there for big stuff.
98.5 The Sports Hub app. Get the app. The Bruins, the Celtics, the Patriots, the Sox, the Revs, and you. We're Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports.
All right. We've got a little street team reunion here for the next hour on 98.5 The Sports Hub. It's Alex Barth alongside Kevin Majori. 98.5.com. Felger and Maz crossover here, taking you up to Bruins pregame at 3 o'clock. If you're heading to the game, give us a call, 617-779-0985. You want to talk Bruins with Kevin? You want to talk draft with me? You want to talk draft with Kevin? You want to talk Bruins with me? It's all on the table here. Again, for the next 55 minutes until the Bruins pregame gets underway. It's a 3:30 puck drop down at TD Garden against the New York Rangers as the Bruins, can I say, try to dig themselves out of this hole. I feel like that implies some sort of losing streak, some sort of sustained issues when it's really just been it's just at a level. Like, you remember this during New Year's. I had this take, and I was on with you, Matt McCarthy, and I'll stick to it. I think if you feel strongly about the Bruins one way or the other, you're wrong. Whether you feel strongly about them good, whether you feel strongly that they're bad, you're probably wrong, because I don't know how you can feel strongly about where this team is at. It's just kind of been, any lack of identity, any lack of consistency all year. So I don't know, can you dig your way out of that? I guess it can also get worse, though. But they'll try to do that today against a Rangers team that it feels like is kind of in a similar place. Kevin, are you still holding out hope that they'll turn it around and make a playoff push? Or at this point, 50-something games into the season, is this just who they are?
I am not holding out hope that they make the run to the playoffs. This is who they are to me. They are. Your take back in January was spot on, if you feel strongly about them one way or the other, you're wrong. And to me, they are just that. They're a middling team. You say they dig themselves out of this hole. Prior to these 2 games this week, they were 5-1-1 in their last 7. And the vibes were still so down on that team that, now they've lost 2 in a row. They've been outscored 14-4 this week, or 13-4 this week.
Yeah.
I don't believe they're going to dig themselves out of any hole that they're in and make a playoff push. But I also don't think they're going to plummet to the bottom of the standings. I think they are just kind of what you described them as, just kind of there. They're a middling of the pack team to me, and there's nothing else you can say to me to make me think they're a contender or that they're going to be going for a top 5 pick come June.
So what's the best thing in your mind to happen for this team over the next couple of months? Is it, not even get hot and go on like a tear, but win enough games that they sneak in? You get a playoff appearance under Joe Sacco in essentially his first year. I say that in air quotes. He's the interim, but, maybe still make the playoffs, still show you're a team that's in the mix, and maybe get something building under Joe Sacco? Or would it be better off for them if, like you say, you don't think they're going to bottom out, top 5 pick, but miss the playoffs? What would it be? First time in how many years that they haven't been in the playoffs?
It'd be 9 seasons, I think. The 2016-17 season was when they got back after missing it for 2 years.
Right.
To me, the best thing would be, and I don't know if this will be the ideal situation, is within the next 5 weeks, I believe the deadline's 5 weeks from yesterday, you sell off the pieces that you can sell off that people want, and you let a ton of young guys come in and play. And the best possible thing would be those guys contributing and them slipping into the playoffs. And you have a little bit of hope of, okay, there's youth that can actually contribute next year. We got to get excited about that. That would be the best thing. But to me, the idea, what's really going to happen is they'll probably sell off a few pieces in the next few weeks and be into the wild card race the last couple of weeks, and it'll fade away as the season gets close to the end.
Trade deadline is March 7th. Is there a chance, and I know Ty Anderson's written about this bit on 98.5sportshub.com, you mentioned sell off a couple pieces. I think the names everybody really looks at are Brad Marchand, Charlie McAvoy, I guess David Pastrnak. Like, do you think there's a chance any of those guys get touched?
McAvoy, Pastrnak, no.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Marchand, being the Bruins fan that I grew up and am, it would kill me to see him get traded. But at the same time, if the right package is there, I could see them moving on from him. And this is just me in my brain believing this. Like, if the right package is there, I could see them discussing it with him, seeing how he feels about it, and ultimately pulling the trigger on moving him.
What's the right package in your mind?
Okay, so then this is me overvaluing the player. Okay. Or maybe not. I don't know.
You know what? I think he's the kind of guy, because look, if they do kind of, for what would, relative to them, if they do bottom out, right? Let's call it that. And that's kind of what the Patriots are going through right now. Like, you have to build it back up.
Yeah.
And he can be a guy that, you figure, okay, if they don't make the playoffs, there is going to be some turnover, probably a new coach. Like, does Sacco remain as the past that interim tag if they don't make the playoffs? You're going to see changing on the roster. You don't want to be totally disconnected from what made you so successful. And I know, like, Zdeno Chara is back in the building, and that's probably part of the reason. But there is still value in Brad Marchand, even if, you're not contending for a cup right away. And that as you bring some of these new guys in, as you start to bring these young guys up, which this is part of the reason this should be happening now, so you can get that culture in before some of these guys leave. But, as you bring these young guys up, as you bring these new guys in, you have somebody that knows not just what it takes to win in this league, but what it takes to win as a part of this team, in this city, in this setting. So when you talk about overvaluing them, I mean that you can obviously do that, right? If you go ask for 5 first-round picks, that's not going to happen. And if somebody gives you that, all right, you can find somebody else to help you build the culture at that point. But I would rather them, if they were going to move Brad Marchand to me, have a team give you a reason to move him. Don't be looking to move him to move him. Move him because a team gave you a reason to move him.
Yeah, so that's exactly how I feel about this. I'm not moving him just to move him. Maybe they trade other guys off and they're like, let's just get him out of here. We're going to go to the bottom. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm trading him if the price is right. And to me, the price is a first-round pick and a high-end prospect. Or not a high-end prospect, but a first-round pick and a very good
like a
prospect.
top 6 forward kind of upside. Yeah.
Or a top 4 defenseman.
Top 4 defenseman,
in that line.
Yeah.
That's what I want for him. And I think maybe people around the league will think that's kind of crazy because he's 36 years old. If you get him for a long playoff run, he'll turn 37 in the middle of that playoff run. So is a first and a top tier prospect you're going to get that for him? I'm not so sure, but that's really the only way I'm trading him. I get, if there's anybody that I'd want to lose this offseason as a unrestricted free agent without having the ability to have traded him a few months earlier and lose them for nothing, it's Marchand. Like, if at the end of the year he feels he doesn't want to be back here, then fine. I'd be okay with him signing somewhere else as a UFA. The other UFAs, like, if you're not going to sign him, get rid of him and get pieces now. Right. But so Marchand, I have a very high, like, this first and a good prospect is what I want for him. Anything less than that, I'm not doing it just to do it.
Chris in Worcester has a thought on the Bruins. Chris.
Oh, thank you, guys. I did want to speak to Gasper and Murray, but they were loaded up today. But because I love the Bruins. I am a huge Bruins fan, but it's a wretched season. But I hearken back to the Ally of Brady days. I don't know how old you guys are, but, like, there are bottom out seasons that you got to go through, right? So, with that being said, we don't have a first-round pick, right? Didn't we trade a lot of those away, right?
They have a first-rounder this year. They do have their own pick this year.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. So I'm not saying tank for the bank, because I don't even know who's out there. But so with that being said, wretched season, and just lastly, the Swain two guys we got, it was just Sweeney kind of dropped the ball. He did great 2 years ago, and they fell short. So I know I'm all over the place on that, but I know there's years where it just doesn't click. It's not clicking.
Yeah, I'd say it's a pretty accurate assessment. It's not clicking. That's a good way to put it.
The only thing about the bottoming out, and Felger's talked about this on Felger and Maz, and just the way the last few weeks have gone, the Bruins to me aren't bad enough to do that. I mentioned earlier that they were 5-1-1 in their last 7 entering this week. The reason? Because they have one of the best offensive players in the world, and he was carrying that team in David Pastrnak. They also had games. They beat Florida a few weeks ago. They beat Tampa a few days later. They were getting totally outplayed and outshot, and yeah, as not great as he has been this year since getting the contract, Jeremy Swayman was stealing those games for them. Swayman and Pastrnak, whether the people here want to fully believe it or not, are some of the better players at their own position. So the Bruins have 2 pillars in the 3 phases of the game that are top 10 in the league. It's really challenging to bottom out when you have talent like that.
And part of it, too, if you're going to do that, there can't be teams worse than you, right? If you're going to pick at the top of the draft, you need to be among the worst teams in the league. And, I mean, the Bruins are bad relative to what they've been, but there are some dreadful teams in this league. I mean, just looking up right now, Kevin, we were talking about this before we came on the air. Not only is Chicago losing to Florida, the fact this game is 2-1 is insane. They just took the shots off the scoreboard as I was talking. What did that say, like 24-3?
23-4,
23-4 in shots. That's a pretty bad team. You have a bad Sharks team, a bad Ducks team. That's out west. The Sabres are atrocious. The Penguins, you want to talk about bottoming out, the Pittsburgh Penguins, and they're just trying to hold on to the glory years as long as they can. So I don't know that they're going to fall that far, just because I don't think they're going to fall past some of those teams. They're going to keep beating those teams, and they're going to have those wins punching above their weight against the Floridas, against the Tampas, more than those teams are. So that kind of gets in your way, too. If you want to talk Bruins with us leading up to the game, 617-779-0985. We also got to get some golf in, Kevin. Because I know Felger and Mass want to talk about this, but we got to get to it. The latest Boston sports team with a heartbreaking loss. That was this week. We'll get to that next. It's Alex Barth and Kevin Majori on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Hi, I'm Eric Vaden. I'm the agency owner for the Geico local office in Braintree, Massachusetts. Having Cambridge Savings Bank as a partner has given me the runway to build my business the right way with the best talent. Having that personalized service along with the technology necessary to run my business has been the biggest advantage to my operation. CSB is the business banking partner that I wanted from the start. I'm not just a number.
Cambridge Savings Bank is proud to support local business owners. Stop by your local branch today. Member FDIC.
Hey folks, it's Brian from Norfolk Power. The Kubota Mini Excavator lineup is the best in the business, for more reasons than I can count, even with my socks off. Norfolk Power is your answer for an unbeatable selection of Kubota Mini Excavators, with outstanding power, maneuverability, and precision, from a 2 metric ton option all the way up to a 9-ton machine. Come demo one for yourself at any of our Norfolk Power stores, or text us at 508-384-0011. Save time and text Norfolk Power at 508-384-0011.
Whether I'm heading to a game, the airport, or out with friends, to get where I need to be in comfort and style, I rely on the pros at A+ Coach. Anthony and his team at A+ Coach offer world-class personal transportation services with the best fleet of luxury vehicles anywhere in Massachusetts, all at an affordable price. Next time you're heading to a game, heading to Logan like I do, or heading to Boston for a night out, leave the driving to A+ Coach. For reservations and more, visit apluscoach.com or call 781-THE-LIMO. That's apluscoach.com or 781-THE-LIMO. And to get the best rate, tell them so sent you.
Cox powers the Big Easy on the biggest game days of the year. And this year, we're going even bigger. We've supercharged the Caesars Superdome, upgrading capacity from 10 to 40 gigs. And now we're connecting fans across the country with multi-gig speeds everywhere, so you can enjoy every hit and touchdown from the Dome to your home. As the nation's fastest internet provider, Cox is always stepping up our game. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Nation's fastest internet provider is based on average download speeds from highspeedinternet.com speed tests in 2023.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
No matter what your career goals are, you need a plan to achieve them. The first step? Pluralsight. With over 6,500 courses, assessments, and hands-on labs, Pluralsight empowers you to develop the technology skills you need to break into the tech industry, excel in your current role, or seek your next promotion. You can get invaluable hands-on experience, validate your learning with in-moment feedback, and build the confidence to use your skills in a role or on a certification exam. Imagine a new career and all your new possibilities. Go to pluralsight.com.
It all happens here. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Back here on the Sports Hub, getting you ready for Bruins pregame. It's Alex Barth and Kevin Majori taking you up to 3 o'clock. You want to join us? 617-779-0985. I did say I want to get to some golf, and we will get to that. But first, Kevin in Medford on Jeremy Swayman. Kevin, what do you think?
I just want to say that as far as Swayman goes, you're not getting $8.5 million worth of goaltender. I mean, I love the guy. He's a black bear. My son was a black bear goalie. So I have all sorts of allegiance. But the moral of the story is, if you look up his numbers, he's got a 3.05 goals against average. You can't play in the NHL with a 3.05 goals against. And he's got an under 90 save percentage. And you can't play in the NHL with that and get $8.5 million. They're bragging about him last week, getting 43 saves and how great he was. He still gave up 6 goals and had 43 saves. If you have 43 saves and you're giving up 6 goals, your save percentage for the night is under 90. Anytime you leave the ice as a goalie with an under 90, unless it's 2-1, I can understand. And the other night, he played 2 periods, gave up 4 goals on 24 shots, That's not $8.5 million goalie. It just isn't. And for some reason, he's getting a free pass because he's happy-go-lucky and jovial and all of that. I'll give that in last year's playoffs, he was, I can't even describe it, but I'm a goalie and I know goalies. Against those first two series, Toronto and Florida, they wouldn't have won any of those series without the way he was playing goalie. He's doing Dominic Hasek stuff is what he was doing. He's not doing that now. He's in the net waiting for it to happen, and it's happening. And if you can't get off the ice with a 90%, then you shouldn't be making 8.5. So as far as they go in the middle of the road, he should get credit for playing middle of the road hockey.
All right, thanks for the call, Kevin.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Look, I think to expect, even for $8.5 million, to expect him to do night in and night out what he did in the playoffs last year would be unfair. That was, for him to do that from time to time, yes. But that was an insane pace that he was on. He's definitely come up short of expectations this year. I don't feel like that's unfair to say. Do you think that's maybe because he missed the summer with the contract negotiations and he can get back on track next year? Or are you legitimately worried about him?
I think that's part of it, of missing the entire training camp with all the contract negotiations and all the outside noise around it. Another thing that I've always said about goalies, and this is like certain goalies maybe are not part of this, but sometimes the goalie's only as good as the defense in front of him. And has the defense in front of him been good this year? I'm not going to sit here and deny, he was making good points in terms of there's been nights where he's been middle of the line, but I go back to this is why you can't, with what you have, go to the bottom of the league, because there are going to be the nights. Yeah, there's going to be the nights where he faces 40 shots and he lets in 5 goals. There's going to be the nights where he faces 40 shots and he lets in 1 goal. This is he has the ability to be that 40 shots faced, 1 goal against guy. Has he lived up to the contract? No. I do think that's part of the training camp situation, and I do think that's also part of the defense in front of him being awful. He obviously didn't play the other night. Korpisalo did, but how many times this year have you seen the Mark Scheifele goal the other night, the 3rd goal for Winnipeg, where he just walked in through the 2 defensemen and was fed the pass and went top shelf over the. How many times that happened to a Bruins goal?
It's a lot of breakaways. They're giving up a lot of breakaways, and no, you're right. I do think some of it is not just the defense in front of them, but how many times on offense can the Bruin, you have a long stretch in your defensive zone, which it happens. That happens. That's fine. Clear the puck. And you kind of want the offense to sustain something so you can get your change and get your rest. And, it's in 4 minutes of game time, 3.5 of them are spent in the Bruins defensive zone. Maybe it's not consecutive, but it's not just clearing the puck. It's then keeping it out and allowing the team to reset. I feel like there's been stretches in games I haven't been able to do that. So that doesn't help me either. If he's playing like this next year, I'll be more concerned. I'll definitely be more concerned. It's not great this year, and the contract probably should have been done sooner, but I think he's earned 1 more year to kind of figure it out.
Based on what we've seen throughout his career so far, and in the playoffs last year included, he's earned. You got to give him at least another year. If it leaks the rest of this year and then goes into next year, yeah, you're right. Then there is a cause for concern. But right now, I can't sit here and say that he's not entirely worth the money, because a lot of guys in front of him. Also, they haven't had their second best defenseman since November or whenever Hampus Lindholm went out. McAvoy just came back, and McAvoy hasn't looked amazing this year. He was clearly going through something, which is why they shut him down for 2 weeks. The defense in front of him has not been amazing, so it's tough to really get a full gauge on what this guy has done this year. But I have seen games this year in recent stretches where you look and you say, yeah, they don't win that game without Swayman, because Swayman was ridiculous in that game.
So the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, Kevin, because we got to get to this, because we spent time talking about this off the air, is the Golf League. So for people who are unfamiliar, this is it was started by the PGA, by Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy, and it's this. They're essentially in their off season. I know there's tournaments going on, but this is really like an off season thing for them. It only runs through the middle of March. I think it's done a couple weeks before the Masters.
Yes. Yep.
So there's 6 teams: Atlanta, Jupiter, Los Angeles, New York, the Bay, and then Boston. And it's a 15-hole format, teams of three. Well, it's teams of four. It's three guys each night. There's a couple holes where they, play triples. They rotate shots. There's a couple holes that's head-to-head. And it's a cool product. We've both kind of agreed, like, it's a cool product, but the first, whatever it was, 3-4 weeks, there's usually one match a week. It's on Monday or Tuesday night. They're blowouts. Like, blowouts. One of them was like 12-1. Yeah. So we kept saying, like, man, if we get something close, this will be good. So Boston made its debut. Not everybody played it once. Boston made its debut last week with Keegan Bradley, Adam Scott, and Rory McIlroy up against Jupiter. So that was Tiger. And so, all right, you got superstars. It went right down to the wire. 4-3, went to overtime. And I think that was great for the product because people needed to see a close one. The other cool thing is that we can talk about, did Boston blow it in the overtime? Because it's a best of three closest to the pin format, and they had Rory go third, and Jupiter won the first two. So you left Rory on the bench.
Leaving your best guy, yeah.
In overtime.
Leaving, which in reverse, also Jupiter left Tiger on the bench. But still, yeah, you left your best guy on the bench in the shootout. But the other night, we talked about it. Like, I'm to kind of, I'm a golf sicko.
Yeah.
I will watch anything. I always have it on in the hallway. I'm sitting in there before the show. Pebble this week. A few weeks ago, I was watching, I think Doloff walked by. I was watching the Latin America Amateur Championship. Like, the winner got an invitation to the Masters. It was on a Tuesday afternoon. I said, it's golf. I'm putting it on. I'll watch golf anywhere. I went into the TGL, the Golf League, with very low expectations. And the first few weeks, I enjoyed. Like, I literally enjoyed watching it, but it was the blowouts. By the end, it wasn't. They were trying to say every hole counts because it's the playoffs. It's the playoff tiebreaker with the amount of holes won. The other night was awesome. Like, you had legitimate, Tiger. Rory hits a 9-footer, puts all the pressure in the world on Tiger to hit a 7-footer to tie the hole, and he drains it. And Tom Kim almost winning the thing on the 15th hole by chunking one in the bunker and then nearly holing the bunker shot. Like, there was actual excitement in that match the other night. You saw a personality that maybe the casual golf fan didn't know Tom Kim had, as he's rolling. He misses the bunker shot and he's rolling on the ground. The other night had the mix of a close match, big putts being made, and personalities being shown. And that, to me, shows that the league can be successful with, Tuesday night, you're going to tell me Monday night, Tuesday night, you're going to tell me pop on, golf for a couple hours when there's nothing else on and it could be an enjoyable close match. Sure, I'm going to watch it.
So Boston's back at it again. Is it Monday night or Tuesday night this week? Tuesday night against L.A. The lineup is already set. So they set the order. So when you go in the triples, like it's preset. And the same thing for the one-on-ones, like the order of the holes, it's preset. So Rory led off last time, which makes sense. They wanted Rory and Tiger leading off first shot each way. So this week against LA, it's going to be Keegan Bradley leading off, then Rory, then Adam Scott against Tommy Fleetwood, Colin Morikawa, and Justin Rose. Do you think they have a shot to pick up their first win this week, Kevin? Give me the breakdown.
I kind of look at this as a Ryder Cup type situation, and you do have one of the best European Ryder Cuppers on your side in Boston, but Tommy Fleetwood, Justin Rose on the other side. I'm not going to like the chances of was it LA that had the blowout?
LA, yeah, LA blew out Jupiter 12-1.
But yeah, why not? You have a couple of guys on that other side that actually I think will take it. Because I've been one thing I was very concerned about is that certain guys aren't going to take it as serious as you would want if you want it to be a non-gimmicky product, right? And I think especially Fleetwood and Rose and maybe Morikawa, those three, they're going to take it serious. So Boston is going to have their hands full. I'm just again, it's just I just want a close match. I want to have fun watching it.
Well, it's also kind of cool with a lot of people, I think, especially in this region, like it's not as big of a region for individual sports. It's more of a team sports region. And I get into this college football stuff all the time or, whatever. Like, I feel like people around here just have an easier time getting into the non-direct rooting interest sports if it's a team element. Like, not that the World Cup isn't like local because it's Team USA, but I remember a couple of years ago, like you guys in Felger and Maz were going through like the team element, the coach and this and that. And it's harder to do that at the individual level because there's not a team. It's just one guy, right? So in this, it's cool, I think, that you can, to be able to talk about golf in a team sort of setting is a unique opportunity as well. So like you just did, talking about, well, these guys, you know, they're going to take it seriously. So how do you match it up and all of that? So it's a fun thing. Did you enjoy the Golf League? 617-779-0985. We can talk Bruins, too. If you're on your way to TD Garden, they take on the New York Rangers. Puck drop in an hour, or just under half an hour away from pregame, coming your way right here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. You want to talk Patriots as well? Senior Bowl today. We can get into some draft stuff. We can do that, too. Again, 617-779-0985. Alex Barth, Kevin Majori, Jeff Williams behind the glass here on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You can put some change in a stranger's parking meter. Don't pick up your phone inside the movie theater. But there's one thing that'll help you the most. It's giving blood while you relax and read the Morning Post. Good karma by the pint. Give blood. Donate blood and then you just might save 3 people's lives and get a season's worth of good vibes.
Visit Rhode Island Blood Center to get your good karma by the pint.
I speak to you on this terrible, terrible time. One that has deeply affected the hearts and minds of people in Israel and people around the world. Our homes, our communities were looted and set on fire, causing immense suffering. None since the Holocaust has so many Jews been killed in one day. We are at war.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground, delivering life-saving aid during this unprecedented terror crisis in Israel. An emergency gift today of $45 to the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews will help provide food, water, medicine, trauma care for kids, even things like diapers and games for children huddled in bomb shelters. We are calling on you to help. Give today at ifcj.org. That's ifcj.org.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, I am sick of feeling like this, Jim. I'm gaining weight like crazy. I've got hot flashes and night sweats. I can't focus, and my hair is falling out.
What about that program that worked for your friend Lisa?
Belvital? Yeah, she lost a ton of weight, and her mood totally changed. But that's a whole 12-week program. It's going to cost like $2,000. There's supplements, and there's a fitness program, and Pilates equipment, a nutrition plan, the breathwork app. We don't have that kind of money right now.
Wait a minute, honey. Look.
What? That's got to be a mistake.
No, it says right here it's only $2.99 for the whole thing. And look at these success stories.
Should I do it?
It says it has a money-back guarantee, and you've been struggling all year. What do you have to lose?
Oh, baby, I really want to feel like myself again.
I'm ordering it.
I'm so excited.
Belvital is a first-of-its-kind fitness and nutrition plan that's helping thousands of women feel good again. Learn more at body.com. That's BODI.com. Or just Google Belvital. This is going to change everything.
The Lone Star State is growing and is now the hungriest state in the nation. To ensure every neighbor can thrive, join the North Texas Food Bank in the fight against hunger. Together, we can nourish our neighbors and empower healthy futures. Learn more at ntfb.org.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Let me introduce y'all to my canes. We got chicken fingers. They hit the spot, baby. Fries are golden crispy, Texas toast crunchy, and they cane sauce creamy rich. One love.
Boston sports, yeah, we got that covered. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Back here on 98.5 The Sports Hub, Alex Barth, Kevin Majori, Jeff Williams behind the glass, taking you up to Bruins pregame at 3 o'clock as they take on the New York Rangers. I don't know, Kevin, you tell me, because these teams, they're kind of having similar seasons, right? Where they're both teams that are generally among the best teams in the Eastern Conference, both teams that have had strong rosters as of late, both teams, I would say, that had decent expectations coming into the season. Bruins are at 56 points in 53 games. The Rangers are at 52 and 50. I know they just made a trade last night, but, like, is this a big game, or does it just feel like it's a big game because it's the Bruins and the Rangers?
I'd say it's a big game because the Rangers, I don't know if you remember, like a month and a half ago, were a complete disaster.
Yeah.
It was crazy to think that they were in the Eastern Conference Final last year, the way things had gone for them. In the last month and a half or so, they have made moves. They traded their captain. They traded Capo Caco to Seattle. They made the move for JT Miller last night. They have turned it around. They are starting to make their way back up, and we know what they're capable of. Like I said, they were in the Eastern Conference Final last year.
Right.
The Bruins, on the other hand, the wheels are falling off. They're coming off the last 2 games, again, where they've been outscored, I guess, 13-4 in the last 2 games. So I think it's big because you have the team refining its form, making its way back up the wild card race, and you have the team that has been kind of in a free fall the last few weeks and is slipping out of they're actually out of the wild card race right now. They're, I believe, a win today and a Tampa loss, they'd be back in the playoffs. But for the Bruins,
they're 1 point behind Tampa.
So I think it's huge because you're at these, you're dealing with 2 teams making a playoff push, one going in one direction and one going in the other. So for the Bruins, a win against them, against the Rangers today, would go a long way of maybe pushing the Rangers behind them a little bit in the standings, but also trying to build a little bit of momentum if they want to do that. And I would assume in the room, that's what they want to do.
I'll add this, too, just kind of looking at the wild card standings here and the teams that are sort of in the mix. Tampa has played 50 games. Detroit, 51. Montreal, 51. The Rangers, 50. The Islanders, 50. The Blue Jackets, 52. Bruins have played 53 games. So a lot of these teams have 2 or even 3 games on hand on the Bruins. So these head-to-head matchups, if they are going to make a push, that's a good point by you. It is important. It is important if they want to make a run. The other thing we can talk about, if you guys want here, we got about 20 minutes, 617-779-0985. The NFL offseason is officially a week away. Obviously, the Patriots offseason has been going for about a month now. But really kicks into gear after the Super Bowl. I'll have my first annual post-Super Bowl mock draft up next Monday. If people want to check that out, the Senior Bowl just kicked off down in Mobile, so a busy week down there. Some of the top tackles in the draft were there. That's relevant to the Patriots. Some of the top pass rushers in the draft were there. That's relevant to the Patriots. This is going to be a big week for the offseason for 2 reasons. And we might not find out the impact for another week or 2 more, but this upcoming week's going to be big for a couple reasons. One, I got to imagine, and this is, I'm sort of guessing on this first one, but it feels like they're pretty close to having the full coaching staff. And they've hired a lot of people, but we don't necessarily know the roles for all of them. And there's some guys that could fit multiple roles. We're still waiting on the wide receivers coach, unless it's somebody that they've already hired that's going to be coaching out of position, which wouldn't be great. Offensive line coach, is it going to be Doug Marrone? Some people have kind of suggested he may be in more of an overseer role, but those are obviously two very important positions to be coached. Once the coaching staff is finalized, now we have more of an idea. We can start doing that thing of, let's say Doug Marrone is the offensive line coach. I know some people have already started doing this, but like in full now, right? You don't have to couch it. All right, Doug Marrone's the offensive line coach. He likes tackles with long arms. He likes guards from this weight to this weight. He likes guys, he has a preference for guys with experience, or he has a preference for guys with this or that. The wide receivers coach, what system is he coming from? What kind of players does he have experience with? If it's Wes Welker, okay, you're looking for like those smaller, speedier guys. If it's a guy like Sean Jefferson, now you're looking for more of those route runners, those technicians. And that's not to say the coach they hire is going to dictate every kind of player they draft, but you figure that coach is going to have a say, and it kind of lets you know which guys to maybe circle a little bit more going in. The other reason I think we'll learn a lot this week about the offseason, and I should say not just the draft, free agency too, right? These coaches have connections with guys from where they've played. Everybody's going to be at Super Bowl this week. Players, agents, some front office people. It's not quite the networking power hour that the Combine is, but people start to talk. People start to figure things out, and maybe whether it's at the end of this week or the start of next week, we'll start to hear some rumors. This guy may want out of this team, may request a trade. These are the teams targeting this free agent. Is this guy going to go back to his team? So this is a big week as we start to really look ahead at the offseason. The coaching staff, you got to check all those boxes and build a new staff. That always was going to be the first step. And that, it seems like, is just about done. It should be just about done at this point. I don't know how many more coaches they can really hire before we get into too many cooks in the kitchen. But I think at the end of this week and then in the beginning of next week, we're going to be able to kind of start to see this thing take shape of what direction are the Patriots going to go. Because when I look at the players projected to be available, not available, the assets the Patriots have, I don't know that there's like one path they have to take to have a successful season. Last offseason, there was a pretty clear path. Did they stick to it? At times, yes, mostly no. You got to get a quarterback. You got to use a premium asset on an offensive lineman. You got to go get a wide receiver, and they sort of stuck to it, not really. This year, there's a lot of different directions. You get your top lineman in the draft and then go to free agency for defense. You draft heavy defense in free agency. Try to add a veteran wide receiver, right? Up and down and on and on. Some of it's going to be dictated by what kind of players they're looking for and who becomes available in free agency. So I think this is going to be a big week to, again, I'll use the phrase, set the table for where the Patriots offseason's going.
You know way more than me in terms of I like, this is like the part of the year where you absolutely thrive, and I love it. I absolutely love it. But you talk about like your mock draft coming out. As somebody that loves to do the mock draft simulator and actually pick with no idea who people are on. The amount of times that you talk about going to different avenues of what they needed to fill, they had to get the quarterback and all that. But I feel like every time I do one, it could be a lineman that's going to be available at 4. It could be Abdul Carter. Yeah. It could be Travis Hunter. Like, I'm just asking you this question, again, knowing you know more than me on this. Do you have, like, a specific guy that it's like, if that guy's there, they absolutely cannot leave him on the board?
So I would say Carter.
Yep.
I don't think Carter is going to fall to 4. Mm-hmm. I just don't see how that happens at this point. If he's there at 4, you sprint the card up. You guys played on Felger Maz. You played my reaction to the Christian Gonzalez pick a couple years ago, and I felt the same way. And it was a little different because they're a different spot in the draft, and they traded and all of that. But like, yeah, I'll give you guys another soundbite probably if they are able to get Abdul Carter at 4. You guys will probably get another soundbite out of me. Besides that, I mean, this is where, and the other thing is, this draft specifically is so weird. I don't feel like, and it's still early. That's maybe part of it. I don't feel like I have as good of a grasp on this class as I usually do. And I don't think I'm alone in that because it's just a weird class. So, like, for instance, I think Will Campbell makes all the sense in the world for the Patriots. All sense in the world if his arms are long enough for him to play tackle.
I love the arm length talk.
I know.
Arm length, hand size.
The next 3 months of my life revolve around whether or not his arms are this long or this long, right? There's some 20-year-old kid. But, like, if he checks the box, I'm all in. And I think he will. I think he will. But if he doesn't, like, you can't draft a guard 4th overall. You can't do it. You can't do it. Not this team, not the state their roster's in. So, like, I want to say Campbell, but I have to put that caveat on it, which a bunch of these guys, even Hunter, who I think is a tremendously talented player on both sides of the ball, but he's not going to play both sides 100% in the NFL. Can't do it. It's too physically demanding.
Who was the last one to do? Was it the last one to do that in the NFL?
Like full time?
Yeah.
Oh, you'd have to go back decades.
I was like, it just doesn't happen.
I mean, you have like your Marcus Joneses, right? Dion played a little receiver, that sort of thing. So it can be done, but not 100% like he does in college. And has had injury issues in college, and it's only going to get tougher in the NFL. So for me, it's like he's tremendously talented. And if you want to draft him as a corner, I think he'd be a heck of a corner. If you want to draft him as a receiver, I think he'd be a heck of a receiver. But what happens if you go and you sit down with him and you say, Travis, we're going to draft you as a corner. We'll use you as a gadget receiver, but we're going to develop you full-time at corner. And he says, no, I want to play wide receiver. Like, don't draft me if you're going to draft me as a corner. Draft me as a receiver. Do you still draft him?
No.
Right? So now there's this whole, like, I'm all for drafting Travis Hunter if you're on the same page about his development plan. I don't think he's tremendously talented, but he's kind of a tough pick in the sense that when it comes to player development, I don't think he's a guy you can draft and just be like, all right, we got him. We'll now figure it out. Like, you need to know going in what the plan is. I think he'll still be decent, even if his development isn't maximized. But you want to get like Travis Hunter, Heisman winner, right? Superstar Travis Hunter. You got to have the development plan nailed down ahead of time, and he can be a part of that. You're going to talk to him at the combine, have a top 30 visit with him, all of that. Like, I think you need to know what you're doing when you draft Travis Hunter. And I will say, like, I trust Mike Vrabel in that regard. I do. But that doesn't mean, and I don't know anything here. This is just me putting out a situation. Is what the Patriots want, what Travis Hunter want, the same thing if they're going to draft him? That would be a key question, and that might not be something we know the answer to until, probably not after the draft. Even if we find out earlier, would probably be just before. So that's going to be an interesting wild card in all of this. We got one more segment. Alex Barth, Kevin Majori will wrap it up next and take you into Bruins pregame here on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
You turned your dating app for pets into a business, which just turned over its first billion. You turned around the fortunes of a failing football club, politely turned down a Nobel Peace Prize, and turned up on Mars in your own reusable rocket. All while struggling to turn on the dishwasher. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover business development titles on Audible.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home,
yes, goal,
or attending one live, you can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
You can help an old lady get across the street, save somebody from choking when they're out to eat. But there's one thing that'll help you the most. It's giving blood while you relax and read the Morning Post. Good karma by the pint. Give blood. Donate blood and then you just might save 3 people's lives and get a season's worth of good vibes.
Visit Rhode Island Blood Center to get your good karma by the pint.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, and this time, it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, 2 legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. 1 kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app. And if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Stewart and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59.
21 plus and present in Massachusetts. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Hope is here. Gambling helpline ma.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support. Play it smart from the start. GameSenseMA.com or call 1-800-GAM-1234.
Target made Up and Up for you, helping you save on hand soaps with plant-derived ingredients and custom fragrances with luscious foam to stir the senses. Everyday favorites at unbeatable prices. We made Up and Up for you, only at Target.
Oh boy, your front door looks like this, when it could look like this. We're Right Window and Door. A new front door is an amazing thing. The right one improves the entire look of your house. And at Right Window and Door, we make sure you get the right one. We come over with this fancy schmancy software, sit down at your dining room table, and match a ton of door styles to a pic of your house. You swipe right through them. No. Ooh, I like that. That wood is good. Add glass, remove the brass, customize it right on the spot. Done. It's like a dating app for doors. Only better than a dating app, because when you finally meet the door, it actually looks like the picture. Right now, save $250 on door installation with free financing for 18 months. So make an appointment with Right Window, because your house will be closer to perfect when you match it with a perfect front door.
Call Right Window right now.
Call 800-649-3600. Quality products professionally installed for the right price. Right Window and Door.
This hour of the Sports Hub is brought to you by Valvoline. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, now open in Weymouth, Canton, Bedford, and Natick.
Illicit fentanyl is the deadliest drug threat that our nation has ever experienced. It has killed hundreds of thousands. Many of its victims didn't even know they were getting fentanyl. Such a tragedy. This is Robert De Niro. One of those tragic deaths was my beautiful grandson, Leo. He was just 19 years old. Fentanyl doesn't care, but you do. Join us in the fight against fentanyl. Find us online at ladrfoundation.org.
In this town, sports happens 24/7. We're Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
5 minutes to go until pregame for Bruins Rangers. It's Alex Barth, Kevin Majori here on the Sports Hub. What do you think of this? I just saw this. A quote from Tom Brady on Fox Sports. Aaron Donald was the best defensive player he ever faced in a Super Bowl. I think that's right. Going back and looking through it, maybe Strahan, maybe Brian Dawkins, but
I think I'd still, over those guys, I'd go Donald.
I think I would too.
And going to the early ones, you're asking. We were both young, but for me, I wasn't as much of a football junkie, so I wouldn't be able to really rattle off defensive players on that end. But especially of the back half of ones, Aaron Donald.
It's probably
Absolutely.
The early ones is Aeneas Williams on the Rams, Julius Peppers on the Panthers is just the best player on each team.
Yeah.
And then Dawkins on the Eagles. I'm a huge Brian Dawkins guy. I'll give it to Donald, but I think that's close. I think that's, maybe a discussion. Never faced Ed Reed in a Super Bowl, so that helps the conversation. But I thought that was an interesting one.
I think I'd go Donald. That was probably the best one that he faced, because even in that back half, the Falcons, the Seahawks had a great defense, but I don't think any of those players would be the greatest.
Who's the best player on those teams? Probably Sherman.
Yeah.
Was the best player on those defenses, because Earl Thomas was hurt that year, I think, or was that when he was? Did Earl Thomas play in that game? I feel like I should know that.
Beats me.
They were missing somebody that year. No, he
10
played
years ago today though.
Every game. No, it is 10 years ago today.
That this morning.
Is that the greatest game in NFL history?
That's
Earl Thomas did play in that game.
That to me was
played every snap.
my favorite Super Bowl. And again, I go like those first three I don't fully count in terms of me remembering everything. That Super Bowl of the back half that they played, the second half of the dynasty, so to speak, that's to me my favorite game. And one of that fourth quarter is Tom Brady's Mona Lisa of his career, in my opinion.
When Brady retired both times, me, McCarthy, and Tim McCone did at first it was 22, Tom Brady's 22 best games for his 22 NFL seasons. And then we had to add another one when we finally published it the next year. But yeah, we had a lot of debate on that. On the whole list, that one was, there was no doubt. That fourth quarter, I would say it's the greatest quarter of quarterbacking the league has ever seen. I don't know there's ever been a quarter that was quarterbacked better. It's also probably just the highest level of football that's ever been played from both teams in that fourth quarter. It's hammer punch after hammer punch back and forth.
I do know that a lot of people that hate the Patriots will tell you that he got his bacon saved by Malcolm Butler, which you can absolutely make the case that they were probably going to lose that without Butler's interception. But I always say, as the Patriot and Tom Brady defender, Malcolm Butler, nobody knows who he is or he doesn't make that play if Tom Brady doesn't do what Tom Brady did in that quarter.
Right.
Like, if he's half as good, the Seahawks have already taken 3 knees and the game's over.
Right.
So, Malcolm Butler doesn't make that play to save the game if Tom Brady doesn't do what he did in that fourth quarter to give the Patriots the lead.
Against probably the best defense of that decade.
Yeah.
Carved him up.
Yeah.
Carved him up and down the field. Boy, I miss watching Super Bowls like that. I think I sweat through 2 or 3 shirts during that fourth quarter. It was me and a couple of my buddies up at school in upstate New York. And it was just all of us in one room on a small TV. There was a Super Bowl party going on out in the other room, the big TV, everybody having fun. And we were just on pins and needles. It was nuts.
That'll always be my favorite in terms of the 6 that they won. That one is always number 1 to me because that was the first of the new era and the first that they won 3, then they lost 2, and people started to say, he loses 3, he's 500 in the Super Bowl. Just that will always forever be my favorite Super Bowl that they won. I know 51 was great. It was fun. 49 to me will always be my favorite.
Because it's just the apex of the sport. What that game means to the sport is incredible. But you hear that music, that means the Bruins are coming up here, take on the New York Rangers. How do you feel this game goes today, Kevin, real quick?
I don't even really know, to be honest. I'm gonna say the Bruins find a way to take this one. Second week in a row, they're playing a team that has a new look from the night before with a late trade. So I think the Bruins find a way to pull out a win in this one and give some people a little bit of hope, I would say.
All right, we'll send you over to the Garden for pregame. Kevin's going to be back postgame, right? So Kevin will have you after. I'm sure there'll be plenty to break down from this one. He's Kevin Majori. I'm Alex Barth. Jeff Williams behind the glass. And I will be back tomorrow morning. Sports Hub Sunday kickoff, 8 o'clock. I'll talk to you then. Kevin will talk to you postgame. Bye.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub.
This is Boston Bruins hockey, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V, available at your local New England Honda dealers. Bruins are brought to you by VA New England, Granite City Electric GCE Nitrate, Valvoline Instant Oil Change, Coors Banquet, your New England Ford dealers, Live Nation, Peerless Boilers, Safety Insurance, and by Shaw's and Star Market.
2 seconds, 1 second, it's over, the Bruins have won the Stanley Cup.
And by Town Fair Tire, TD Bank, your Boston area Nissan dealers, Charles D. Sheehy, Ticketmaster, Dairy Queen, Bosch Tools, Hub International New England, McGovern Auto Group, Timberline Construction, the Peterson School, your Eastern Region Lexus dealers, and by DraftKings Sportsbook.
After 39 long years, the Cup is back home. The Bruins are 2011 Stanley Cup champions.
Now, here's Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers.
From TD Garden in Boston, it's Bruins hockey, a matinee edition. And today, for the second straight Saturday, the Bruins will host a team on the heels of a major Friday night trade as they welcome in JT Miller and the New York Rangers. Great to have you with us alongside Bob Beers. I'm Ryan Johnston. Bruins coming into today having lost back-to-back games, 7-2 in Buffalo on Tuesday, followed by a 6-2 loss on home ice against Winnipeg on Thursday night. Early in the third period of that one, the Bruins scored a shorthanded goal to tie the game, but then gave up 2 goals in the next minute and 6 seconds. And it gave up another goal about 4 minutes later as things unraveled. Interim head coach Joe Sacco says his team needs to be able to keep their focus.
Well, you have to be mentally strong, right? I mean, there's stuff that happens during the course of a game. It's not always going to go your way. You don't have momentum. The momentum shifts during the course of the game are going to happen. I mean, they're going to drag some ways. It's going to pull our way sometimes. But we just have to find a way as a group to really be mentally strong. Like I said, even when they make it 3-2 there, it's okay. There's lots of time left. Yeah, we made it. You know, we'd like to kill the rest of that power play off, but it's okay. We're only down a goal, and I felt like we played a decent game up to that point. So it's just about focusing on the next play and the next shift and hit the reset button. And so that's something that we have to continue to work on and get better at.
You know, you go back to some of the teams where the Bruins have had a lot of success, specifically in the regular season. And I'm going all the way back to, you know, Zdeno Chara being here and obviously Bergeron and others. And you know, it just seemed like nothing fazed them during a game. You know, they get a goal scored against them. Okay, you know, not a big deal. We're right. We're fine. You know, stick to it. We're going to be okay. You know, and that's some of the words. I mean, it's words. It's always said on the bench. It's always said in the locker room in between periods. You know, we're still in this thing. It's all right. You know, just clean up a couple areas and we're going to be just fine. But when you kind of collapse is a strong word, but when you allow the other team to just come at you after you score or different. I mean, you know, even after if the opposing team scores, you have to get a little resolve. You have to get a little mentally stronger. And it's right now to take some of the momentum away. It's not there. I mean, it's been there at times this season, but too many times it hasn't. And the last two games have been perfect examples of that. You know, the 2 goals that they scored against the Sabres, they score one, Buffalo comes right back and scores. They score another one later in the third period by Marchand on the power play. Buffalo comes right back down and scores. And then that happened the other day, right? You tie the game in the second period. In the third period, right off the bat in the third period, shorthanded, nice shot by Lindholm. Next thing you know, they're coming down and scoring on the power play. It was a power play goal, but off the rush. It was a breakdown defensively, off the rush. So it's the breakdowns are killing them right now, and I think mentally, all of a sudden, they sag. It seems like it anyhow. That's the way it looks from where we sit. You know, it may not look like that to them, but the results tell you differently.
Well, Joe Sacco said it the other day in our pregame interview. You kind of get the feeling of, oh no, here we go again. And you can see that at times with this team as things start to snowball. You mentioned, you know, what happened in Buffalo. It's three of the last 4 goals they've scored here in the last 2 games. They've allowed a goal less than a minute later. And Elias Lindholm says they have to find ways to keep that momentum when they get it.
Obviously, it can be a tough sport. I mean, it's you know, start building some momentum and then right back again. And obviously, that's something that's not good from our side. And you know, obviously, when you score like that, you want to start building some momentum and take over the game. But yeah, we do some mistakes out there, and then you know, mistakes happen. But right now, they're very close to us, so it's tough.
That's the important thing to remember. Mistakes do happen, and I like what Joe Sacco also said on top of that, saying it's up to the rest of the team to pick a guy up if he makes a mistake. We're a team. We're in this thing together, and that is really important in a locker room and on the bench, and when you've got each other's backs. You know, you start sagging and saying, oh, this guy's making a mistake again. You know, that's when you're going to get in a lot of trouble. And it's up to the coaches or the leaders to, you know, reel that guy in and make sure that he's ready to go on the next shift. And the team concept of it, when a team is struggling, the group concept of it has to be strong. And that dynamic, you know, when things start to go bad and you start to listen to all the outside noise and, you know, 2 games in a row, and look, they deserve it because of the way that they lost both of those games. That creeps in, and that's what they have to make sure stays out. And in order to, they're not going to get it all back at once. Win a game, play the right way, the process that they always talk about, make sure it's strong. They're going to win more games than they lose if they can concentrate on the process and play that way. Get back to some of that structure that when they have had success this year, they've done it well.
Well, as they enter today, they are on the outside looking into the playoff picture, and Brad Marchand knows the team is in need of a turnaround in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's been different, much different situations than what we've been in the last very, very long time. So, you know, it's just about trying to come together as a group and battle through it. Adversity, it's good when you come out of it the other side and you stick together. So it definitely challenges you as a group. Something we're obviously talking about and trying to work through. But it's just something, obviously, we got to do a little bit better.
Yeah, Brad, Marchand is, he took an ill-advised penalty there late in the second period, with that. And the Bruins ended up scoring shorthanded on it, but they also gave up a power play goal. He's trying to draw his team into the fight a little bit, and he can use a little help in that department when games aren't going the right way. So they're treating these 4 games before the break as playoff games. That's their mentality right now. We have to treat these games like playoff games. And technically they are. They're already in that playoff run right now because the teams around them have all closed ranks and caught up to them or passed them in some cases. And it is just a jump. If you look at the standings and look at games played compared to points and everything else, it can be a little overwhelming. That's why you concentrate on one game at a time. And you've got 4 games before the break. You've got a favorable schedule coming out of the break in terms of all home games. We've got a favorable schedule right now in terms of 3 out of 4 home games. Right. So it's up to you, and you've had good success here on home ice. So focus on that. Focus on today. You got the Rangers 2 out of the next 3.
Well, on the positive side, Brad Marchand had a power play goal on Thursday night. Sacco's team improved their power play to 25% success rate in their last 7 games.
Well, I don't know. I just think it's we got one here tonight, I think, didn't we, again? So it's 2 games in a row. That's we're moving in the right direction, I guess. That's a good sign. But it has struggled over the course of the year, and I just think one of the things that we're trying to work on and continue to improve on is our entries. I feel like that's been an area that we haven't come in as clean as we'd like to, and it doesn't allow us to get set up as much. And then when we do get set up, again, we have a tendency to overpass. We're not looking to be more direct attack with the 2 guys at the net, trying to create some 2-for-1s and things like that. So just simplifying, I think, would help.
They're searching for some traction on that power play and some confidence, the confidence level. They've changed up their entries, like he just said, but, with David Pastrnak normally isn't part of the entry now as opposed to where he would go all the way back into the zone and be part of the 2 guys carrying the puck up the ice after it was dropped for them in the neutral zone. Now it's a little bit more of him kind of posting up high at the far blue line. That allows him to stay out a little bit longer. If some of the other guys make a change because they've had to go back a few times, he could stay out because he's not going all the way back into the zone. His work starts once they get up towards the blue line. Maybe he'll be used as an entry point, but not skating-wise. He's going to get that puck and then make a smart decision at the blue line. It's not always going to work out that way. It's a little bit of both, but more often than not, lately, he's been up at that far blue line.
Well, coming up here on our extended Bruins pregame show, I'll have a chat with Executive Director of the NHL Players Association, Marty Walsh. We'll go around the NHL, including some reaction to yesterday's Rangers-Canucks trade.
Guys are excited. Get the 5 o'clock start time. It's always nice. They come into our building, and we got to change our schedule around.
We'll hear more from Joe Sacco about today's matchup.
They have some game breakers, and it's important for us here to make sure that we're not feeding their attack and feeding their transition. And how we do that is by managing the puck in the offensive zone.
And up next, we'll take a closer look at the New York Rangers and their acquisition of JT Miller.
The Rangers were always the team, and when that last hurdle, the retention dropped, it was only a matter of time before he became a New York Ranger.
That's coming up here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
You turned your dating app for pets into a business, which just turned over its first billion. You turned around the fortunes of a failing football club, politely turned down a Nobel Peace Prize, and turned up on Mars in your own reusable rocket. All while struggling to turn on the dishwasher. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover business development titles on Audible.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Trent Frederick, and I'm excited to team up with the Shaws and Star Market Foundation and 98.5 The Sports Hub for Feeding the Puck for Families this year. Every time me or one of my teammates feeds the puck this season to help score a goal, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation Nourishing Neighbors initiative will donate funds to end hunger here in our local communities. Since its inception, Nourishing Neighbors has raised more than $250 million across the country to ensure our neighbors have the nutrition needed to thrive. Locally, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation will be enabling a donation of $100 every time we feed the puck for a goal to the Greater Boston Food Bank to help end hunger up to $50,000. To learn more about Feeding the Puck for Families, visit 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.9% APR on a 2025 Civic or a 3.9% APR on a 2025 Accord or HRV. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R.
Listen live. Check out our podcast with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app.
I think the thing that prevented this deal from happening last time, and it was Hedl, it was a first-round pick, but the issue that happened was that the Rangers wanted the Canucks to retain money. The situation came to a head where they said, look, we don't need the money retention, and when that happened, the Canucks agreed to the deal.
That's Elliot Friedman on Sportsnet up in Canada reacting to last night's trade. It's been a pretty dramatic season overall for the New York Rangers. Last night making another deal. They get JT Miller from the Canucks along with defenseman Eric Brandstrom and Northeastern prospect Jackson Dorrington in exchange for Philip Hedl, Victor Mancini, and a protected first-round draft pick. Your reaction?
Which Vancouver eventually flipped.
They flipped. They wasted no time
separate
flipping
trade
that
completely.
to Pittsburgh.
Reaction is JT Miller was going to be moved. It was just a matter of where. One of them was going to be moved, either him or Elias Pettersson, and they're still saying that Pettersson might be moved as well. It was a rift between the two of them. JT Miller denies all of it, saying, nope, that's not the case, and he was getting a little heated when people kept asking him about it. It got to a point that it just something had to give. And JT Miller's name was out there a lot. There was a number of teams that were interested in him. He had over 100 points. You know, he's capable of over 100 points. He's a fierce competitor, heart and soul guy. He's on the U.S. team for the Four Nations Cup coming up. He's best friends with, or really good friends, childhood friends with Vinny Trocheck. So it made sense for them for a number of reasons. They made the big trade earlier this year with Jacob Trouba, their captain. And that sent some shockwaves through that locker room. And they had gone through a pretty significant losing streak, even before he had gone and after he'd gone. They were in a real tailspin. This is a team that won the President's Trophy last year as the #1 team during the regular season. And all of a sudden, they just started going the other direction. Now, Shesterkin went out injured. He came back. Since he's been back, he's been a different goaltender. He's been excellent. But the Rangers have been much better at defending and managing pucks and not turning pucks over and not being, poor off the rush. And they're still very dangerous offensively if you allow them to, but they've tightened up in their defensive structure. We'll see how JT Miller fits in here. And he's a guy that could come in here and just be bouncing off the walls, and that could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing for the Rangers coming up in this game here today.
Well, you think back to the last time these two teams played, back at the beginning of January. New York at that point had won just 4 of their last 19 games. They beat the Bruins, and starting with that victory, they went 8-1-3 over their next 12 games. They've lost 2 in a row coming into this one today, but Peter Laviolette's team in a much better position than they were a month ago.
I think it's been a little bit of everything, to be honest. Like, we scored goals, and we defended a little bit better. My eyeball, the numbers, everything to me says that we're playing a better brand that would allow us to be successful. So, that month is over. We got to now start focusing on the month of February, the games in the month of February, and certainly before the break here, and certainly to some of the opponents that we're playing. Those are big games.
Yeah, I mean, they stuck with it. There was some rumors maybe Peter Laviolette would be on his way out. Maybe Chris Kreider was going to be traded. I mean, his name did come up from the general manager, right? It was him and Trouba. So it wasn't just kind of smoke. It was mentioned by the general manager and Chris Drury. Kreider is still a Ranger. He's the longest tenured Ranger. And now they've started to win some games. But when you look up front for them, Kreider's been banged up. He's been through a lot of battles. He's still excellent in front of the net. Does he still have that speed? Maybe not every day, every game, but he can still be impactful. But guys like Panarin and Zibanejad, they need to be impactful up front for them. And, when they're going, and Fox on the back end, of course, but when they're going and they're moving and creating, and we'll see how JT Miller kind of fits into that mold, then this can be an extremely dangerous team.
Well, their most recent outing was a 4-0 loss to Carolina on Tuesday night, and Mika Zibanejad said New York didn't do themselves any favors in that game.
Most of their chances came off maybe turnovers and their rush. I thought when we stuck to what we wanted to do and what we want to do and what we should do, I thought we created some good chances. We had some great looks on the power play. If we score a couple goals there, if we score a goal there, that's a different game. So you can look at all different angles however you want. But I think we've been playing some good hockey here in January. So think about this one. Feel whatever you feel after a game like this, and then we move on.
Counting down to Bruins and Rangers coming up from TD Garden. Coming up next, we'll get a check of the Sports Hub headlines with Kevin Majori on the 98.5, the Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V. It's your local Honda dealer.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You can help an old lady get across the street, save somebody from choking when they're out to eat. But there's one thing that'll help you the most. It's giving blood while you relax and read the Morning Post. Good karma by the pint. Give blood. Donate blood and you just might save 3 people's lives. Get a season's worth of good vibes.
Visit Rhode Island Blood Center to get your good karma by the pint.
Hey, what's up, it's Owen? If you're a plumber, a pipe fitter, or if you're in the piping trades, then you got to call my friends at Charles D. Sheehy. CDS is proud to work with the region's best life science, biotech, and pharma contractors to help them deliver their projects on time within budget. Make CDS your choice for pipe, valves, and fittings. Call them today.
The prime rib dinner is back at the Nines. 16 ounces of USDA choice prime rib served with your choice of 2 sides. Available Friday after 4 p.m. and all day, Saturday and Sunday. You've got to love the Nines.
With NBA League Pass, you can keep up with the whole league.
Wait, is this for real?
For real.
So I can choose from so many live games?
Yeah, up to 4 with Multiview.
And watch my favorite players dunk?
From every angle, home or away.
Wow, unbelievable.
Believe it, kid. With NBA League Pass, it's all possible. NBA League Pass, your home for streaming hoops.
Only select out-of-market games available and local blackout restrictions apply. Additional charges and other conditions may apply. Visit NBA.com/subscriber agreement for full terms and conditions.
The home of the Revs, the Sports Hub.
Celtics kick off a 3-game road trip last night with a 118-116 victory over the New Orleans Pelicans. Jason Tatum hit the game winner with 0.2 of a second left. They continue that trip tomorrow in Philadelphia against the 76ers. Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker is facing more allegations as 3 more massage therapists have accused him of sexually inappropriate behavior, coming on the heels of an article reported the other day. And in golf, Sepp Straka leads the way at 15 under par in the 3rd round at the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Valvoline. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, now open in Raynham, Reading, and Braintree. Now we head back to the TD Garden where Ryan Johnson is standing by with the executive director of the NHLPA, Marty Walsh.
Pleased to be joined now by the head of the National Hockey League Players Association. I feel like I should call you Mr. Mayor, Marty Walsh. Good to see you.
It's great to be here. It's great to be here.
How do you like the job?
It's great. You know, it's different than anything I've ever done. You know, not being in politics, you miss it to some degree, especially Boston. But it's been great to meet the guys. It's been great to. A lot of great things happening in hockey right now, with salary cap, with escrow going down, with fans, with what we're going to talk about in a minute, 4 Nations and Olympics. So it's great.
The 4 Nations tournament coming up in Montreal and here in Boston. It's part of a series of events coming up here in a number of years. Why was it important for the players to get back into these best-on-best international tournaments, including the Olympics coming up?
Well, one of the reasons that players want to play for their country, and a lot of these players that are going to be playing here at the Boston Garden in a couple weeks haven't had the opportunity on an NHL level to play for their country. Brad Marchand has and a couple other players, but not that many. And it really is it's exciting for them if they want to play that. It's kind of a new chapter in international hockey. Best on best is what we're looking at here. It's the Four Nations is leading into the Olympics for next year, and then hopefully we'll have some type of agreement and announcement about World Cup later on down the road. But as a kid growing up in Boston, I remember watching the Russian teams come in and play against the Bruins when I was a kid, and 97, the World Cup, all of those. It's exciting. The Olympics, obviously, and if you're a hockey fan, and there's a lot of hockey fans in this region. I mean, we have a bunch of Bruins playing and on different teams, and it's great.
Well, I mean, to me, it's such a great thing for the sport because you think back to the Olympics in Vancouver, the Olympics in Russia, and some of the memorable moments that come out of that, even for non-hardcore hockey fans, what it brings to the table as far as that international flavor and being able to root on your country is to me, great for the sport.
No question about it. I mean, you're talking about the greatest hockey players in the world, and we're going to have 90 of them in Montreal and in Boston playing on the ice for their country, and they're treating it as if it's an Olympic. I mean, players are excited. They're focused on this thing. They want to see exciting hockey, and it's great for the fans too. It's great for people. We're sitting in the Garden right now, so people that come here from Boston, they get a chance to be part of this, and history will be made somewhere. We know some moment will happen in the game that will be forever ingrained in your brain, and I think that's something that's exciting about this type of international hockey. I mean, I remember going back to the 1980 Olympics. It's ingrained in my hockey. 4 kids from Massachusetts on that team. You don't forget that.
Joined by Marty Walsh from the National Hockey League Players Association. You guys had some really good news come out yesterday in conjunction with the NHL. The salary cap numbers are going to go through the roof here in the next few years. What does that mean for the players that you represent around the league?
Well, it's great for the players. I mean, seeing the opportunity for players to earn the revenue. A lot of people talk about comparing hockey players to basketball, football, baseball. They're different sports. It's apples and oranges. You can't do that. But really seeing the players benefit from the growth of the game. I mean, it's the players' reason why the game is growing. People are tuning in, watching the game to watch the players, and it really is important that they get fairly compensated for what they do on the ice.
You guys also have negotiations coming up on a collective bargaining agreement. What's most important for the players as you start to open up those negotiations?
Yeah, I just finished what's called Fall Tour, where you go around and meet all the teams, all 32 teams, and we're putting a list together now. We haven't finalized the list yet. We're putting together a negotiating committee, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks we'll be able to have some announcements on as far as moving forward. But it's an exciting period. Gary Bettman came to me and asked me if I'd be interested in having a conversation about the bargaining unit earlier. I told him I had just started, talked to the players, like, let's do it. There's a lot of great things happening in the game right now, so what we want to do is keep the momentum going. What you don't want to do, you don't want to lock out, you don't want to strike, you don't want fans, having to worry about the future of the game for upcoming season. And I don't think we're worrying about any of that stuff right now.
We had Gary Bettman on here back in December with us. He seemed to indicate you guys are in a good place. Do you feel that way too?
Yeah, there's no question about it. I mean, I think that when you think about this as a union, you want to grow the game of hockey because it benefits the membership. It benefits the fans who support it. And so we're working collectively on that side of it, trying to grow the game of hockey. And then on the player side, I mean, I represent the players, and I'm going to continue to represent the players. It's not my first time as a union official. I've been there before, and I want to make sure, understand that we keep moving the game forward for the players and for the fans.
Good to see you. Thanks so much for stopping by.
Thank you.
All right, that's Marty Walsh, the head of the NHL Players Association, talking about, kind of where they are right now. And, those numbers that came out yesterday, Bearsy, $7.5 million increase in the cap for next year, $8.5 million the year after that, $9.5 million on top of that in the third year. That's really good news for the league and for the players.
And those aren't set in stone, but they're projected. And a lot of times when they announce those numbers, they are actually higher. But, they try to temper it a little bit.
Right.
They're actually a little bit higher. It does tell you about the growth of the game. And he said something there early in the interview, escrow going down for the players. That's been a massive sticking point for the players' standpoint in terms of where that cap was. Now, the cap had been stagnant for so long because of COVID. It had slowed down. There was little to no rise in the cap. And players that had signed contracts, teams that had signed players to contracts prior to COVID, expecting the cap to continue to go up, really got hamstrung there. I mean, they got squeezed big time because the cap did not go up as projected. Now, a little bit different. And, players, we talked about it this morning, Ryan, players are negotiating on what percentage they're going to get paid of the cap. They're not looking at comparables from guys who have already signed when the cap was lower.
Right.
Mikko Rantanen wanting what he wants, and, the Colorado Avalanche, we're not privy to the things, but saying, no, you're not going to make more than McKinnon. Well, McKinnon's percentage of the cap was one thing. In 3 years, McKinnon's percentage of the cap is going to be a lot less than it was when he signed his contract. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it. But for Marty Walsh, I mean, I was part of a couple of labor disagreements. One was a strike in the early 90s, and then actually still in the early 90s, it was a lockout. And we missed half of a season. We only played 48 games. And since I've been an announcer, we missed one full season and then another season where you only played 48 games. I mean, it's a killer. It's a killer on people that work in the buildings. It's a killer that work, throughout the league that their livelihood depends on this. And, for the owners, they're going to get crushed as well. But at the same time, and players are getting crushed without a paycheck. So he's coming in at a really good time. And it seems like him and Gary Bettman have gotten off to a good start. And that's on the outside looking in, but we're hoping that's the case. And for Gary Bettman, he's going to look a little closer to retirement age. Right. I think his last thing is that if we can seal that next collective bargaining agreement, that might be his kind of legacy and what he's done for growing the game the way that the finances the way that he has.
Yeah, nice clean negotiation. Get a deal great. Locked up for the future. I think would benefit everyone on both sides. Coming up next, we'll go around the NHL as we get ready for the Bruins and the Rangers here on the 98.5, the Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut the size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents the sound of your next DQ meal. It's the sound of savoring a signature stack burger, chicken strip basket, or $7 meal deal. Oh, it's quiet because they're too busy enjoying their DQ food. Grab yours at participating U.S. locations today. DQ, happy tastes good.
The Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trade since 1946 and is now enrolling for their spring semester in Woburn, Westwood, Worcester, and Haverhill. Visit petersonschool.com to learn more. The Peterson School, they teach the trades.
If you need tires, think Town Fair Tire. Thinking name brands? We have them all. Thinking price? We beat the competitors. Free services? We have those too. For the guaranteed lowest price, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, or CR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2025 Pilot or a 2.9% APR on a 2025 Ridgeline or CR-V.
See dealer for financing details.
The only place to hear the game, the Sports Hub.
Back here at TD Garden, Bruins and the New York Rangers coming up as we go around the NHL. We'll talk a little bit more about that trade last night between the Rangers and the Vancouver Canucks. JT Miller coming to New York. Meanwhile, Vancouver's Quinn Hughes talked last night about having to have to deal with the drama of that whole situation.
refocus on the guys that we do have here. Yeah, of course. I think not only myself, but everyone in the organization. I think it's just been a lot of noise, and for Millsy too, it's been a lot on him. And I think he's looking forward to a fresh start. But we're obviously going to miss him here. He had a lot of competing, played some really good hockey for us. But in saying that, now we got to refocus on the guys that we do have here.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Vancouver. They're right on the teetering on the playoff picture as well, in or out. And we'll see if this. It's funny. Someone had written the other day, I was reading it, Pettersson's numbers when JT Miller's not in the lineup are way better. It's interesting. But whether there was a rift or not, I think there's enough smoke, there's fire. But even though everybody kind of denied it, but Jim Rutherford came out and he talked about it, and Rick Tocchet has talked about it, in different words. But, so we all knew that something was up there and something had to change. They knew that something had to change, especially after Jim Rutherford his interview the other day. So this is where we're at right now. The Canucks get a good player in Philip Hedl if he can stay healthy. Hedl's he's a good solid player, maybe second line center, I would assume, out in Vancouver. And as long as his health stays sound, he's had some concussion issues. He's going to be valuable to that team. They also got a first round pick, and then they quickly flipped that first round pick to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Picked up a defenseman in Pettersson and O'Connor up front, so they get some versatility there. So they pick up two defensemen, one from the Rangers, one from the Pittsburgh Penguins, to try to solidify that D position. It's something that's been lacking a little bit for them here this season.
There was another trade in the league today. Dallas Stars acquiring Mikhail Granlund and Cody Ceci from the Sharks in exchange for a first-round pick and a conditional third-rounder as well.
Yeah, they've got some money to work with. Unfortunately for Tyler Seguin, going to miss the season, hoping to get back for the playoffs, but these are two pretty good players that they pick up. Granlund's capable. He's got 45 points and 15 goals for San Jose to lead them in scoring. I know San Jose's having a tough year, but he leads them and had led them in scoring at the time of the trade. And Ceci's a big right-hand shot defenseman who can help them out in that department. Dallas gives up a first-round pick for them, also a conditional third-round pick. So, Dallas certainly looking like they're poised to make a good run for this thing, and they're definitely one of the favorites out west.
There was a train of thought that the Four Nations break might accelerate the trading this year, and it certainly has. Calgary and Philly pulled one off this week as well. One game in progress this afternoon. Florida Panthers having their way with Chicago.
Dangles. Reinhart. Verhaeghe. The Butler score! Matthew Tkachuk redirects the Reinhart shot. It's his 17th goal of the year. Not a power play goal, but a 2-goal lead for the Chance.
Yeah, Panthers now leading the Blackhawks. This game about halfway through the third period. Florida with a 5-1 lead over Chicago.
Full schedule around the league tonight. Just want to highlight one of those games, which is the top two teams in the league by record. Winnipeg taking on the Washington Capitals.
Yeah, another good one. That is a good one, definitely. Washington opened up a lot of eyes this year, but the other one there later on, Toronto out in Edmonton to take on the Oilers, should be a good one as well.
Today's storylines around the league brought to you by your Boston area Chevrolet dealers. Get a closer look at Chevy's award-winning lineup at your New England Chevy dealers. Find exciting offers, too, on the powerful Silverado and feature-packed all-new Equinox. Joe Sacco joins us next here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
You've arrived at a hilly, multi-acre property. There's plenty to mow, but you don't sweat it because your lawn care lineup includes a John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mower. Responsive controls let you maneuver more terrain. Larger gas tanks keep you mowing without frequent stops to refuel. And comprehensive dealer support gives you peace of mind. Ready to get more done? See your local dealer to complete your fleet today.
You can help an old lady get across the street, save somebody from choking when they're out to eat. But there's one thing that'll help you the most. It's giving blood while you relax and read the Morning Post. Good karma by the pint. Give blood. Donate blood and then you just might save 3 people's lives and get a season's worth of good vibes.
Visit Rhode Island Blood Center to get your Good Karma by the pint.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
You can help an old lady get across the street, save somebody from choking when they're out to eat. But there's one thing that'll help you the most. It's giving blood while you relax and read the Morning Post. Good karma by the pint. Give blood. Donate blood and then you just might save 3 people's lives and get a season's worth of good vibes.
Visit Rhode Island Blood Center to get your good karma by the pint.
Felger and Maz, afternoons 2 to 6 on the Sports Hub.
Our pregame interview with Joe Sacco is brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Joe's set this afternoon to take on the New York Rangers. We all know that 82 games is going to be peaks and valleys, right? You're going to have some ups and everything's great, and you're going to have some downs, and the sky's kind of falling. You've lost the last couple. The way that you've lost the last couple, how do you get this team to say, all right, we turn it around, all of a sudden we're kind of right back in it and have that positive kind of mojo going?
Yeah, I just think we have to understand the importance of every game now, given the situation that we're in. We're fighting for, even though there's 29 games left into the season left, but, it's getting smaller and smaller. So understanding the importance of each and every game, and you have to have short-term memory, obviously, with what happened. We talk about the game before, we review it, we go over things that we need to correct, areas we need to be better in, and then we move forward and we turn the page and we look to New York here today.
And big picture as well, you kind of look at the standings. I mean, I'm sure you look at the standings every day, but how does a team, as a player, you kind of just block that out, and you always talk about the process, concentrate on the process, and things will take care of themselves?
Well, I think what we're trying to do now, and just, quickly, we want to look at these last 4 games before the breaks as playoff hockey for us. Okay. And I think that's a good way for us to focus, not look ahead to the 4th game, obviously, but 1 game here today, 3 more to follow before the extended break, and we should treat each one of these games like it's playoff hockey. And I think when you do that, your level of urgency, your level of desperation kicks up into a higher gear, and that's what we need to see here.
So on that, and saying that, the last couple of games, when mistakes have been made, do you sense more mental, physical, or other?
Well, mistakes happen, right?
Yeah.
In games, we all know that, especially you and I. I mean, hockey is a game of mistakes. The team that usually makes the fewer, obviously, they're going to have a little more success, but it's important that during the course of the game, when these mistakes happen, number one, that we're there to support each other and pick each other up, whether it be a breakdown somewhere and then we rely on the other 4 guys on the ice to help pick that player up. Or if it's a mistake that ends up in the net and, we can't do anything about it, it's important for us to reset, shift our focus back on in the next shift and just keep playing. You can't worry about what happened before. We'll try to correct those mistakes as best we can, but you gotta keep playing hockey.
You mentioned a couple of guys, or you were asked about a couple of players. I'm going to ask you about Matty Patriots. Is it a big enough sample size now to say, okay, here's what you need to improve on, and do you see the improvement coming?
Yeah, I think it's not an easy situation. I mean, he's playing against top players in the National Hockey League. He's still a young player. We like the direction Matty's headed in. There's always room for improvement in certain areas of his game, and we'll continue to work with him in those areas. There's other areas that we feel like he's doing a good job in, but can still get better. Everybody looks to get better all the time, and that's no different with Matty. We're trying to put him in a position, hopefully, where he can succeed.
Rangers this afternoon, they had a really rough patch there. They seem to have straightened it out. I know they lost the last couple, but they seem to have straightened it out and got going in the right direction. What has changed for them?
I think they seem more committed to their play away from the puck. Without the puck, they're committed more defensively. I think their numbers are better than where they were before they started to get dialed in there. And so, And then I still think they're a dangerous offensive team. I mean, when you look at the players they have on their roster up front, and you have Fox in the back end, they have some game breakers. And it's important for us here to make sure that, you know, we're not feeding their attack and feeding their transition. And how we do that is by managing the puck in the offensive zone. Hold on to the puck in the offensive zone. Try to make them defend a little bit more, because otherwise, if we don't, they're going to just get on the attack. And that's what we don't want to do here today.
And so the last question for you on those lines, I mean, is it more off the rush? Is it more in zone that they kind of attack you? Because you guys have had, it seems like, a little bit of trouble off the rush over the last couple games at least.
Both. I think it's both. Like I said, I think anytime you feed the team's transition, they're a good team off the rush. And then once they get set up in the offensive zone, I think our defensive zone coverage has been pretty stable for the most part. You know, obviously you're going to have some breakdowns here and there. But anytime you spend a lot of time in that end, I don't care what team you are, you're going to have some cracks and some breaks in it. But so like I said, I think that our track reads have to be good coming into our D zone, our sorting out our coverage. Our D zone has to be solid. But for me, it starts in the offensive zone here today, making sure that, you know, we're not giving them any freebies on the attack.
Appreciate it, Joe. Good luck here this afternoon.
Okay, thanks.
Let's go Joe Sacco, Bruins, Rangers, next.
And the siren will sound and end this one. It's a 6-2 victory for the Winnipeg Jets as they sweep the two-game season series by a combined score of 14-3. After being blown out in a second consecutive game Thursday, the Bruins find themselves looking up in the standings at a playoff spot, something Captain Brad Marchand and his team aren't accustomed to.
It's been a different year. You know, it's obviously we're facing a lot of adversity group this year, and we don't have a choice but to work through it.
Today, they welcome in the resurgent Rangers, a team fresh off acquiring J.T. Miller in a major pre-deadline deal. It's the Bruins and the New York Rangers coming up next.
Boston Bruins hockey is driven by the stylish Honda Accord, available at your local New England Honda dealers.
Nathan Horton wins Game 7 in overtime. David Pastrnak wins the series for the Bruins. The rebound to Trent Frederick, and the Bruins are back in front by 2.
The Bruins are brought to you by VA New England, Granite City Electric GCE Nitrate, Valvoline Instant Oil Change, Coors Banquet, your New England Ford dealers, Live Nation, Safety Insurance, Peerless Boilers, and by Shaw's and Star Market.
Backhand to St. Thomas. Swayman made a great stop at the far post.
And by Town Fair Tire, TD Bank, your Boston area Nissan dealers, Charles D. Sheehy, Ticketmaster, Dairy Queen, McGovern Auto Group, Hub International New England, Timberline Construction, the Peterson School, your Eastern Region Lexus dealers, and by DraftKings Sportsbook.
Back to Orr. Put in. His 100th backhand score and a penalty shot for Raymond Bourque. David Pastrnak calls game, and the Bruins win it 2-1. Bergeron! And the Bruins win the series!
Now, here's Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers.
An original 6 matchup as the Bruins get ready to take on the New York Rangers. Boston coming off a pair of losses this week with some ugly results. How do they turn that around today?
Yeah, it's about, well, managing the puck is number one, but tightening up in that neutral zone, being better defensively in terms of off the rush, which has really been a struggle for them here recently. And if you allow Joe Sacco talked about it in the interview, right? Don't feed their transition, and that's managing the puck. Making sure you're making good decisions with the puck at the right time. You've got the support. You know, establishing the forecheck would be nice, but you've got to be aware of how explosive this Ranger team can be. The Rangers, they've struggled a little bit this year at times. They seem to have figured it out here lately. They're still fighting an uphill battle, so this should be an intense hockey game, and the Bruins want to play these last 4 games before the break, playoff intensity.
Yeah, both of these teams could use 2 points as they try to make their case for a playoff spot. Our keys to the game brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the guaranteed lowest prices on tires, go to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. We'll have the opening face-off coming up from TD Garden on the 98.5 The Sports Up Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
You turned your dating app for pets into a business, which just turned over its first billion. You turned around the fortunes of a failing football club. Politely turned down a Nobel Peace Prize. and turned up on Mars in your own reusable rocket. All while struggling to turn on the dishwasher. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover business development titles on Audible.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's no such thing as common anxiety or universal depression. For over 20 years, The Retreat has taken a personalized approach to treatment with a team that can change your life. This is your time. This is your team. Learn more at shepherdpratt.org/yourteam.
Since 1873, Coors Banquet has been brewed only in Golden, Colorado, where the Rocky Mountains touch the sky and icy spring waters carve its legend. Each sip echoes of generations past. Coors Banquet, enjoyed by rock stars, smugglers, cowboys, and presidents. That's our legacy. What's yours? Coors Banquet. Start your legacy.
Calling all New England skiers and snowboarders. Tenny Mountain just received a dump of fresh powder ready for you to shred. Less than 2 hours from Boston in Plymouth, New Hampshire. Experience over 100 acres of skiing. Get your tickets now at skitenny.com. That's skitenny.com.
The home of the Bees, the Sports Hub.
Bruins and Rangers coming up. Let's get our national anthem from Todd Angeli.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare of bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Todd Angeli with the national anthem. Bruins Rangers getting set for the opening face-off as we go to our starting lineups here this afternoon. In goal for the Rangers is Igor Shesterkin. On defense, the pairing of Ryan Lindgren and Adam Fox. And up front, Artemi Panarin, newly acquired JT Miller, and Mika Zibanejad. For the Bruins, it's Jeremy Swayman back in goal, Mason Lohrei and Charlie McAvoy, your defensemen. Up front, Brad Marchand, Elias Lindholm, and Charlie Coyle. Starting lineups are brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code SportsHub. That's code SportsHub for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
The first 5 minutes of today's game presented by your New England Ford dealers. Today's New England Ford dealers' first 5 contestant of the game is Eric Guyette of Woonsocket, Rhode Island. If the Bruins score in the first 5 minutes, Eric wins a pair of tickets for a future Bruins game courtesy of the New England Ford dealers. Enter the contest at 985thesportshub.com. Bruins in the home black sweaters, black helmets, black pants. Rangers in white helmets and white sweaters with red pants. And Boston will go from left to right here in the first period as Miller able to direct the puck deep into Boston territory right off the bat. McAvoy spun it back toward that far corner. JT Miller got in front of Lohrei, won it back. A centering pass for Panarin. Got all the way through to the blue line. Shot from out there by Lindgren. Knocked down off the glove of Swayman, and Zibanejad put one wide from the left wing circle. Back to the far point now, and Fox tried to push it back toward that right wing side, taken away. Lindholm gets it from Marchand coming through the neutral ice and gets it deep into Ranger territory. Shesterkin goes behind the net. Steers it around toward the near side.
That's a good forecheck right off the hop there for the New York Rangers. They get that puck deep, that chipped in, or tipped into the zone, I should say, by Miller, and then they establish that forecheck.
Brought through the neutral zone here by Trocheck. Throws one in on Swayman, kicked it away. Puck came back out in front. A chance there for Riley Smith, but forced off into the corner. Smith now shoved over there by Zacha. Rangers get set up here. It's Keandre Miller with a shot through the slot. It came back to the rebound, and it angled off into the far corner. Back to the point, and a shot by Borgen that got knocked down in front. Pasternak reaching for the rebound and gives it on to Geekie coming out of the Bruins zone. Rink-wide pass. Here's Pasternak up the right wing side. Tried to shoot, and Keandre Miller got a stick on that, forced it wide. Zadorov at the blue line, far side, kept it alive. Geekie hands off over there for Pasternak. Zadorov out at the blue line. Works his way toward the wall. Down low to Pasternak, going behind the net with a puck on his forehand. He'll bring it back toward that far corner. Gave to Zadorov, pinching down into the corner himself. Now on the end boards, a battle for possession. Kicked off the wall by Riley Smith. Zacha's got him pinned against the boards now. And Geekie whips one back across the ice for Peak at the right point, but it jumped past him and out of the zone. Bruins go for a change off a dump in. Braden Schneider back one up here. They'll give it to Cooley coming out of his own zone. Up across the line, Kreider had the puck slip away from him as he tried to shoot. McAvoy dealt behind the net for Lohrei, and an outlet pass tipped on to Matt Patra coming through the neutral ice. He'll chase into the far corner, gets position on Schneider. Puck came back their way behind the net. Patra, right circle for Wahlstrom, is back in the lineup. His shot got blocked. McAvoy at the blue line. They'll push it back down deep. Here's Frederick in the corner. Got tangled up with Kreider, who went down. Frederick turns with it, tried to get a pass through Kreider, hit him in the skate. Now gets on to Patra. Over to Lohrei for a shot, up off the back glass and off the back of the net. Frederick a wraparound along the near post, and it came right through the crease as Wahlstrom got dumped in front. Kreider takes one away from the near circle, and the Rangers will move out as Will Cooley plays it up the right wing.
Good pace and intensity to start this game, right? Both teams. You had the first couple of shifts go to the Rangers side of things, and then the Bruins on the last couple of shifts in that offensive zone.
Razzo will get it deep, and Koepke will chase in. Adam Fox got tripped up along the end boards. Bruins have possession here in the offensive zone. Callahan with a shot that went wide, looking to bang it in on the far post. Koepke had a chance at it. Now it came back to Carlo, and his shot got knocked down in the slot as the Rangers get it cleared. It'll go for an icing.
That puck never covered up down there by Shesterkin. The puck was shot from the left point and went off the back wall and straight back out, and Shesterkin searching for that puck. Razzo digging away at it. You had Koepke in front as well. Shesterkin just barely keeping this puck up. Razzo chips it back between the legs and out the other way, and Koepke had the best chance it looked at it, and that puck just hit Shesterkin right from the top of the blue paint. It just hit him. He was down. He wasn't sure where it was. And Koepke he was covered. He was bothered there, but wasn't able to get that puck up.
3:20 gone in this first period as the Bruins chase one back into their own zone. Peak mishandles coming out of the zone, and it gets away from Pasternak as well. JT Miller will play it back down the right wing boards. Takes a hit from Zadorov. It'll angle back around toward that far side circle, and the Rangers have possession. Panarin out of the left corner. Deals it back to Zibanejad. To Miller right in front. Two chances, and Swayman with two pad saves. DeAndre Miller kept into the blue line. It comes across toward the near side. Borgen got it to Panarin on the hash marks left wing circle. Dealt it off toward the high slot, and a backhand chance by Trocheck. Tipped up and over by Swayman. Borgen played back into that far corner for Trocheck, bringing it back toward the blue line. Lost it. Marchand got it out. Pasternak moved it back to the left side. Marchand giving chase, able to get it into the corner. Andre Miller hit by Pasternak there. Puck will come around the boards and out of the zone. McAvoy back in his own end now with Lohrei. Skates it up into the neutral zone, does McAvoy. Floats it down the right wing wall. Tries to go in and get it himself against Borgen. They collide along the end wall. Both guys go down. Puck came popping out toward the far circle. Trocheck steered it away, but taken right back by Coyle. Coyle to Marchand inside of the circle. That shot got blocked. Came right up into the air. Bouncing down toward the near wall. Lohrei pokes it back deep. Here's Coyle out of the corner. Walks right out in front of the backhand chance. And Shesterkin got a piece of that.
Look at that. It might have caught a piece of the post. Short side trying to go high.
Coyle out near the blue line to keep it alive now. Just out of the reach of Elias Lindholm as he was thinking about a shot. Rangers get the clear. Both teams will change up. 5 minutes gone in a fast-paced first period so far. Callahan dealt it off the far boards, sent deep. Rangers will lob it right back out. Carlo settling it near his own blue line. Patra plays it ahead. He'll give chase into the corner against Lindgren. Wahlstrom comes crashing in there as well. Digging for it along the near boards. Wahlstrom had his stick break. He'll head back toward the bench as Lindgren angles one behind the Ranger net. Come right back to him. Pass up the near side, cut off at the red line by Carlo. Dumps it right back in, just wide on the stick side of Shesterkin. Frederick got to it first along the far boards, but turned over, and the Rangers head the other way. Lifted into the Bruins zone by Brodzinski. Swayman gave it to Zadorov in the far corner. Outlet pass, Brazo kicked it through the neutral zone. Snyder got it back here for New York. Knocked away from Rempe, coming through the neutral ice by Elias Lindholm. Directed it deep here by Koepke. Lindholm will go after it in the near corner against Schneider. Koepke, wide angle shot, hit the outside of the net. Rebound came right back to him as he tried to put another one towards Shesterkin. Lindholm to Charlie Coyle coming out of the near corner. Hands off to Lindholm at that far, or the near circle rather. Hit Marchand on the skate with a pass down toward the goal line. Rangers will push it out of the zone. Brought through the neutral ice by Edstrom, and deep into Boston territory he comes. Shoved by Andrew Peak along the end board.
Peak lost his balance, but stayed with him. Got right back up and had a good angle.
Zadorov. Quick pass across the ice. Marchand had to stop to get it. Now Pasternak will work his way forward on this near right wing. Fights his way through DeAndre Miller. Around the boards it goes to Lohrei at the left point. Gives to Pasternak over the left circle. Pulls out of the corner now against Borgen. Sent one across. McAvoy was sneaking down the right circle, but it was broken up. Zaka back to Pasternak along a one-timer. Found the backboard.
It's the net on a few shots here. A couple from the point, and then that one there from Pasternak.
Here's Zaka near circle. Tried to get it to Pasternak in the high slot, but that was tipped and comes out of the zone. 12:40 left here in the first period. McAvoy from the red line looking to dump it in. Redirected across the ice into the far corner. Frederick has position. Able to win that puck. Goes behind the net. Brings it out to the near side and put one right through the crease.
Frederick's done that twice now.
Far corner, Patra. Finds Wahlstrom left circle for a shot. Shesterkin makes a good save, and the rebound clears.
Lions had a couple looks. Wahlstrom a good chance that time. Sacco talked about it before the game. Just need him to start burying a couple of these.
Wahlstrom was a scratch, both for as a healthy scratch, and then a couple of games with an illness as well. Hasn't played in the last 4. Smith brings the Rangers back ahead. Right circle shot by Lafreniere. Whistled wide of Swayman along the near side. Brazo couldn't push it out of the zone. Callahan deep. Peak backhands it up the wall. Schneider plays it right back around. Brazo knocked down to a knee by Vakanainen. We get a penalty coming up. Vakanainen's going to get called for a cross-check. So the Bruins will get the first power play of this game with 11:41 to go here in the first period. No score on the 98.5, the Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
At Hotels.com, we know some travelers crave an ocean breeze. Others don't want to deal with sand. And oftentimes, those two people end up together. Compare properties side by side to find yourself poolside, oceanside, and still in a relationship. Find your perfect somewhere with Hotels.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut the size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
This season, beat the holiday rush and shop Astound.com for bigger deals, bigger savings, and bigger internet.
For a limited time, get Astound Internet for only $20 a month for 2 years. Plus, add 5G unlimited Astound Mobile free for 12 months. Our award-winning fiber-powered internet can handle it all. Faster streaming, better gaming, and secure online shopping. Lock in bigger savings than ever before at Astound.com. Restrictions apply. See Astound.com for details.
Connect with Boston's home for sports online. 98.5thesportshub.com.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston, 98.5 The Sports Hub. The media group station.
With Bob Beers, I'm Ryan Johnston. 11:41 to go here in the first. Bruins and Rangers scoreless. Boston goes to the power play for the first time. Cross-check against former Bruin Urho Vakanainen.
Yeah, he pinched way down the boards that time on Brazo, and the back referee, the referee in neutral zone, that called that.
Bruins power play goals in back-to-back games coming into this one.
Yeah, they're challenged today, though, against a really good penalty-killing unit in the Rangers.
Yeah, fourth in the league is New York on the shorthanded. Killed off almost 84% of their penalties this season. Pastrnak tries to get set up just inside the blue line, coughed it up. Trocheck plays back the other way. Smith coming down the left wing circle, shot one wide of Swayman on the stick side. Off the near boards, Elias Lindholm will control. First 30 seconds already gone on the power play. Lindholm coming through neutral ice, finds Zacha. His pass blocked by Zibanejad. They can't get in.
They were in the first time. Pastrnak just couldn't quite find the handle on it there. Kind of drifted off his stick. Now they're having trouble getting into the zone.
Ryan Lindgren clears one all the way down. McAvoy skates back to get it. Coming up to the red line. Passes right for Pastrnak. Drops it back to Lindholm. Now back to Pastrnak at the attacking blue line. Sweeps it down the wall and all the way around the boards. Kreider gets to it first in the far corner.
The Rangers fans here, you can hear them right now.
Always are. Hey, New Yorkers dotting all over the garden here. A lot of blue in the crowd along with the black and gold. Boyle will play it down into the right wing corner. Schneider wraps it around the far boards. Geekie is there. Center blue line here for Lohrei. Gives it right circle for Patra. 28 to go in the power play. Patra out of the right corner. Gives back to Lohrei at the point. Over to Geekie on that far side. Center blue line again, Lohrei. Pass to the right for Patra. Top of the circle with a shot. Kick save, Shesterkin. And then Patra gets drilled from behind by Lindgren. He's shaken up. A lot of players gathering in. We do have a penalty coming here against the Rangers.
Should. Patra's facing the glass. Lindgren just, and he didn't turn at the last second. Lindgren put him right on the numbers. Head first into the boards.
Both Coyle and Brazo came to his defense right away. Patra up and skating off under his own power here before the trainer could even get across the ice. But Lindgren will go to the box, and the Bruins will get an extended power play here. A little 5-on-3 time to boot. Minor for cross-checking.
Yeah, that's a cross-check right to the numbers. I mean,
so 5-on-3 for 14 seconds. As Boston brings the first unit back out. Lindholm will take the face-off in the near circle down to our right. Stalemate on the draw. Now the Bruins win it. McAvoy sets up at the right point. Walks it to the center of the blue line. Steals it down low and gets it right back at the top of the left circle. Lindholm, goal line extended. Here's Pastrnak, high slot. Right circle to Zacha. Sends one across. McAvoy shot, and he scores! And now the official waving his arms. He pointed goal initially.
I thought that was in. I thought that was in and out. I think it was right as the penalty expired. The first penalty expired. And that was good puck movement. The seam opened right up, right from that right wing circle to McAvoy in the left wing circle. So Pastrnak up high, down low into the right wing circle. Wide open seam to get it right over to McAvoy for the one-timer. The Rangers got caught going a little too high out there on Pastrnak, and that opened up the seam. Right, go back right back against the box. They're trying to take away Pasternak, and that just it's wide open.
So Charlie McAvoy will get his 6th goal of the year.
Yeah, and I think Lindgren's going to come out of the box.
The officials
they're still checking this, though.
Checking to make sure.
Haven't seen a good overhead view yet. Yeah. Now they're just trying to decide whether Lindgren should come out, and he is.
Yeah, it's going to be 5-on-5, so that will go as a 5-on-4 power play goal. But the Bruins have a 1-0 lead.
Had just come out, like literally just stepped out of the box when that puck went in. And they just had to verify that the timing was right.
So 3 games in a row for the power play unit. They have scored a goal. It's now 5 for 17 over the last 8 games. And just past the midway point of this first period, Bruins leading 1-0. Zacha and Pasternak will get the assists on McAvoy's 6th of the year at 10:20. Rangers try to answer right away. See if the Bruins can keep the momentum here. DeAndre Miller from the near point with a shot. Save made by Swayman. Gathers it in and gets a whistle. JT Miller, Mika Zibanejad both near the front of his crease. We'll step aside here. 9:24 to go in the first period. And the Bruins strike first. Here on the 98.5, the Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V. It's your local Honda dealer.
You turned your dating app for pets into a business, which just turned over its first billion. You turned around the fortunes of a failing football club. Politely turned down a Nobel Peace Prize. And turned up on Mars in your own reusable rocket. All while struggling to turn on the dishwasher. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover business development titles on Audible.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've arrived at a hilly, multi-acre property. There's plenty to mow, but you don't sweat it because your lawn care lineup includes a John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mower. Responsive controls let you maneuver more terrain. Larger gas tanks keep you mowing without frequent stops to refuel. And comprehensive dealer support gives you peace of mind. Ready to get more done? See your local dealer to complete your fleet today.
The Celtics play here at the Sports Hub.
The first 5 minutes of today's game were brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Start your 2025 in a new F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 48 straight years. We've got 9:24 left here in the first, and the Bruins have a 1-0 lead.
Well, it's been a terrific pace. Important for the Bruins to score there as well. Not just put pressure on the Rangers, but to score, and especially when you get the 5-on-3 advantage. It's an area right now that they're trying to massively to improve in, and there's a lot of room for improvement. You get the 5-on-3. You've had good momentum. You've had good pace in this game. So have the Rangers, and it's been a good start by both teams. But important for you to get on the board here.
Puck got wrapped around Swayman here and out into the neutral zone. Trying to dump it right back in was Lindgren. Cut off about halfway in. But Carlo couldn't clear, and JT Miller scores. And once again, the Bruins, right after they score, give one back, and we are tied at 1.
Yeah, it's pressure from Panarin on the forecheck, but Carlo has full possession of this puck. And he's going to try to go up the boards with it, and Panarin is going to deflect this puck. He's got a good stick. It's right in Carlo's lane, and the puck's going to deflect from the left wing boards to the right of Swayman, right into the slot area. And JT Miller's wide open. He gets it right on the left hash mark. He's able to beat Swayman.
So 9:05 left here in the first period, and it's a tie game. So there was a commercial break in there, but in game time, just 33 seconds apart, those two goals. As the Rangers will come right back in here. Trocheck from the near circle sends over to the far circle and whistled wide by Lafreniere.
Another good look from a great shooting position there for Lafreniere.
Geeky directs one deep behind Shesterkin. DeAndre Miller wrapped it up the near boards. McAvoy took the shot from the blue line, hit a body on its way to the net. McAvoy's got it back along the near board, sends one all the way across to Pasternak. Up top for Lori, a one-timer tipped on toward the net, but found off the end boards instead. Swept back deep here by Zacha. DeAndre Miller chased by Pasternak. Slams on the brakes, cuts back in behind the net. Pasternak peels off to go for a change. 8:10 to go here in the first period. Tie game. Brought out into the neutral ice. Pass to the left side for Cooley. Knocked away from him. Brodzinski trying to stay with it against Frederick along the near boards. Two men aside. They duel for it. The puck gets frozen in the corner. Now it's free to Zadorov from behind the Bruins net. Boston moving left to right here in the first period. Frederick will carry into the Rangers zone. Down the right wing circle. Hit the outside of the net. Wallstrom with a backhand that bounced off into the far corner.
Frederick's been good. He's taking the puck strong to the net 2 or 3 times here to start this game. And
gets it back to Zadorov for a drive, and that one wide. Peak reversed it back in behind the net. Schneider right there. Rangers will come out of their zone. Schneider may carry up the right wing side.
Schneider's name was another name mentioned in that possible trade, right? It sounded like the rumors sounded like the Canucks really wanted him.
Zadorov had it knocked off his stick by Carrick. Came out in front, and Rempe was out on the doorstep, but couldn't get a stick to it. Brazo will bring the Bruins back the other way. Off a dump in. Koepke sealed off it by Fox, staying with it. Get a stick on there. Beecher able to slip around Rempe, and a puck will come around the near boards to Carlo. Back deep it goes, and off to the far wall where it's cleared. No icing. Carlo will have to race back ahead of Rempe. Plays it away toward Callahan, far side. Marchand shoved back into his own zone. Rangers whistled offside here with 6:39 to go in the first.
Between the Pipes is sponsored by Charles D. Sheehy. If you're in the piping trades, you need to call Charles D. Sheehy, Boston's premier piping and mechanical product supplier. CDS is your local leader. Between the Pipes for the Rangers here this afternoon, Igor Shesterkin, and for the Bruins, it's Jeremy Swayman.
Shesterkin's numbers on the year, 17-17-2 with a 2.83 goals against and a 9.09 save percentage.
You know, the Bruins, just changing gears a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, you give up that goal 30-something seconds right after McAvoy makes it 1-0. And then you give up another chance the very next rush. Fortunate that one didn't go in. It went wide to the blocker side of Swayman. So now you got to reel yourself in a little bit here mentally.
It's 4 of the last 5 goals that the Bruins have scored. They've given up a goal to the opposition within a minute. Here's Miller with a shot. DeAndre Miller, that is. And Swayman saw that one all the way, made the save, and covers up with 6:10 to go in the period.
Well, with this pace, we got to get this one in. While we have a moment, happy birthday to Glenn Thornborough. He's the president of the TD Garden and chief operating officer of the Boston Bruins. I think anybody that comes in here to the TD Garden will admit that we've seen all the buildings. It's one of, if not the best building in the league. It really is. It's fantastic.
And some of the changes that they have made to this building in recent years have certainly added to the fan experience here for anybody who's coming here. As Pasternak gets an outlet pass here into the Rangers zone, he goes backhands one toward the slot. He had Zadorov coming down the middle, but puck was behind him. Kicked back into the Boston zone. Zadorov ahead of Fox. Peak angles one off the far boards. Knocked away from Pasternak near the red line. Brought back in here by Lafreniere. Left circle for Smith. Got one in front. Trocheck directed that on, and Swayman made the save. Zacha going to bring the Bruins back the other way. Sends a floater just wide of Shesterkin. Pasternak from the far wall. Down deep. Lindgren knocked off balance by Geeky, and a penalty coming.
Geeky, I think, got the stick in on him as Lindgren was going back for that puck and trying to cross over.
So
he just wants to reach in and then finish the hit, but I think he got the stick in.
So the Rangers will go to their first power play when we come back. We got 5:27 to go in the first in a 1-1 game. Here on the 98.5, the Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I was struggling for the past year and a half, 2 years, was trying to lose weight.
I just can't get rid of the stubborn weight in my legs and in my belly.
While everyone is unique and will have varied results, here are extraordinary experiences from independent body affiliates and actual Belvital users.
There's nothing more frustrating than knowing that you're eating well, but it's not working.
Hormone imbalances were preventing these women from losing weight. Now there's a comprehensive plan to help.
With Belvital, I just noticed changes immediately. That stubborn scale finally moved. In this first week, I lost 5 pounds.
Just after 1 week, I'm down 6 pounds and all of my bloating is gone.
I just finished the Belvital program. I have lost 15 pounds and I have never felt better.
I've noticed inches just shed every week that I go through.
I've lost 13 pounds and 16 inches from all around my body.
I feel like an entirely different person. I don't know if I've ever felt this good.
Get hormone health for women at belvital.com. This will change everything.
Listen live. Check out our podcast with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app.
Got 5:27 left here in the first period. Bruins and Rangers are tied at 1. Rangers will go to the power play here as Morgan Geekie is sent to the penalty box for hooking. Just want to make note of a couple of milestones today. 600th game in the career of Pavel Zacha. 300th consecutive game played today by Charlie Coyle. Here is Panarin getting things set up for the Rangers from the left circle. A centering pass got through Zibanejad. JT Miller pulled one off the far boards. Played out of the corner, back to Fox at the point. Now Miller in front, trying to tip it back in the direction of Trocheck, but take it away.
Yeah, tries to back in there and draw somebody to him so he can get that puck into the slot, but nobody home.
Fox dropping it back in his own zone. Trocheck fires a pass ahead to the attacking blue line, but couldn't connect with JT Miller. Around the boards, and it kicks away from Panarin and out of the zone. Fox gives to Panarin, cutting toward the center circle. Plays it right up the middle here, gives left side for Trocheck. Back and forth with Fox. Trocheck, top of the circle. Hands off, JT Miller out at the blue line. Cross to the far side. Panarin out near the line. Fox now to Panarin. Right circle, down low. Centering pass for Zibanejad, broken up by Marchand. And Marchand will swat one all the way down ice.
When was the last time we've seen the top power play unit for the New York Rangers and not seen Chris Kreider in front of the net?
Right. Coming out of the Ranger zone here with Keandre Miller. Lafreniere got it to Kreider along the left side. Second unit comes out. Lafreniere centers. Kreider. Great glove stop by Swayman on Kreider from right between the circles.
Yeah, Kreider shook off a hit along the half wall, and he's going to get this pass right in the middle of the ice from Lafreniere. He's just above the hash mark in the left wing circle, and he rips this, trying to go glove side high. And Swayman was on his goal line. He's got to respect, maybe they're going to go to the net, and then he pushes off, gets up to the top of the blue paint, or almost to the top of the blue paint, and gets the glove on it.
9 saves on 10 shots so far for Jeremy Swayman here in the first period. 3:53 to go. 26 seconds left on the Geekie penalty. Face off near circle down to our left in the Bruins defensive end. Lindholm against Kreider on the draw. Kreider won it back to Keandre Miller from the point with a shot. Directed in front by Kreider, and Swayman off the carom from the backboards. Covers it at the side of the net.
Yeah, Kreider. Telling Miller, told Lafreniere, great pass. Telling Miller, nice shot. Miller's had 3 shots from the point. They've all been, you know, with a thought in mind, right? Nobody in front. He put one right off the pad of Swayman that, you know, got a rebound out the other way earlier. that shot right there, shot for a tip. Anytime you got Kreider down there, you're looking for his stick.
Zadorov whistles one past Miller and all the way down ice here. 10 seconds left in the Ranger power play. They try for one more rush. Lafreniere coming through neutral ice with some speed. Cutting down the left wing circle. Fires one all the way across the ice. Didn't connect with Smith. Now Smith's got it in the corner. Out of the box comes Geekie. Frederick off a takeaway. And a push it up ice for him, but cut off by Smith. Rangers have possession. Teams at full strength with 3:12 to go in the period. Brought back through the neutral zone here by Sam Carrick. Lobbed into the left wing corner. Carlo gets there first. Wraps it around the far boards. Pastrnak will drag it out into the neutral ice. Angles a headman pass along for Patra. And deep it goes. Patra along the end board. Centering pass. Pastrnak scores! Pastrnak coming right down the gut. Gets the feed and deposits it home. And the Bruins have a 2-1 lead.
Well, Pastrnak carries this puck up through the neutral zone. And he's going to chip it to Patra, who's got some speed on the left wing. Patra's going in the corner one-on-one with Adam Fox. And he's able to spin away from the check of Fox and make this quick pass from below the goal line. And the Rangers get puck watching a little bit. They've got just about everybody back, but Pastrnak left open, and he's going to beat Shesterkin to the glove hand side. That's a nice job there by Patra. He's gone a little quiet here lately. And they were put on a line there after the penalty kill. They're trying to get back their lines back together, but it's a nice play from Patra against one of the best in the business in Fox.
That is Patra's 4th assist in the 9 games since he was recalled from Providence. And for David Pastrnak, who earlier today was named the first star for the month of January across the NHL, continues his hot play. He's already got a goal and an assist here in this first period. That's 21 points in his last 9+ games. DeAndre Miller plays it behind the Ranger net. Zibanejad off the far wall, had it taken away. Marchand's got it on his stick. Turnaround shot gets blocked. Zibanejad lost his stick on the play. Puck comes across the ice, and DeAndre Miller able to steer it up and out. And now Panarin skating hard into the Bruins zone. It turned off the puck by Lohrei in the near corner. Off the near wall, it'll come back to the point. Vakanainen over to Schneider. He throws one to the net. Kicked away. Swayman reaches out, able to cover that rebound.
McAvoy had his stick broken and was down there in front. They went D to D out high. Did the Rangers get that wrist shot through?
2:07 to go here in the first period. Bruins back on top 2-1. Goal by Pastrnak, his 25th of the season. In addition to his #1 star for the month of January, by the way, 11 goals, 13 assists, 24 points in 14 games. Logan Thompson, Capitals goaltender, the #2 star.
How good has he been?
8-0-1 with a 1.48 goals against for the month. And Zach Werenski of the Blue Jackets as the 3rd star of the month. Near the Ranger blue line here. Trocheck trying to drop it back toward Lindgren. Had it cut off. Zaka sent one across. It bounced away from Pastrnak, but then he got it off the wall and shot. And Shesterkin makes the save. Rangers get it cleared. Zadorov steps up, knocks down Trocheck as he tried to stick handle into the Boston zone. Back in the neutral ice. Geekie pass for Pastrnak, but that one winds up offside at the attacking blue line.
Yeah, Trocheck, he started to look for a penalty and then he realized, nah. He just had his head down. He was looking for the puck, trying to go outside in there on Zadorov. Zadorov stayed with him.
91 seconds to go in the period. Face off just outside the Ranger blue line. New York controls. Vakanainen steers it up the near side. Kreider trying to tip it past. Carlo couldn't, but Cooley forces it into the Bruins zone. Carlo's got it back and heels behind the net for Callahan. Around the far board, Schneider popped it off the wall. Shot attempt by Brodzinski blocked. Wahlstrom will push it up the right side.
We got the line sorted back out again with Patra, Wahlstrom, and Frederick out there together.
Cooley redirects one deep here towards Swayman. Stops it at the side of the trapezoid. Quick passing up ice. Frederick trying to chip one into the Rangers zone, lost it, but they let off on a change. New York was changing as well. We got 48 seconds to go in the period. Dump in here by Borgen. Picked up earlier this year in a trade from Seattle.
He has
got himself a new contract to go along with it.
Seattle really liked him. They just didn't think that they could afford to sign him. And
icing against the Bruins, barely made the goal line.
Keandre Miller was the guy going back for it who can really skate. But Borgen stepping in has really helped Keandre Miller. Those two have been playing a little bit here together, especially when Lindgren is healthy. And Keandre Miller had a rough start to the season. He's been much, much better here. And they're crediting Borgen with helping him along in that department just by being a steady force back there. When we were up in Seattle, they talked about him. They said they're probably going to lose him because they're not going to be able to afford him in Seattle.
Right.
Where they don't want to pay him the money that he's looking for. But he earned himself a nice contract here with the Rangers and some stability.
5 years at $4.1 million per for Borgen.
Plays with some... Buck goes into the crowd here. He plays... He's not a tough guy, but he plays with some bite and just steady on that back end. A quiet pickup that's been really good for them.
Yeah, that was the trade that sent Capo Caco to Seattle.
Yeah, Caco's he's second overall pick. I mean, that's a... But, they traded Trouba, so they were looking for a right-hand replacement there on that position, and he's been very good for them.
Hickey got it in across the blue line, but now taken back out. Lafreniere, final 10 seconds of the period. Puck goes around behind the Bruins net. Lohrei hammered it around the far boards. Chipped back toward the corner, thrown in toward the net by Lafreniere from a wide angle. Swayman forced to make the save, and the siren sounds to end the first period. And it does so with the Bruins on top, thanks to a power play goal from Charlie McAvoy and an even-strength goal from David Pasternak. It's the Bruins 2 and the Rangers 1. We'll be back with our first intermission here at TD Garden on the 98.5. The
story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut the size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
I was struggling for the past year and a half, 2 years with trying to lose weight.
I just can't get rid of the stubborn weight in my legs and in my belly.
While everyone is unique and will have varied results, here are extraordinary experiences from independent body affiliates and actual Belvital users.
There's nothing more frustrating than knowing that you're eating well, but it's not working.
Hormone imbalances were preventing these women from losing weight. Now there's a comprehensive plan to help.
With Belvital, I just noticed changes immediately. That stubborn scale finally moved. In this first week, I lost 5 pounds.
Just after 1 week, I'm down 6 pounds and all of my bloating is gone.
I just finished the Belvital program. I have lost 15 pounds and I have never felt better.
I've noticed inches just shed every week that I go through.
I've lost 13 pounds and 16 inches from all around my body.
I feel like an entirely different person.
I don't know if I've ever felt this good.
Get hormone health for women at belvital.com. This will change everything.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HRV. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.9% APR on a 2025 Civic or a 3.9% APR on a 2025 Accord or HRV.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
The home of the Revs, the Sports Hub.
First intermission here at TD Garden, and the Bruins have a 2-1 lead over the New York Rangers. And on a Saturday afternoon, it's time to take a look back at the week that was around the NHL. Mikko Rantanen found the net for the first time as a Carolina Hurricane. Islanders' win streak reached 6 in a row as they climb in the wild card standings. Alex Ovechkin another step closer to Wayne Gretzky, and Marc-Andre Fleury with an emotional shutout of the Canadiens in his final game in his home province. Here are the NHL plays of the week.
Cancel for Hedman, left point. Victor Hedman has room to the left circle. Hedman crosses Kucherov, right circle, shot, score! Score! The Lightning win it! 3 power play goals for the Lightning! Kucherov one-times it in. The Lightning cover behind to win this game 4-3 in overtime.
Goaltender is on the bench for the extra attacker for Utah. They'll dump it inside the Winnipeg end. Pionk onto the far side. Fighting for the puck in toward the corner for Cole Perfetti. Knocked off the boards out towards center ice. Picked up by Ehlers. Ehlers for Cole Perfetti. To the net for the hat trick. He scores! Cole Perfetti with his first NHL hat trick. It's a 3-point night for Nikolai Ehlers. And a 500-point career. And it's 5-2, Winnipeg.
Here's Zacha taking one off the far wall. Behind the net to Pasternak. Pasternak steps out in front. Score! It's Geeky again! And the Bruins have a 2-1 lead.
We're trying to find the trailer. Magnuson, the puck's not going to stick. Meyer, it's in ahead to Jack. Jack has the puck and a breakaway. Score! Jack Hughes wins it for the Devils in overtime. 4-3 Jersey. Good night, Montreal!
Back the other way. Puck is sent out to center by Hamannik. Here's Amadio inside the lead zone, waiting for help. Sends it along the boards. Here's Shabbat. Low to the corner, centering pass, bounces out of midair, scores! It's tipped in out of midair. Ottawa takes a 2-1 lead.
Puck is cleared back to the Blue Jackets blue line. Provorov has it. And he doesn't enter the zone. He'll give it to Marchenko and let him carry the mail. Marchenko's in left wing side. Cuts to the front. Takes a shot. And he scores! And I've got 2 words for you. Game over! Marchenko turned on the Jets as he started to go up that left wing side, and he just cut it quickly to the front of the net.
D'Angelo battling Svechnikov behind the Islander goal. Svechnikov muscled him off it, tried to center it, picked off, and the Islanders have a 2-on-1. It's Nelson with Palmieri. Brock, right wing over the Carolina line, walks it in, shoots, he scores! Oh, Nelly! Brock fires it home, and the Islanders beat the Hurricanes by the final score of 3-2 in overtime. New York has their first 4-game winning streak of the year, and they are mobbing Nelson in a sea of blue jerseys.
Left side to Nurse, he's in the left wing corner, out to Nugent-Hopkins. Scores! Ryan Nugent-Hopkins gives the Oilers a 3-2 lead, his second.
Tage Thompson from the red line will pivot back toward his own zone. Pass to Dahlino on the right side, gave back to a cutting Thompson. Right circle, shot, scores! Tage Thompson's got the hat trick. And the Sabres have a 4-1 lead early here in the third. Down 3, Joe Sacco with a last-ditch effort here. And off the face-off, puck is grabbed and brought out of the zone by Peterka. He'll shoot and score, and it's a hat trick for him as well. 3 goals for Peterka, 3 goals for Tage Thompson.
Raquel now taking it. Cuts through the neutral zone, over Utah's line to the far circle, curls around at the far point, gets it over to Glass, above the near circle, works on in towards the corner, turns around again. 1:10 to go, drop back to Crosby, he's off the bench, cuts towards the crease, backhand shot, he scores! Sidney Crosby, the overtime winner! And the Penguins take down the Utah Hockey Club to wrap up the road trip with a must-winner.
Good chip from Roslovic, starting with that back check.
Now he's coming the other way, drops it for Randy, his shot, he scores! pass with 5 left in the man advantage. Brodus, blue line, Ovechkin. Shooting, scores! Alex Ovechkin with 2 seconds left on the power play. Goes top right corner, and it's a 1-goal game again. Ovechkin takes another step toward Gretzky, and it's 4-3 here at Canadian Tire Center.
Into to try and fight to get the puck back. Looking for Shabbat, tries to get him the puck. Shabbat all alone in front. Here's Shabbat, game on the stick, scores! Thomas Shabbat wins it in overtime!
And that's going to do it. Unbelievable here tonight in Montreal. The Wild celebrate with Marc-Andre Fleury, who pitches his 76th regular season NHL shutout, his 3rd all-time against the Canadiens, a team he grew up idolizing.
Marc-Andre Fleury with a shutout of the Montreal Canadiens, wrapping up the NHL plays of the week. Bruins have a 2-1 lead over the Rangers after 1 here at TD Garden. We'll get a check of the Sports Hub headlines with Kevin Majori coming up next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I was struggling for the past year and a half, 2 years with trying to lose weight.
I just can't get rid of the stubborn weight in my legs and in my belly.
While everyone is unique and will have varied results, here are extraordinary experiences from independent body affiliates and actual Belvital users.
There's nothing more frustrating than knowing that you're eating well, but it's not working.
Hormone imbalances were preventing these women from losing weight. Now there's a comprehensive plan to help.
With Belvital, I just noticed changes immediately. That stubborn scale finally moved. In this first week, I lost 5 pounds.
Just after 1 week, I'm down 6 pounds and all of my bloating is gone.
I just finished the Belvital program. I have lost 15 pounds and I have never felt better.
I've noticed inches just shed every week that I go through.
I've lost 13 pounds and 16 inches from all around my body.
I feel like an entirely different person.
I don't know if I've ever felt this good.
Get hormone health for women at belvital.com. This will change everything.
Picture it, the freedom to mow longer without frequent refueling, the convenience of controls that let you maneuver more terrain, the peace of mind that comes from comprehensive dealer support. It's what you get and more with John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mowers. Complete your fleet today.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The only place to hear the game, the Sports Hub. Sports Hub headlines.
Taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, there was just one game earlier today. The Florida Panthers were 5-1 winners over the Chicago Blackhawks. A couple of key matchups tonight in the league. The top 2 teams in the league face off as the Eastern Conference leading Washington Capitals host the Western Conference leading Winnipeg Jets at 7 o'clock. And Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers host Austin Matthews and the Toronto Maple Leafs. That also at 7 o'clock. The big news last night in the NHL was that the Rangers acquired JT Miller, who has already scored here in this one today from the Vancouver Canucks. Those Canucks also acquired Marcus Pettersson and Drew O'Connor from the Pittsburgh Penguins for a package that included a conditional first-round pick, Danton Heinen, Vincent Desharnais, and prospect Melvin Fernstrom. And earlier today, the Dallas Stars acquired Mikael Granlund and Cody Ceci from the San Jose Sharks for a first-round pick and a conditional third-rounder in 2025. And the Celtics kicked off a 3-game road trip with a 118-116 victory last night over the Pelicans. Jason Tatum hit a last-second winner. They continue the trip tomorrow in Philadelphia against the 76ers. Add a keepsake to your collection with the latest Bruins Authentics auction. Place your bids now through Tuesday, February 4th at 10 o'clock Eastern. 10 p.m. Eastern to take home a game-used 2024 playoff away jersey. Relive the moment Brandon Carlo scored his dad's strength goal. Brad Marchand made Bruins history with the most career playoff goals scored and more from the 2023-24 roster. Head to BruinsAuthentics.com to learn more and place a bid.
I'm Kevin Majori on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
Carla only has the best tech. Can't connect to network. But she didn't have the best internet. So she got Cox multi-gig speeds to power all her... Now, all her tech is... connected. Exactly. Step it up with multi-gig speeds. Available everywhere. Only from Cox. 2 gig download speeds. Individual speeds vary. See Cox.com for details.
You've arrived at a hilly, multi-acre property. There's plenty to mow, but you don't sweat it because your lawn care lineup includes a John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mower. Responsive controls let you maneuver more terrain. Larger gas tanks keep you mowing without frequent stops to refuel. And comprehensive dealer support gives you peace of mind. Ready to get more done? See your local dealer to complete your fleet today.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Mark Bertrand from the Zolak and Bertrand Show for VA New England. I have a proud family history of military service, including my father, who served in the U.S. Army. VA New England Healthcare is the highest rated and largest healthcare system in New England. If you or a family member served honorably on active duty for 2 years or deployed or retired from the reserves in any branch, you may be eligible for benefits from VA New England. To get started, call 800-MY-VA-411 or go to va.gov and explore your veteran benefits.
Hockey season means it's Peerless Boiler season. Now is the perfect time to replace your old boiler with a new Peerless Boiler. Don't wait. Act now. Go to peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. And remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
The prime rib dinner is back at the Nines. 16 ounces of USDA choice prime rib served with your choice of 2 sides. Available Friday after 4 p.m. and all day, Saturday and Sunday. You've got to love the Nines.
Sex drive? What's that? I had been struggling with low libido. It was really impacting my marriage, and I thought that lack of intimacy is just what happens after you have a kid.
While everyone is unique and will have varied results, here are extraordinary experiences from independent body affiliates and actual Belvital users.
Belvital taught me that I can feel my absolute best since changing the way that I've been eating and doing the Pilates and the breath work. My husband and I are both very, very happy with those results.
Get hormone health for women at belvital.com.
Felger and Naz, afternoons 2 to 6 on the Sports Hub.
Bruins have a 2-1 lead over the New York Rangers after 1. We're joined by Pavel Zacha, who assisted on Charlie McAvoy's goal in that first period. You guys now power play goals in 3 straight games for this team. Are you starting to feel a little bit of confidence building?
Yeah, I think we're starting to get momentum from our power plays. Even if you don't score, we have, good chances, good on-goal time, and I think that's what we have to do, being more shot-focused and get the pucks in the net.
Tell me a little bit about how that play came to be here with as you guys were on the 5-on-3 at the time.
Yeah, no, we have some set plays. We know, when I get it down low, I have basically 3 options for one-timers, and I saw Bastos coming down, and he was taken away from their guy, and then the seam was open, so I tried to find it, and C-Mac did an unbelievable shot there, so it was good.
What's the biggest key going forward here against this Rangers team that can attack you pretty hard?
Yeah, I think we have to play an offensive zone like we did. A lot of ozone time and shifts there, winning the puck battles, and we can beat anybody like that.
Hey, I appreciate the time, and congratulations on game number 600 today.
Right, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, there's Pavel Zacha joining us, and he is brought to you by TD Bank. TD Bank cardholders score special benefits at TD Garden, from pro shop discounts and free tours to free popcorn and more. Learn more at the TD Garden website. TD Bank, Bank of the Boston Celtics and Bruins. That power play goal by McAvoy is 6th of the year from Zacha and David Pastrnak. At 10:21, gave the Bruins the lead. JT Miller, though, scored just 34 seconds later, set up by Artemi Panarin at 10:55. Miller's first back with the Rangers and his 10th of the year overall. And then David Pastrnak at his 25th of the year from Patra and Carlo at 17:09 put the Bruins back on top 2-1, and that's where we stand as we begin the second period.
Good pace to that first period. Both teams ready to play. You kind of expected that. I mean, the Bruins, Joe Sacco saying these last 4 games, it's worth repeating. We talked about it earlier. He wants them played like playoff games, you know. It's getting to that time where you cannot afford to take nights off or days off. And
there's Elias Lindholm with an early shot, knocked down by Shesterkin. And the Rangers head the other way. JT Miller had 4 shots on goal, including that goal in that first period.
He had the goal, which was, you know, gifted to him out in the slot there, but he had 2 in that one at least 2 in that one sequence down low.
Here's Lohrei down the left wing circle, someone in front, and Marchand with a backhander that just ended up going wide.
Lindholm had the first chance at it.
Here's a drive, and that one knocked down in front as Marchand goes skidding off toward the near corner. A little shaken up.
Somebody caught him with a stick kind of coming across, trying to get to the front of the net. Yeah, that's a good strong move there by Lohrei as he gets this puck to the front. I thought Lindholm had a whack at it, and then the second chance there as well from Marchand, who chipped it just wide on the backhand.
Marchand still bent over as he makes his way back onto the Bruins bench.
Yeah, in games like this, I wish Nesson was doing it. We'd get a replay, but we don't.
National coverage today. Nope. We've seen sometimes.
Show the stars.
Yeah. Off the face-off, Keandre Miller lifts one out into the neutral zone. Bruins going from right to left as they attack here in the second period. You get a whistle here, and face-off's going to come deep in Bruins territory here.
Here we go. Now we get a replay. Oh, yeah. Ryan Lindgren, stick right to the midsection or groin area there. Marchand trying to get to the front of the net.
Little pitchfork there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Off the face-off, Borgen.
I stand corrected, thanks.
This takes him a little longer to cue it up.
They had to show the stars first.
Out of the corner. Zaka will work his way up ice. Gives to Pastrnak from the right wing side. He dumps it around the board.
It's one of the things helping the salary cap go up.
Absolutely. Players are happy for those national TV deals. No question about it.
Somebody asked me yesterday, how does that affect you? It doesn't.
The rising salary cap doesn't trickle down to the announcers.
Just not.
We learn new things in this job every day. Smith will play it out into the neutral ice. Geekie drops it back here to Carlo. Pass to Patra. Able to maintain possession under some pressure. Got it to Geekie, now to Pastrnak. Drops one off to Callahan. Stepping to the left circle. Shot. Kick saved by Shesterkin. Rebound came all the way back out toward the blue line. Callahan rattled it back around. Geekie to Patra in the far corner. Carlo a drive. And Shesterkin looked like he got a little piece of that. Tipped it over the net. Wrapped back around to that far side. Frederick had it knocked off his stick. Lafreniere will clear it up the far wall. Carlo back to get it. Angles one behind Swayman on to Callahan. Frederick taps a puck forward. Now carries it across the Ranger line. Wrestled toward the near side boards by Cooley. Schneider goes it around to the far side. Kreider just got it out against Patra. Patra out near the red line, in front of the 2 benches. Gave to McAvoy, now to Lohrei. Skating in across the line. Backhands one toward Shesterkin. Sticked it off. Lohrai's got it back along that far circle. Brings it through the high slot area to the left side. Stops here against Schneider. Backhand pass finds Wallstrom. Turnaround shot. And a bad save by Shesterkin. On the near boards, Frederick out near the blue line. Throws one around off the back of the net. Wallstrom goes crashing into Schneider in the far corner.
He's had a couple good hits here in this game so far. Wallstrom has. He's also had 2 chances. A better chance in the first period. That one from a little further out.
Eric going to send one in just wide of Swayman. Beecher will come out of the far corner with the puck. At the blue line, it's kept in and sent toward the slot. Rempe was there, but couldn't knock it down.
Yeah, that pass a little too tough for him to handle. That's part of that fourth line. Rempe, I mean, Rempe's 6'9". Yeah, I said 6'9". Edstrom's 6'6". You know, and Carrick has played well in the middle there. They've complemented each other pretty well. Because you get a couple guys that are in and out of the lineup, but you're looking for some presence on the fourth line. But you got to be able to play. It's not just he built a reputation for dropping the gloves. Rempe has, but you got to be able to play. You got to be able to get in on the forecheck, cause some havoc, depending on how many minutes you're going to get in a game. And the fourth line has been pretty good for them.
Trick with Rempe, too, is keep yourself from getting suspended.
Right.
I mean, he served an 8-gamer earlier this year. 4-gamer last year.
Yeah, it's
Marchand cutting down the left wing circle.
Tough for him because he wants to make that impact.
Yep. Drive by Peak, score! Tipped by Charlie Coyle, it looked like, on its way to the net, and the Bruins have a 3-1 lead.
Work this puck. So, you know, I had that chance they had the face-off in the offensive zone, the Rangers did. The Bruins get this puck, come out of the zone. Marchand's going to come around the net with the puck. He's going to go low to high, and Peak does not dust it off. He just throws it towards the net, little half-slap shot. And you've got to get bodies to the front. Coyle gets there. That's close, but not a high stick for Coyle. It's below the crossbar. There, Peter Laviolette's asking the referee to take a look at it, but I believe the angle that I just saw, it looks like it's below the crossbar. And he tips it just between the arm, the glove hand side, arm, and body of Shesterkin.
Referee Chris Lee over talking with Peter Laviolette. And timeout here.
So this could be twofold. Either it's so that he gives his video guys a little bit more time to take a look at it, and you know, you just had an early goal scored this period. The Bruins have had some good pressures to start this period. It's not a high stick, so
doesn't look like it's above the crossbar.
I mean, but
that's one of those two that replay very rarely can overturn these.
There's no camera that's right on the crossbar, so the fact that it's a goal on the ice, I don't think they're replaying it at all. I think Laviolette just he wants to make sure, but he also wants his team ready to play here.
Over Charlie Coyle, that is his 13th goal of the season.
Peter Laviolette's never been afraid to take timeouts early.
Yeah.
Never.
Coyle, as I mentioned earlier, playing in his 300th consecutive game today. Has not missed a game in the last 4 seasons. As the Bruins get the puck deep in their own zone here. As we resume play, it'll trickle across the ice. DeAndre Miller racing over to try to keep it in, did not. The laid off side of the Rangers tag up. Boston will start out of their zone, moving right to left. Pasternak lifting one into the attack zone, but gloved down by Miller. Pasternak's got it back and carries it across the line this time along the left wing circle. Deals it back to Zadorov, a one-timer. That's blocked by Trocheck, who heads the other way on a 3-on-2. Trocheck across the Boston line. Sends one toward the slot. Kicked away from Lafreniere by Swayman.
Huge save with the left pad. Toe. 3-on-2. Perfectly executed by the Rangers.
Trocheck from behind the net. Pass to the far circle. Gets broken up, but kept alive again at the blue line. And backhanded deep by Vakanainen. Kreider through the far circle. Lafreniere back down low to Kreider. Works his way back toward the corner. Gives over there to Lafreniere. He brings it back toward the blue line. They'll give it back to Schneider at the point. On the back of Vakanainen, trying to center one off of Brodzinski into the corner. Kreider at the back of the Bruins net. Sends it around the near boards, and it's out of Schneider's reach of the blue line. Trickles back into the Rangers zone. 5 minutes gone here in the second. 3-1 lead for New York as Callahan got clipped with a puck.
No, puck. Brodzinski just tried to tip this puck into the zone and caught Callahan up high, and he's going to head off the ice for some repairs. We mentioned Callahan. He's talked about him this morning just briefly. Named to the American Hockey League All-Star game. He's not down there. If he's still up here, he won't be going to that one, but he's developed into a real kind of solid defensive defenseman. Gotten a little bit stronger. Get back, make the good first pass. Just a reliable defensive defenseman in the AHL. They think that he's ready to be in the NHL, and eventually when he's really ready, maybe playing with guys that can go up the ice with that puck, and he can be the stay-at-home guy. He'll get some repairs and hopefully be back.
Playing in his 5th game since being recalled from Providence. Played 175 games at the American Hockey League level. Played with Franklin, Massachusetts. Puck comes deep into Boston territory here. McAvoy out of the corner. Coyle will circle behind the net. Lori plays it up the near wall to Marchand. Marchand into the neutral zone. Coyle trying to tap it through Lindgren, but got stopped at the blue line. Now Coyle regains the puck, carries it across the line from the right wing circle. Plays off the boards. Back to McAvoy at the point with a shot that went wide. Marchand looking for the tip. JT Miller from the near circle backs it up. Lindgren, far side. They give it back across toward the near side for Fox. From the red line, he dumps it in. Rangers changing. McAvoy under pressure in the corner. Rempe came hard at him, but McAvoy sidestepped.
You got to know who you're out on the ice against.
Carrick couldn't hold it along the near side of the blue line. Now Borgen will dump it in. Gets a shove from Koepke. McAvoy reversed it back around for Lori and then got knocked down by Carrick. Neutral zone. Koepke able to backhand one free. Here's Beecher down the right wing circle. Keandre Miller recovers and forces him wide of the net. Brazo along the end boards. Miller pulls it back toward the near corner. Koepke along the wall near side against Edstrom. Puck gun popping loose, and Brazo chases in behind the net against Borgen. Beecher joins the fray, as does Keandre Miller. Over 6.5 gone here in the second. Bruins up by 2. Adam Edstrom will come out of the far corner with the puck. He skates it all the way across the ice through the neutral zone. Gets ridden to the wall by Zadorov.
See, Koepke forces him towards the boards, and it allows Zadorov to step up on it because you've got support there. That's a good gap right there.
There's Zadorov at the blue line.
Good example.
Played behind the net to Patra. Into the far corner. Pivots away from Schneider. And then lost his stick as he got tangled with the referee. Frederick and Vakanainen going at it in front of the net. Zadorov out at the left point. Down low here for Wahlstrom. Wahlstrom pivots back down low against Trocheck, trying to get to the side of the net. Trocheck knocked the puck away from him, rather. Patra on the far boards, able to keep that puck alive. Lori gets it over to Peak, back to Lori, one-timer, gets blocked by Schneider into the far corner. Frederick puts his shoulder into him. Zaka keeps the puck alive. Frederick pivots away from Edstrom, works his way down into that corner again. Shoved by Schneider. Frederick kicks the puck along the wall. Lafreniere able to chip it out past Lori. Peak will circle back to retrieve. He plays it around the forecheck of Trocheck. Into the neutral zone. This is Geekie bringing in across the line. Left circle, here's Pasternak cutting toward the net. Puck came bouncing in on Shesterkin, and then Pasternak tried to bank it in off of him from right around the goal line. Zaka gives to McAvoy with a shot. Save made, and Shesterkin's got the rebound covered. We've got 11:45 left here in the second period. Bruins on top 3-1 on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
You turned your dating app for pets into a business, which just turned over its first billion. You turned around the fortunes of a failing football club. Politely turned down a Nobel Peace Prize. And turned up on Mars in your own reusable rocket. All while struggling to turn on the dishwasher. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover business development titles on Audible.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done, fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size, fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
With the Bees, the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Bruins leading 3-1, 11:45 to go here in the second period. Charlie Coyle, the most recent goal in this one from Andrew Peak and Brad Marchand, put the Bruins up by a pair. Face off in the offensive zone, controlled by the Rangers. Fox pivoting away from Elias Lindholm, who forced him in behind the net, around the near boards. Bounced off of Marchand, came to Coyle. Marchand trying to sweep it past Fox on the near boards. Instead, it's steered up ice, but Zibanejad's pass picked off by McAvoy in the Bruins zone.
You know, it says the Bruins outshot the Rangers here 7-0 to start this one, but I know Swayman made a really good save on that 3-on-2. So
yes, he did.
I'm not sure how much I trust it, but
we get a whistle and the net dislodged behind Shesterkin here.
Unless they had taken a shot away from him in the first, sometimes they do that. That's possible. I mean, because that was a well executed 3-on-2 by the Rangers, and
Charlie Coyle's goal, by the way, his first in 6 games, 13th of the year. And David Pastrnak, who had a goal and an assist in that first period, now has a 10-game point streak, the 8th 10-game point streak of his career, surpasses Bobby Orr for the second most 10-game point streaks in franchise history. The only player with more is Phil Esposito with 10. Some rather lofty names to be mentioned with. Pastrnak gloves one down here in the neutral zone. Geekie tried a blind pass to Zacha, taken away by Carrick. Off the near boards around Zadorov. Peeked right onto it along the near wall. Kreider a takeaway. Sends one across the ice, but couldn't find anyone. Zadorov trying to spring Pastrnak up that right side.
Good stick by Keandre Miller. He knows he's got to get back on Pastrnak, and that puck's going to go off the wall from Zadorov. And it reaches back and just gets a stick on it.
Kreider directed one toward a cutting Carrick, but missed him at the blue line. Zadorov sends it back the other way, and that's going to be an icing against the Bruins as Borgen gets back.
Fans Hockey season is the perfect time to replace your old boiler with a new Peerless boiler. Don't wait until you have no heat. Go to peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. And remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
Bruins with this 2-goal lead. The Rangers come in today as the only team in the league without a multi-goal comeback win this season. No jinx there.
A lot of hockey to be played here. We're not even halfway through.
And you think back to where this team was, the Rangers, at the beginning of January when the Bruins played them versus where they are now. As Lafreniere shoots one wide of Swayman on the stick side. Fox along the near side boards. Coming out of the corner. Angles it behind the net. Lafreniere, far side hash marks. Sends it back down deep. Zadorov is there. Brings it toward that far corner. Backhands up the wall. Taken away by Lafreniere, but tips off a skate now to the zone. Picked off here in the neutral zone by Geekie. We'll play it down the right wing wall. He was headed off on a change. Wallstrom gets in after it against Fox. Picked his pocket nearly, but instead, Smith sent it across ice behind Lafreniere. Turned over. Frederick's got it along the left wing side. Frederick trying to fight his way through Lindgren near circle. Rangers come away with that puck, and Riley Smith cutting back toward through the neutral zone. Taken away. Patra to Wallstrom across the line. Shot blocked by Fox. Goes sailing up into the netting. And we will step aside. 9:41 to go here in the second. Bruins 3 and the Rangers 1 on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network. Driven by the versatile Honda CR-V. It's your local Honda dealer.
You turned your dating app for pets into a business, which just turned over its first billion. You turned around the fortunes of a failing football club. Politely turned down a Nobel Peace Prize. And turned up on Mars in your own reusable rocket. All while struggling to turn on the dishwasher. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover business development titles on Audible.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Picture it, the freedom to mow longer without frequent refueling, the convenience of controls that let you maneuver more terrain, the peace of mind that comes from comprehensive dealer support. It's what you get and more with John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mowers. Complete your fleet today.
No matter what your career goals are, you need a plan to achieve them. The first step? Pluralsight. With over 6,500 courses, assessments, and hands-on labs, Pluralsight empowers you to develop the technology skills you need to break into the tech industry, excel in your current role, or seek your next promotion. You can get invaluable hands-on experience, validate your learning with in-moment feedback, and build the confidence to use your skills in a role or on a certification exam. Imagine a new career and all your new possibilities. Go to Pluralsight.com.
Connect with Boston's home for sports online. 98.5thesportshub.com.
David Pasternak's first period goal set up by Matt Patra and Brandon Carlo is our delivery of the game, delivered by Granite City Electric's GCE Night Train. Electrical contractors, get on board the GCE Night Train. Order your materials to be delivered overnight to the job site the following morning and save time and money. Go to GCEnighttrain.com to order. Bruins up 3-1, just past the midway point of this one. As a face-off in the offensive zone here, Charlie Coyle will get kicked out of the circle. So it's Elias Lindholm now against Mika Zibanejad. And the Rangers will win the face-off. Schneider lobs one into the neutral zone. Gloved down by Lohrei, sticks a pass along for Marchand. Tapped it free to Lindholm, skates in across the line, peels back toward the blue line. Try to throw one in front, blocked by JT Miller. Coyle picks a pass off in the neutral zone from Panarin. Here's center ice. Lindholm knocked off balance as he tried to pursue a puck. Schneider got a piece of him. Rangers wrap it behind the net. Hit the referee. Came to Marchand. Marchand got one out in front. Shesterkin put a stick on that. And Trocheck will volley it back into the neutral ice. And Panarin on the right side. Zibanejad open off the outside of the net. Trocheck picked it up in behind. Sent it back to Keandre Miller. Now on to Borgen. The shot wide to the short side. Zibanejad off the far wall. Played back toward the corner. McAvoy is there. And he'll back it up behind the net here for Lohrei.
You know, McAvoy coming back last game. I don't know if he really looked all that comfortable last game. He's had a lot going on the last several days, plus the injury, right? But looks way more comfortable today.
Puck dumped in around the near boards. Wahlstrom will play it behind the net. Got upended. Did Frederick. Through the neutral ice comes Trocheck. He'll angle one around Carlo and into the corner. Back of the net. Patra pushed it along the near boards to Wahlstrom. Sent down into the corner against Borgen.
Yeah, still 5 defensemen for the Bruins. Right? You had Callahan taking that puck up high.
Shesterkin out in front of the goal line to play that puck. Wahlstrom was giving chase. Rangers coming back the other way. Carrick trying to chip it through Zadorov. Zadorov holding his ground, wins the puck, sends it around toward the far side. Pinching down with Brodzinski. Carrick along the far side of the end wall. Bruins take it away. Koepke starts it out up ice. Chips it down the left wing side. Gets knocked down by Fox. And Lindgren is back to get it here for the Rangers. Long pass out into the neutral ice. Rempe couldn't handle it. Lohrei sends it right back to the attacking blue line. Brazo getting position against Lindgren and then sent one toward the slot. Koepke and Beecher coming down toward Shesterkin. Rangers will push back the other way. Fox down the right wing circle. Wide angle shot knocked off of Swayman and a chance in front, but Swayman able to recover and get it covered.
Yeah, just looking to either get Swayman. It's a deep, you know, you're almost at the goal line when you take this shot by Fox. So you're looking to either get Swayman leaning off that post and maybe go short side high on him, kind of bank it in on him, or just look for a rebound and a loose puck, and he gets the latter right in the crease area as it goes off the chest of Swayman. And then coming back on the play there is Peak. He's trying to locate it. It's in tight on him, and Swayman finally gets a glove on it.
7:06 left here in the second. Face off in the defensive zone, won by Zacha. Sent out of the near corner by Lohrei. Geekie just inside the blue line against Schneider. Now JT Miller at the blue line with a shot, blocked by Peak. Sends one up the middle, trying to spring Pasternak. Pass didn't connect cleanly. Pastrnak able to win it back along the near boards. Leaves it for Lora. Lora down the left circle. Centering pass. Zacha shot blocked. Geeky in front. Just missed Pastrnak and then thrown back in front by Lorai. Here's Zacha keeping one alive.
I'll take that shot. Zacha tried to make a backhand pass to Geeky. The puck was rolling on him.
Zacha back checking to help break up a rush from Kreider. That came around into the near corner, and Cooley pushed it back down low. And Zacha come together. Lorai now backhands for Pastrnak. Chips it off the far wall and out. Geeky's got it. He'll play it into the Ranger zone and head off in a change with 6:10 to go in the second period. Anajad dropping one back. Took a hit from Marchand as he did. Andre Miller behind the Ranger net. Miller pass on to Borgen. Pivots away from Lindholm. Back to Miller. Borgen between the circles of his own zone. Up the right side for Lafreniere. Zivanejad got it across for Panarin. Tried to one-time it, but the puck didn't settle for him. Andre Miller keeps into the blue line. Throws one wide of Swayman on the glove side. Elias Lindholm beats Zivanejad to it along the near boards and volleys one through neutral ice, but a little too far for Marchand, and that is an icing.
Marchand has some words for Fox. They'll be battling with one another. The Four Nations Cup. Fans of Videobank is teaming up with Boston legend Patrice Bergeron again this season for Assist for Kids to donate $37,000 to help Metro West families pay for youth hockey. Get details now at videobank.com/Team Bergeron.
Face off in the Bruins defensive zone. Adam Fox, Norris Trophy winner a few years ago, Harvard product. Got 40 points in 50 games this year. 37 of those are assists. Last 3 seasons, he's had 74, 72, and 73 points. Very good and extremely consistent. McAvoy in the near corner. Find the handle on that puck. Zadorov will help it from behind the net. Boyle lobs it through the neutral zone. Fox back in his own end. Pass up the middle, finds Brodzinski. Going to get it to Trocheck coming toward the Boston line, but overshot it. McAvoy put it off the far boards, but not out. Lindgren at the blue line. Waited back in deep. Trocheck against Zadorov. Zadorov pins him up against the boards. Stick out of the hands of Patra.
Riley Smith just knocked the stick right out of his hands in the middle of the ice.
Shot block in front. Zadorov waited to the blue line, but not out. Brodzinski sends over to the far circle. Schneider pulls it back around. Patra went to get his stick. Left the Bruins shorthanded for a second, but he's got one back now. Trocheck deals it back toward the blue line, but out of the reach of Rempe, who was just coming on from the bench. So back into Ranger territory comes Schneider. 4:18 to go here in the second. Rangers come back into the Bruins zone. Swayman makes sure that shot went wide. In the near corner, Zadorov got a hit, but Rempe will play it back down the wall, out of Cooley's reach. Lorai around to the far corner. Couldn't get it cleared. Carrick will go behind the net.
It's a long shift for Zadorov.
Centering pass, kick back to Keandre Miller. His pass across the ice toward his partner there, Vakanainen. Ricochets out of the zone. Bruins will get some changes here. Keandre Miller sweeps it up the right side here for Rempe. Dumped in. Cooley, far corner, lost it to Beecher. Backhanded out of the zone by Brazo. And then Brazo takes one away near the red line. Had to wait to get back on side. Does, and cutting toward the slot, gets upended by Miller.
Yeah, Miller played him pretty well because he was a little flat-footed there after the turnover.
Here's Beecher behind the net, out in front, a chance for Geeky, digging for it as he gets spilled, and that's going to be a penalty against the Rangers. So with 3:15 to go here in the second, Bruins with a 2-goal lead and a power play on the way on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V. It's your local Honda dealer.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've arrived at a hilly, multi-acre property. There's plenty to mow, but you don't sweat it because your lawn care lineup includes a John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mower. Responsive controls let you maneuver more terrain. Larger gas tanks keep you mowing without frequent stops to refuel. And comprehensive dealer support gives you peace of mind. Ready to get more done? See your local dealer to complete your fleet today.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
The Celtics play here at the Sports Hub.
Fans, for every helper on a Bruins goal, the Shaw's and Star Market Foundation donates another $100 to the Greater Boston Food Bank to help fight food insecurity. With 6 feeds today, it's another $600 already in the bank. Learn more about feeding the puck for families at 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck. 3:15 left here in the second. Bruins up 3-1 and a power play chance.
Bruins have outshot the Rangers 7-2 this period. They've had good offensive zone time, and now going on the power play, so great opportunity for them.
1 for 2 on the man advantage so far today as Borgen goes off for taking down Morgan Geekie. Marchand, good keep at the blue line here as he deals to Pasternak in the corner. A centering pass looking for Zaka on the back door. Didn't connect. McAvoy gets spilled on the far wall. Marchand whips it across ice. Pasternak picks it up off the carom. Deals it across. Marchand to Lindholm as it got away from him, but Zaka scores! Puck came right to Pavel Zaka on the inside of the face-off circle. Bruins with a second power play goal. Lead it 4-1.
Marchand, a couple of high-end plays here. Number one, to keep this puck in the zone with his skate, under some pressure out high. And then the Bruins go to work. You had McAvoy take a hit to keep this puck in and then dish it back to Marchand, who takes his place out at the point, spin, give it over to the left point. Now the Rangers are spread out a little bit, and they go through the seam, down to Marchand, and he's going to try to go to Lindholm back door. Lindholm doesn't really have the angle, but Zaka stays with this, and he's able to chip it home. And that was looked like Schneider on the coverage. He can't find the puck. Zaka does, and it goes right between the blocker and body of Shesterkin.
12th goal to go along with an earlier assist today for Pavel Zaka. Bruins up 4-1 inside of the final 3 minutes of this second period. As Pete comes back to get the puck deep in his own zone. Rattled around the far side. Geekie couldn't tip it out. Box off the near boards has it. Gives to Keandre Miller. JT Miller from the near safe face-off dot. Put it right through the slot. It'll come back to Fox. Miller again along the near circle. Back to Fox. JT Miller knocked away by Frederick. And Geekie will bring the Bruins out into neutral ice. Deals to Frederick from the center circle. He floats one in just wide of Shesterkin. Fox hands off to JT Miller coming through neutral ice. Here's Zibanejad just across the line. Throws one in front, blocked by Lohrei. Frederick picks it up and pushes it out of the zone with 2 minutes to go in the period. JT Miller able to redirect it around Lohrei and deep into Boston territory. He'll let off as part of a Rangers change. Carlo with a long pass ahead of Pasternak near the red line. Floats one into the air. Glove down by Marchand, cutting in front. Shesterkin knocked away. Marchand's looking for a penalty.
Penalty shot.
As a shot by Carlo gets tipped up and out of play here.
That's either a penalty or a penalty shot. He's in behind everybody, catches this puck. He's going to take it strong to the net. And they get in on the hands of Marchand on his lower hand with the, I know there's one hand on the stick on the back check there by Vakanainen, but I've seen penalties called for less. And if he gets him on the hands, it's a pretty good play, actually, but I see why Marchand's complaining, and we've seen penalty shots for less.
Well, he got called for a slashing penalty for less the other night, didn't he?
I know McAvoy got one.
That's right. It was McAvoy on that one. as Brodzinski will play it deep.
Now power play coming up for the Rangers.
And there's the whistle. Interference is the indication from referee Chris Rooney.
And who's it going to be on?
On Marchand. To add to the frustration. So with 1:20 to go in the period, Bruins captain will sit. Rangers will have their second power play of the game.
It's a penalty. He's still upset. Marchand, I mean, he definitely interfered. But I think he's still upset from the non-call when he's in alone. By the way, third time this season the Bruins have scored 2 power play goals in a game.
This is game number 54.
At Colorado, 5 games into the season, you had Florida in a 4-3 win against the Panthers.
Rangers get set up on their power play chance here as JT Miller got it back to Fox, bounced away from him, but kept alive by Panarin, thrown in front. Trocheck right on the doorstep. Carlo and Trocheck doing battle as they went for the puck. Near side circle, it comes back to Fox at the right point. Back deep, past JT Miller onto Trocheck, far side circle. Panarin from the blue line over to Fox right side. Fox carries it down toward the goal line and around behind the net. Angled off the boards for Panarin at the left point. Fox again along the left wing circle. Gave to Trocheck. They cycle it down low for Zibanejad. Centering pass for JT Miller broken up. Zacha didn't get much on a clearing effort. Fox will get it over to the far side. Zibanejad fumbled it. Able to recover quickly. Fox now on the right wing side. Deals it back to Panarin. His shot got through to Swayman. Made the save with Miller right in his face. And gets the whistle. And wrestling match breaks out in front with 20 to go in the period.
Him and Carlo pushing and shoving. And Zadorov comes in and gives him a bear hug. JT Miller trying to take the eyes away from Swayman. Those two will be teammates.
JT Miller's first game back with the Rangers. Started his career with New York. Spending some time in Tampa and last 6 years in Vancouver. Traded last night. He's in Dallas with the Canucks. Make his way to Boston here in time for the afternoon start. Face-off win by Trocheck. Fox with 17 to go in the period. Center blue line to Panarin. Left side here is JT Miller. Gave it up and got it right back. Now goes down low again. Back to Miller. Trying to fire it to Fox in front. That was knocked away. Panarin's shot gets smothered by Johnny Beecher, and he'll clear it down ice. Shesterkin will play it. And the siren sounds to end the second period as the Bruins extend their lead on goals by Charlie Coyle and Pavel Zacha. They have a 4-1 edge over the Rangers at the end of 40 minutes. And we'll have our second intermission when we return to TD Garden on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Picture it, the freedom to mow longer without frequent refueling, the convenience of controls that let you maneuver more terrain, the peace of mind that comes from comprehensive dealer support. It's what you get and more with John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mowers. Complete your fleet today.
98.5 The Sports Hub and the Bruins Radio Network welcome the following new partners. Your local Nissan dealers. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at NissanUSA.com. And Dairy Queen. DQ fans, kick off your favorite game with a sauced and tossed chicken strip basket. Only at participating DQ locations. Happy taste good. From the home of the Bruins, thank you for joining our winning team.
All right, folks, this ain't the little itty-bitty teeny tiny bowl. No, this is the Super Bowl. That's Super Bowl LIX, and you can get in on the action at the DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Now, scoring touchdowns is the key to hoisting the Lombardi Trophy, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something as simple like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code SportsHub. That's code SportsHub for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. And Hope is here if you feel you have a gambling problem. Call 800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. Must be 21 plus. Play it smart from the start with GameSenseMA.com. Massachusetts only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Since 1873, Coors Banquet has been brewed only in Golden, Colorado, where the Rocky Mountains touch the sky and icy spring waters carve its legend. Each sip echoes of generations past. Coors Banquet, enjoyed by rock stars, smugglers, cowboys, and presidents. That's our legacy. What's yours? Coors Banquet. Start your legacy.
Hey, what's up? This is your man, Dan Hanover from Event Marketer, making sure you have April 14th to the 16th blocked to attend the Experiential Marketing Summit in Las Vegas. We got it all. Event trends, experiential best practices, case studies. It doesn't matter if you're a B2C marketer, B2B, B2both. We got it all at the world's largest conference on events and trade shows. Sign up at emsummit.com and boom, use code EMSDAN50 to knock $50 off your ticket.
Listen live. Check out our podcast with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app.
Angles it, a headman pass along for Patra and deep it goes. Patra on the end board. Centering pass. Pasternak scores! Pasternak coming right down the gut. Gets the feed and deposits it home, and the Bruins have a 2-1 lead. David Pasternak's goal, our Timberline Construction amazing play of the day, presented by Timberline Construction, providing truly exceptional service in construction management, pre-construction, design, build, and due diligence support. Learn more at timberlineconstruction.com. Timberline Construction, exceptional, no exceptions. Second intermission here at TD Garden, and the Bruins have a 4-1 lead over the New York Rangers. By the way, that is David Pasternak's 25th goal of the season. He becomes the third Czech-born player in NHL history to record at least 8 25-goal seasons, joining Jaromir Jagr, who had 18, and Peter Klima, who also had 8. But two pretty good periods for the Bruins so far, who needed a bounce-back performance today, and through 40 minutes, they're getting it.
Well, I think if you break down the two periods, even though the Bruins had a 2-1 lead, I would give a slight advantage to the Rangers just in terms of quality scoring chances. You know, Swayman was excellent in that first period in the saves that he had to make. I mean, he stoned JT Miller point blank twice, and the only goal that beats him is JT Miller, but it's a play where Carlo tries to go up the boards and Panarin gets a stick on it, comes right to Miller in the slot. And, I mean, Swayman, he pushed out. He was out there. When you look at him, he's well outside the blue paint, but just a perfect shot from Miller. And, that's the only goal that beats him. And he had to be good in that first period. He didn't have a ton to do in the second. He had to make a couple saves. But, one on a 3-on-2, I remember with the left pad, there was another one that, Fox tried to throw at him from the deep in the right wing circle and then try to get a rebound or at least try to find the short side. But only 2 shots against for the Bruins. I mean, that's pretty impressive. So in the second period was two shots against in the second period. Rangers had 2, and the Bruins just did a nice job up the ice. I thought they did a good job defensively, but they did a good job up the ice as well. Just keeping the Rangers hemmed in. Good forecheck, good cycle game. They've got 2 power play goals in this game, and we don't say it often. They're winning we got 20 minutes to go, and we still have 40 seconds to kill on the Marchand penalty, but you're winning the special teams battle right now, and we've not said that a lot this season. So, I mean, that power play can extend leads. That's what it just did. You had a 3-1 lead. You get a power play. You take advantage of it. And, I mean, that type of game management goes a long way. You might not score all the time. We already said that, when you have the power play, but put some pressure on them. And that's good to see the top unit get it. They got them spread out. They got the Rangers spread out. That's what opened up that passing lane from Pastrnak down to Marchand, and now you've got a quick 3-on-1 or 2 right in front of the net. And even though the Rangers get back, Zacha's able to locate the puck before Schneider can and chip it past Shesterkin. So, I mean, it's such a key for you when you're able to do that. And you killed the penalties that the Rangers, power plays that the Rangers have had. So 5-on-5's been good. It's gotten better. It got better in the second period than in the first. First period was a fast pace.
Yeah.
Both teams, right? And the Rangers came out flying. The Bruins kind of weathered that a little bit and came back with a couple goals of their own. Winning battles along the wall. Patra with a nice feed to Pastrnak on his goal. So far, so good. It's a good bounce back so far. You still got to close this game out. I think the only downside for me is when the Bruins scored, 33 seconds later, the Rangers scored. That was the first goal of the game for the Bruins, and then the Rangers come back down and score with JT Miller's goal. Kind of opportunistic on that one. But then they got another great opportunity right after that. Bruins didn't give up much in that high danger area in the second period.
Well, and in my conversation with Pavel Zacha during the first intermission, we talked a little bit about the power play, and he said, listen, we're getting some more confidence, but something that we hear from Joe Sacco a lot, and Zacha echoed it, is we need to start building momentum when we get power play opportunities.
Yeah.
And then not only have they scored on those today with a couple, but they've gotten some zone time and they've been able to build off.
I think it was really important for them to score in the 5-on-3. I know that Vakanainen had just hopped out of the box, but for all intents and purposes, he was one step on the ice. So you had a 5-on-3, and you took advantage of it. Both power play goals were scored, set up by a seam pass, and then something else that happened down low. But it was set up by the seam pass. I mean, McAvoy's was seam pass goal because they're taking Pastrnak away on the one-timer. And the second one was the seam pass from Pastrnak up high because you got them running around. Great keeping by Marchand. McAvoy takes a hit to keep a puck alive and get it to Marchand. And then they go to work, outnumbering the Rangers down low.
Bruins have a 4-1 lead over the Rangers after 2 periods here at TD Garden. Our music of the game is brought to you by Live Nation. Shinedown Dance Kid Dance Tour live in Boston here at TD Garden on Saturday, July 19th with special guest Bush. Get your tickets now at livenation.com. Kevin Majori will give us a check of the Sports Hub headlines when we return on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V. It's your local Honda dealer.
You turned your dating app for pets into a business, which just turned over its first billion. You turned around the fortunes of a failing football club, politely turned down a Nobel Peace Prize, and turned up on Mars in your own reusable rocket. All while struggling to turn on the dishwasher. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover business development titles on Audible.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've arrived at a hilly, multi-acre property. There's plenty to mow, but you don't sweat it because your lawn care lineup includes a John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mower. Responsive controls let you maneuver more terrain. Larger gas tanks keep you mowing without frequent stops to refuel. And comprehensive dealer support gives you peace of mind. Ready to get more done? See your local dealer to complete your fleet today.
The new year brings new adventures. Make sure your vehicle is ready to take on this exciting new chapter with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. They'll complete your stay-in-your-car oil change in about 15 minutes. Plus, no appointment is ever needed. Don't spend hours at the dealership. Use that extra time to work on your New Year's resolutions. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com to save 15% off your next visit and find your nearest location. Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of the road ahead.
The home of the Revs, the Sports Hub. Sports Hub headlines.
Taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, only one game earlier today. That was in Florida as the Panthers took down the Chicago Blackhawks 5-1. Couple of big games tonight across the NHL. The top two teams in the league will face off as the Washington Capitals host the Winnipeg Jets. Puck drop there at 7 o'clock. And Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers, they host Austin Matthews. That also at 7 o'clock. It's been a busy stretch trade-wise in the NHL in the last 24 hours. The big news was last night when these New York Rangers acquired J.T. Miller from the Vancouver Canucks. The Canucks received Philippe Heidel, Victor Mancini, and a first-round pick. Those Canucks then flipped that first-round pick to Pittsburgh for Marcus Pettersson and Drew O'Connor. In return, Pittsburgh got the first-round pick, Danton Heinen, Vincent Desharnais, and prospect Melvin Fernstrom. And earlier today, the Dallas Stars acquired Mikhail Granlund and Cody Ceci from the San Jose Sharks for a first-round pick and a conditional third-rounder in 2025. Celtics kicked off a 3-game road trip last night. Jason Tatum, he hit the game winner with 0.2 of a second left to give the Celtics a 118-116 victory. Their 3-game trip continues tomorrow in Philly as they take on the 76ers. Get ready for the call-up and join the Bruins season ticket waitlist to gain access to season tickets in priority order as they become available. Plus, score priority access to ticket pre-sales. Be the first to hear about the latest Bruins news and merchandise drops and receive dedicated account executive and a dedicated account executive to address your needs year-round. Visit bostonbruins.com/waitlist to learn more and secure your spot in line. Bruins are up 4-1 through 40 minutes over the Rangers. I'm Kevin Majori. Back to Ryan Johnson and Bob Beers after this on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Get 2.9% financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, 2.9% APR financing for 60 months on new 2025 Rogue and dealer stock. Example, 0 down payment. 60 months financing at $17.92 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to residency restrictions and NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 2/3/25.
Waiting for your electrical supplies during the day or sitting in traffic is for the birds. Use the GCE Night Train from Granite City Electric and get access to over $50 million in local inventory with a free guaranteed overnight delivery of your electrical supplies anywhere in New England. So avoid wasting time waiting in line and sitting in traffic. Order by 5 p.m. and you'll have your materials the next morning by 6 a.m. guaranteed. Visit GCENightTrain.com to get on board the GCE Night Train today. Granite City Electric, proud partner of the Boston Bruins Radio Network.
The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. I don't think you understand. The Son of Baconator, $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platform.
Hey, it's Patrice Bergeron. When I was young, my parents worked hard to get me everything I needed to play youth hockey. They sacrificed their time and money so I could play the game I loved. That's why I've teamed up with Avita Bank again this season for Assist for Kids to help Metro West families pay for youth hockey. For every Boston assist, Avita donates $50 up to $30,000, and I will donate $7,000 to make it $37,000 to help more kids. Avita Bank, honest to goodness, member FDIC, member DIF.
Hockey season means it's Pulis Boiler season. Now is the perfect time to replace your old boiler with a new Pulis boiler. Don't wait. Act now. Go to PulisBoilers.com for a dealer near you. And remember, Pulis Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
That prime rib dinner is back at the Nines. 16 ounces of USDA choice prime rib served with your choice of 2 sides. Available Friday after 4 p.m. and all day, Saturday and Sunday. You've got to love the Nines.
Whether you're putting together a hockey team or Ford's award-winning lineup of SUVs, a great team starts with the right players. Like the iconic Ford Bronco Sport. It not only looks great, but its 4x4 capability means it can handle just about any kind of weather. And the rugged Ford Explorer, with seating for 7 and room for all your gear. Check out the full lineup of award-winning Ford SUVs at your New England Ford dealers today. Proud partner of the Boston Bruins.
The only place to hear the game, the Sports Hub.
This is a black and gold flashback.
No score, 5.5 gone by. The puck back to Bork. The shot. That was it. Sweeney. Here's Bork a drive. He scores. That's it. Raymond Bork fit him with a cap and gown because he's moved to the head of the class. Ahead of Johnny Dusick. Ahead of Phil Esposito. Ahead of Bobby Orr. 1,340 points. And fittingly enough, a slap shot from the point for Raymond Jean Bork.
Black and gold flashback. This date in 1997, Ray Bork had a goal and 2 assists. Bruins beat Tampa Bay 3-0. And as you heard, 1,340th career point, breaking Johnny Busick's all-time team scoring record. Bork would finish his Bruins career with 1,506 points, still at the top of the heap. Bruins have a 4-1 lead over the Rangers as we get ready to start the third period. Charlie McAvoy from Pavel Zacha and David Pastrnak at 10:21 of the first. JT Miller tied it for the Rangers 34 seconds later with his 10th. His first back with the Rangers after yesterday's trade. Artemi Panarin got the assist on that at 10:55 of the first period. Then David Pastrnak from Patra and Carlo at 17:09 made it 2-1 in the second period. Charlie Coyle scored from Andrew Peeke and Brad Marchand to make it 3-1, and then a power play goal from Pavel Zacha's 12th of the year from Elias Lindholm and Marchand at 17:10 makes it a 4-1 game. We've got news from the Bruins PR staff. They say that defenseman Michael Callahan, who took a puck in the face in that second period, will not return. Bruins will be shorthanded for the first 40 seconds of this third period with Brad Marchand in the penalty box. So they start out with Zacha and Lindholm, Carlo and Zadorov as the 4-man penalty killing unit. And they'll go from left to right here in the third period. And they immediately get the puck dumped deep into Ranger territory. Fox played it up ice, carried through the neutral zone and across the line by Panarin. He'll backhand it around the wall. Zibanejad worked it back in deep past JT Miller. Panarin to the near circle. Fox high slot, shot it wide on the stick side. Panarin played it off the boards. Here's Kreider, gave it across. Zibanejad, score! Zibanejad threw that in front, and it's going to be Miller who redirected it for his second of the game, and it's 4-2.
Well, we talked about it in the first period. Really surprised that you don't see Chris Kreider on the power play. He's on this one to start this third period.
Yep.
And he's going to zip this puck back to Fox after they win a battle down low, and it's a perfect feed from Fox. I mean, JT Miller just has to present his stick down low. He's got it there. He wants it. He's batting the ice for it, and Fox sees him. And it's a backdoor goal past Swayman's right skate. Perfect pass from Fox. Swayman has to respect shot from Fox. He also knows that he's got Miller there, but it's just a perfect pass.
There's Patra getting things set up for the Bruins. Now with a 2-goal lead. Less than a minute gone here in this third period. Patra under pressure along the far boards. Lost it. Lafreniere will play it up ice. Gorai getting position on him as they go deep into Boston territory. McAvoy wrapped it up the near wall. Geekie popped it ahead, but Fox is there. Patra trying to pick his pocket. Gets knocked down on it in the near corner. And to dig it free. Geekie kicked it along the boards. Lifted up into the air. Glove down by Riley Smith. Gets knocked down by Pastrnak. Puck stays in the zone. Patra to Pastrnak. And he scores! What a blast by Pastrnak! And the Bruins back up by 3.
Well, Pasternak's going to make this himself, right? Riley Smith has possession of the puck. Pastrnak knocks him over right at the blue line. He's going to keep the puck in. And now Patra's got the puck coming down the boards. And Pastrnak is wide open. About 10, maybe 15 feet inside the blue line. And he wires this. Fox may have been a little bit of a screen, but I don't think so. I think he just beat Shesterkin to the blocker side. A couple assists for Patra.
The 7th three-point game of the year for David Pastrnak. 26 goals now on the year, 2 of them today. Rangers get back in on the attack here against the Bruins.
The only challenge for Patra is just put it on a tee. Make sure it's right in his wheelhouse.
Puck comes around behind the Bruins net toward the near circle. Peak played it up through the neutral zone, directed deep into Ranger territory.
Hey, we've criticized, and the Bruins have been criticized for allowing goals right after you score.
Yep.
And the Bruins just did the same thing to the Rangers.
Boyle going to drop one back to Zadorov. Those goals coming, my math is correct, 46 seconds apart. Fox hit hard by Pastrnak, wrapped it around the far boards, came out into the neutral zone. McAvoy settles it. Dealt it back toward the blue line, but picked off. And Trocheck will deal it left side. That's Panarin, back to the point here. Keandre Miller threw it in front, blocked by McAvoy, and steered off the far boards and down ice. They go for an icing.
That Fox or Zibanejad that made that pass back door to...
It was Zibanejad.
My bad.
He had rotated out.
Righty, my bad. I had it as Fox. It was Zibanejad got the helper there. So Zibanejad had the perfect pass back door to JT Miller. So
2.5 gone here in the third.
Put it in the fine jar.
Yeah, you missed those flowing locks out the back of the helmet. Here's Fox stepping into the right circle. Shot it wide. Miller put it around those boards to the far side again.
I saw the righty, and I just assumed it was Fox coming from that direction.
Pastrnak takes one away from Keandre Miller and steers it up ice. Lafreniere will skate back to get it here for the Rangers. Lafreniere coming through the neutral zone. Puck started to slip away from him. Batted toward that far circle. Now here's Lindgren, high slot with a shot, blocked by Brazo. Lindgren played it back toward the corner. Zadorov right there, and he volleys it into the neutral ice. Settled down by Lafreniere. Lindgren dumps it back in. Kempe flattens Kepke, but Kepke dropped the puck back.
He protects the puck. He knows he's going to get hit there.
Carlo pass out into neutral ice is picked off. Brought right back in here deep by Brodzinski. It's Carlo. Puck ricocheted off to that far side.
Puck management now. Bruins are kind of nitpicking a little bit, but 2 passes out coming out of their own zone that get picked off in the neutral zone. That allows the Rangers to come right back at them.
Brodzinski shoved by Peak.
Manage the game right now. You've got the 3-goal lead. There's plenty of time left, though. The Rangers are explosive. Make sure you're not giving them anything here.
Edrick gets knocked down over by the Bruins bench. It's back up to play the puck. Lorai will bring it into the neutral ice. Backhands it in from center. Vakanainen into the near corner. Gets a shove from Patra. Around the far boards. Zibanejad popped it off the wall. Patra got a stick on it, but Rangers will bring it out. Zibanejad, left wing pass here for Panarin. Down the left circle. Sends it toward the high slot. Taken away. Pastrnak turns back up ice. Pastrnak had it knocked away from him in front of the Bruins bench.
Too many men.
Look out.
It's going to be too many men.
Yep.
But here's what I'm saying. The puck was played by Patra, who's a forward hopping on the ice. The 2D were still going to the bench.
So his guy's already off.
Yes.
That's
what the Bruins are complaining about right now. It was the 2D that were still trying to get. So the Bruins had possession. They're in the neutral zone. It was a poke check away. And Patra had hopped on for his man and played the puck. But not the way the linesman saw it. He blew it down right away.
Rangers announced Adam Edstrom will not return to this lineup either today.
Yeah, he took a hit from Zadorov. It wasn't an overly hard hit, but it was an awkward one. He was right stepping up. We actually commented on it because it was taking away time and space as the Rangers were trying to enter the zone.
So with 15:43 to go here in the third. Bruins up 5-2, but shorthanded.
You definitely had too many guys out there. There's no doubt about that. It was the 2D that were going on. They're still on, and the 2D were hopping on for them. That's not who played it, though, but there were 7 guys out there.
JT Miller will give it into the near corner here for Zibanejad. Zibanejad takes the shot from just outside the dot. Glove saves Swayman. No rebound. The Rangers, with the power play goal from JT Miller earlier in this period, are 1 for 2 on the day. This is their third opportunity. Bruins have gone 2 for 3 on their power plays today. Face off to the right of Swayman. Won by the Rangers. Fox out near the blue line. JT Miller. Shot, save made, and Kreider with a chance of the rebound. And Swayman got over to the post. Miller along the near boards. Send it across to the far side. Panarin whistles one wide. Miller sends it back around the boards. Panarin at the hash marks far side. Minute 23 to go in the power play. Fox at the blue line. To Panarin. Walks it toward the far circle. Now challenged by Zadorov. Centering pass. Coyle got a stick on it and then dives to keep it alive for Carlo. Shot it up the wall but not out. Fox to JT Miller. His pass missed. Zibanejad will kick out of the zone. Panarin reloads quickly. Here's JT Miller along the left wing circle. Centers it. Zibanejad. Shot save made. Rebound in front. Marchand got it to the blue line but not out. Panarin whips it back around the board. Zibanejad. Center of the blue line for Fox. Zibanejad, left circle. Shot, save made. Swayman took a little peek behind him, but it was there underneath him. 45 to go in the Ranger power play.
Yeah, Marchand hustling on that puck. He got to it. I was a little surprised he didn't quite clear it. He had the ability to do so, but wasn't able to get that puck out. Couple good saves there by Swayman. He had that good save off to the side of the net by Kreider on the rebound, and that one able to keep that puck close to his body as Miller let that shot go.
Coyle against Trocheck on the faceoff. 45 to go in the Ranger power play. 14:28 to go here in regulation. Trocheck being asked to leave the circle. Brodzinski will get in there instead. Faceoff win by Coyle. McAvoy shoots it all the way down ice. Shesterkin will hand off to Keandre Miller. Miller leaves it in the defensive zone here for Brodzinski. Coming through neutral ice. Lafreniere kicked in deep here by Smith. McAvoy gets it's to it first.
He beat Brodzinski to it and then was able to one-hand it up the boards.
Here's Marchand coming ahead. Short-handed. Shot forced wide of the net. And he gets knocked down by Miller. McAvoy keeps one in at the blue line and plays toward the back of the Ranger net. Miller evades a Marchand check. It's out through the neutral zone, carried into the Boston end here by Trocheck. Threw one right through the top of the crease, but untouched. McAvoy will send it ahead. Here's Poitras just out of the box. Poitras down the right circle, a shot, kick saved by Shesterkin, and the rebound scooped up and headed the other way.
Going to the board, going to the net on the far side. Shesterkin does a nice job with that rebound, not allowing it to go towards Marchand.
Hickey taps one off the wall to Pastrnak, cutting through the neutral zone. Across the line, trying to deal it for the trailer, Carlo, and it was sticked away at the last moment. Rempe, front of the Ranger bench. Pass across ice to Carrick. He tried to drive one into the Bruins zone. It's deflected high up into the netting, out of play. 13:06 left here in the third. Bruins 5, Rangers 2. Here on the 98.5, the Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V. It's your local Honda dealer.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Picture it, the freedom to mow longer without frequent refueling, the convenience of controls that let you maneuver more terrain, the peace of mind that comes from comprehensive dealer support. It's what you get and more with John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mowers. Complete your fleet today.
Hi, this is Trent Frederick, and I'm excited to team up with the Shaw's and Star Market Foundation and 98.5 The Sports Hub for Feeding the Puck for families this year. Every time me or one of my teammates feeds the puck this season to help score a goal, the Shaw's and Star Market Foundation Nourishing Neighbors initiative will donate funds to end hunger here in our local communities. Since its inception, Nourishing Neighbors has raised more than $250 million across the country to ensure our neighbors have the nutrition needed to thrive. Locally, the Shaw's and Star Market Foundation will be enabling a donation of $100 every time we feed the puck for a goal to the Greater Boston Food Bank to help end hunger, up to $50,000. To learn more about feeding the puck for families, visit 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck.
Felger and Maz, afternoons 2 to 6 on the Sports Hub.
13:06 left here in the third period. Bruins have a 5-2 lead. Bruins will be back here at TD Garden on Tuesday night. Face off against the Minnesota Wild starting at 7 p.m. You can head to bostonbruins.com/tickets and grab a front row seat for that action. Night after that, we will be at Madison Square Garden with the Bruins and Rangers, a rematch. And then on Saturday, Vegas comes to town for the final game before the Four Nations face-off break. Face-off here just outside the Boston blue line. 3-goal lead and 13 minutes left to play. On the near side boards, Hakkinen shoved Wahlstrom against the wall. Frederick chasing Schneider back deep behind the Ranger net. Played back out into the neutral ice, settled by McAvoy, volleyed back toward the Rangers zone. Schneider, pass up the right side. Tipped on to Cooley. Looks off of that right side. Brodzinski fired one through the slot. Carrick has it off the near side boards. Hakkinen under pressure from Frederick, sends it deep. McAvoy tapped over to Lori, take it away, and Brodzinski got it in front. Carrick hit the post.
Yeah, he didn't get all of it. That was a little breakdown by the Bruins trying to play that puck, and it got to Brodzinski in front. Grade A chance.
Wahlstrom gets it cleared here. Schneider, pass missed Hakkinen. No icing.
Lori picked his stick up. I mean, took his blade off the ice and tried to get the icing.
Peak will come out from behind the Bruins net as they move from left to right here in the third period. Boyle chasing a puck near the Ranger blue line. Back in the other direction. Panarin under pressure. Marchand able to force a turnover. Coyle will drag it across the blue line down the left wing circle. Goes around the net with the puck on his backhand. Comes to the near circle. Pivots back to the forehand with a shot. Save made. Shesterkin off the blocker. Rebound. Karams all the way back into neutral ice. Boyle gets a pass and dumps it in, and he'll head off as part of a Bruins change with 11:35 left. Rangers with possession of the puck behind his own net. DeAndre Miller. Built off to the far side. Lindgren carried up to the red line. Dumps one off the boards in on Swayman, who hands it off at the side of the net. Peak to Zacha, and outlet through neutral ice. Pastrnak helps it ahead. Geekie will chase Lindgren deep. Zacha able to win it off the far boards. Geekie around the near side wall. Pastrnak took a hit from Borgen, but moved it back deep. Zacha to the far circle, shoved by Trocheck. They battle into the corner. Geekie with a puck against Lindgren along the far wall, right at the hash marks. Stick goes down, belonging to a Ranger. It's Pastrnak throwing one in front. A chance for Zacha. Swivels it to Geekie, who hit the outside of the net.
Boy, they got the Rangers spread out big time. Chasing all the way out to the blue line. Borgen was chasing Pastrnak all the way out there, and then they rotated it back down low. Spin move by Zacha, trying to find Geekie back door. He was there. Couldn't finish it.
Puck wrapped around the far side. Schneider will play ahead for Smith. Rangers coming forward. Smith handed off on the right side for Carrick. Got it away from Brazo. Lost his stick. Gets it right back as they battle for possession in the far corner. 10:15 to go here in regulation. Bruins up by 3. Beecher angling a pass ahead. kept giving chase. Schneider runs into the boards behind the net. Beecher collides with the post and dislodges the net behind Igor Shesterkin.
Fans, Bruins Hockey is brought to you by Timberline Construction, providing truly exceptional service in construction management, pre-construction, design build, and due diligence support. Learn more at timberlineconstruction.com. Timberline Construction, exceptional, no exceptions.
Face it off outside the zone here.
It looked to me like Geekie just healed that opportunity. Zacha with a nice little spin, the pass. Really, they had 4 Rangers all the way out high, and that was there for him.
Geekie has been hot. 15 goals on the year. 4 of them have come in the last 5 games. Puck sent into the Ranger zone here. Puck will come around the wall. Peak. Played it back down low. Coyle kept it moving to Lindholm. He brings it back toward the right corner. Now Marchand got it back to Peak at the point. Shot one through the slot. Lindholm. It's knocked down in pursuit of the puck. Marchand stays right with it. Tried to get it back to Lindholm, and it was deflected. Couldn't get it to settle when Marchand skates onto it.
Love this way of playing defense.
Down 100 and some feet from your own end. Best way to defend. And Aaron coming up into the Bruins zone. Pete able to hold him at bay.
And then a good back check by Marchand as well.
Oregon, Hines Lindgren fired, scores! Brodzinski was going through the slot and tipped that one. Rangers back within 2.
Well, he had a chance earlier. Another good pass from the point area, and Brodzinski just coming right through, slashing through, and he's going to get this redirect, tip it up and over top of the glove hand side of Swayman. Bruins don't get that stick controlled, and it's a perfect tip. They're back in good shape. But Brodzinski finds some open space in front of the defenseman, and Lindgren eyes up, finds that stick, and it's a frustrating one to give up because you're back.
4th goal in 21 games this year for Johnny Brodzinski. Back in the lineup after sitting out the last 8 today. Rangers within 2, won't go away here. 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, think about that geeky chance.
Here's Pasternak with some space up the left wing side against Lindgren one-on-one. Lindgren get a stick on the puck into the far corner. Pasternak puts him up against the glass. Pasternak wheels one right through the slot and kicks all the way out into the neutral zone. Pasternak's got it back in the direction of Geeky. Trocheck kept him away from it. Lafreniere redirects a pass over the glass and out of play into the near corner. So we've got 8:31 to go. And the Bruins lead is 5-3 here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We all know there's a hurricane season, but hurricanes, evidently they missed the memo. Same thing with Tornado Alley. Tornadoes are going so far off course, they've hit every New England state in the last 5 years. Start preparing now by talking with an independent agent about safety insurance. Whether it's wind, water, fire, or ice, they'll make sure you're covered no matter what Mother Nature throws at you, including hail. Ow, ow, ow. Safety insurance will help you manage life's storms.
The wait is almost over.
This crowd is ready for hockey.
The world's best players take the ice to compete for their country. International Best on Best Hockey comes to Boston as Bruins stars Brad Marchand of Team Canada and Charlie McAvoy of Team USA compete to see which hockey nation will reign. Canada, Finland, Sweden, USA. The Four Nations face-off. Get your tickets today.
The home of the Bees, the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
8:31 to go here in the third period. Bruins up 5-3 over the New York Rangers here at TD Garden alongside Bob Beers. I'm Ryan Johnston. Great to have you with us as we move into Saturday evening. See a face-off at center ice to resume things. Bruins have led most of the way at a first period lead. Gave it right back, but since late first period, they've had the edge in this one. Johnny Brodzinski's goal a couple of minutes ago. The Rangers back within 2. Trocheck from inside his own blue line. Brought through the neutral zone here by Fox. He'll carry down the right wing. Circle shot hit the inside of the post on the near side.
Far side from where he shot it from, right? I mean, because it's off of. I mean, Swayman had this happen to him in the. Fox tried the same thing in the second period, except he tried to go up high with it. So Swayman was standing that time, expecting that puck to be put on his pads, and Fox instead tried to go right along the ice to the far side of Swayman.
Yeah, from the right circle, he hit the left post. So Bruins dodge a bullet there for the moment. Coyle along the far side boards of the Ranger zone. 7.5 to play. Lindgren will drop the puck back. JT Miller pivots behind the net. Panarin sends up to Lindgren along the far side. Dump in. JT Miller waiting for it along the near side hash marks. Elias Lindholm got it back. Panarin held it in for a moment, but now Coyle clears it away. Marchand racing ahead, but Shesterkin slides out between the circles.
No hesitation for Shesterkin. When he sees that puck, he's going to jump right on it because Marchand has a chance to get there. I don't think he would have, but just in case.
Zibanejad floating one in front of the Bruins net looking for JT Miller, but Peak took the body. Rakanainen settles one down just outside the Boston zone with 6:50 to play. Back in Rangers territory is Schneider. Vakanainen passes for Cooley coming up the left wing boards. Left it behind. Brodzinski couldn't get it. Forced out of the zone. Keandre Miller waited across ice. Directed into the Bruins end by Kreider, but sent right back out of there. Miller will drive it down the left wing boards and around to the far side. Kreider tipped it away from McAvoy. Puck shot off the back glass. Off the near side wall. Reaching for it to try to clear was Koepke, and then Beecher blocked one out of the zone against Miller. Cooley put it back toward the Boston blue line. Would have been offside. Bruins have possession. Rangers go for a full change here with 6:04 left. McAvoy settles in behind the Bruins net. Stands back there. And now brings it out in front of Jeremy Swayman. Passes right side to Pasternak up toward the red line. Played it into the Rangers zone, but Trocheck got it back to Borgen. And the Rangers come forward here with a cross ice pass to Lindgren. Left circle shot. Blocked up and out of play off the stick of Andrew Peak. And we will take a break. 5:40 to play. Bruins 5, Rangers 3 on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've arrived at a hilly, multi-acre property. There's plenty to mow, but you don't sweat it because your lawn care lineup includes a John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mower. Responsive controls let you maneuver more terrain. Larger gas tanks keep you mowing without frequent stops to refuel. And comprehensive dealer support gives you peace of mind. Ready to get more done? See your local dealer to complete your fleet today.
TD cardholders score special benefits at TD Garden, from pro shop discounts and free tours to free popcorn and more. These benefits were made for game time. Learn more at the TD Garden website. TD Bank, bank of the Boston Celtics and Bruins.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.9% APR on a 2025 Civic or a 3.9% APR on a 2025 Accord or HRV. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R.
Connect with Boston's home for sports online. 98.5thesportshub.com.
It's a 50-50 raffle presented by DraftKings is currently benefiting the Boston Bruins Foundation, an organization that collaborates with charitable organizations that demonstrate a commitment to health and wellness, education, and athletics. To support the Boston Bruins Foundation and enter for your chance to win half the jackpot, visit bostonbruins.com/5050 to purchase tickets. The winner of the 50-50 raffle will be announced on February 11th at 10 p.m. 5:40 to go. Bruins lead at 5-3 here on home ice over New York. Off a face-off, McAvoy got it to Lindholm and swatted out of the the defensive zone. Fox will come back deep in his own zone here for the Rangers. Long pass ahead. Here's JT Miller. Miller along the left wing side. He's got a pair of goals as he re-debuts for the Rangers today. Fox put one wide of Swayman.
Looking backdoor for Zibanejad.
At the blue line, Keandre Miller. Over to Fox, right side. Now Miller again along the blue line. Walks it toward the far side wall. Fox gets it back from JT Miller. Sends it back in his direction behind the net, but it'll kick around to Keandre Miller at the left point. Now to Panarin. Back to Keandre Miller. Hands back to Panarin. Skates it toward the right circle. Deals back toward the near side for Fox. Wide angle shot on the one-timer by Zibanejad. Goes up off the glass and ricochets out into the neutral ice with 4:45 left. Andre Miller dumps it back in. Played off the far wall. Got away from Zacha. Backhand chance by Trocheck. And Swayman stops that one and hangs on to it.
Fans, hockey season's the perfect time to replace your old boiler with a new Peerless boiler. Don't wait until you have no heat. Go to peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. And remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
17 saves on 20, make it 18 out of 21 now for Jeremy Swayman.
You think about the 2 goals that have been scored in this third period, right? One backdoor on the power play, he's got no chance on, and the other one, the tip by Brodzinski, he's got no chance on. He's made the saves today. Swayman has. He was really good in the first period, didn't have a ton of work in the second, and has done some good work here in the third.
Face-off win in the defensive zone by Geekie. Shot up the near boards by Carlo and out of the zone. Rangers will get it right back in deep as Morgan sends it around the glass.
Even the first goal by J.T. Miller in the first period.
Yeah.
Like point blank after it wasn't a turnover, but the good bounce for him.
There's Lindgren from the top of the circle. Morgan redirects that one. Very similar.
Got to get sticks here.
Very similar to the last goal.
You got to get some sticks here for the Bruins defense in and around the front of the net. I mean, you know, the tip in by Brodzinski going to the net. He just cut right in front of the 2 defensemen and got the pass from Lindgren. This is almost identical. Lindgren going right across the top, and Morgan he finds a soft spot between the D and the forwards, and that's a defenseman going to the net, gets a good redirect, and again, Swayman comes up with that save.
Yeah, I mean, it's Lindgren firing that. I mean, it was almost carbon copy of the Brodzinski goal, just different recipient that time. 4:14 left, 2-goal lead. Coyle against Carrick on the face-off. Rangers control it. Vakanainen to Brodzinski along the near boards. Back to Vakanainen. Over to Schneider. Puck rolled away from him. And goes out of play.
Even the shot by Fox, he's looking backdoor for Zibanejad. I mean, they're looking for bodies down low and sticks down low.
It'll be a defensive zone face-off coming here with 4:05 left. Both teams bring on some fresh units. Bruins going to have Zacha to take this face-off. And Beecher will come out, so they have an extra option in case he gets kicked out. Lafreniere stands in for the Rangers. Pulled it back toward the slot, but Pasternak took it away and angled it off the near boards and out. Fox skating back to get it here for New York. Lafreniere gets his pass, coming through the red line and across the blue. Smith sent it back deep. Zadorov cut in front of Lafreniere. Peak will play it up the near wall. Zacha forced back by Keandre Miller in the corner. Trying to dig it free out of a pile. Zacha helped Peak with it. Got it to Zadorov. Zadorov going to lob one through the neutral ice, and that's going to go for an icing. Geekie trying to win the race to the dot against Keandre Miller. Almost got there.
Fans, I thought we might be going to break. I thought we were all caught up. Shesterkin's going to the bench. Okay. Fans, check out the upcoming Hardest Working Player of the Week content on 98.5thesportshub.com. Bruins page brought to you by the Peterson School. Peterson School is now enrolling for their spring semester in Woburn, Westwood, Worcester, Haverhill, and Turner Falls. Visit petersonschool.com to learn more.
So Shesterkin to the bench, extra skater on. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
You're down by 2, and you just had an icing. So
off the face-off, Geekie's got the puck. Brings it out across his own blue line. Passes over to Pasternak down the right side. He's going to shoot it into the empty net. And the hat trick for David Pasternak makes it 6-3.
Yeah, I mean, Geekie wants to get that puck to him the entire time. It's Panarin that's isolated on Pasternak over on this near side wall here. And Pasternak just protects the puck and goes around him. He's been the best player on the ice today by far. I know he's got the hat trick, but it's been more than that.
Second 4-point performance of the season for Pasternak. And his 20th career hat trick, first since last March.
You know, Panarin knows what Geekie wants to get it to him.
I think everybody in the building knew he wanted to get it to him. So the Bruins 6-3 lead with 3:22 to go. This sea of hats being cleaned up off the ice here at TD Garden. Well, we already knew that Pastrnak had extended his 10-game point streak. For Geekie, he's now got 9 points in the last 10 games. That combination, along with Pavel Zacha, has been terrific. The cleanup is just about done. Pastrnak now with 27 goals on the season with his 3 today. And 65 points in 54 games. Player of the month in the month of January. Gets the first star in the league from the NHL today. And as the early leader in the clubhouse for February's first star honors too. Cooley gets it into the Bruins zone here as we resume play. Puck will come behind the net. Carrick centering pass broken up, intended for Brodzinski. It will ricochet all the way back down towards Shesterkin as we hit 3 minutes to go. Lifted into the Bruins zone here by Vakanainen down into the right wing corner. Lohrei puts a shoulder into Carrick. Around the far boards, it'll go to Schneider. He throws one to the net. Save made by Swayman. Hangs on to it. .247 left.
You know, for Pastrnak, like you said, 3 goals and a helper. You know, the goal he scores here in the third period was his back check on Riley Smith, knocking him down just right at the blue line, but he keeps the puck in the zone. And then Patra picks it up after a really good battle down along the boards. The Bruins by no means sat back in this third period. It's been a pretty good third period for them. A power play goal that was scored, and then the tip-in by Brodzinski. When you think about a couple of saves that Swayman's made, you know, once he's had opportunities to make saves on, you know, that Borgen tip, that could have made it a 1-goal game all of a sudden.
There's a Banner job with the puck on his stick, throws one through the through the slot.
Got some help from the post because Fox hit the post.
Team Miller got it back to the point, stepping in. Panarin with a shot was angled wide of the net. McAvoy into the far corner. Pushed it up the wall. Fox wrestling with Marchand. Both guys hit the deck.
Yeah, Marchand going back at Fox, challenging him.
And Marchand drops a glove.
Be careful that you don't get instigator here, though, too, for Marchand. You're under 5 minutes.
Picks up his glove and gets back into play as Keandre Miller with a shot. And then following his own shot, gets his rebound. Swayman made 2 saves. Bruins will ice it with 1:49 to go. The whistle comes.
I'm glad. That time I'm glad the linesman got in there. Because if he doesn't, and it looked like Fox kind of threw him down and there was no penalty. Marchand came back with a cross check. They let that go, and then Marchand's challenging him, drops one glove. And if the linesman doesn't come over, right, and they eventually do go at it, they could call an instigator there, which is a suspension.
Right, because it's inside of.
So, usually I'm not a fan of linesmen jumping in, but I was there.
Fox didn't seem particularly interested there.
No, nor should he be.
That shot toward the side of the net here by Borgen. And at 40 to go as Boyle volleys one out. So the Bruins even up the season series here with the rubber match coming up on Wednesday down in New York. Borgen backhands one down the near wall. Up through Carlo into the corner, but Peak is there. Sends it back around the near side. Tipped back toward the Rangers' end. So we tick toward the final 60 seconds. A lot less blue in the crowd than there was earlier today.
Well, they're quieter.
Peak sends one up the far side boards.
Hey, it's good. It's healthy.
Absolutely. There's a good atmosphere here today. It's been a fun afternoon into the evening. As Brazo sends one through the slot, Lohrei will just chop it back down into the area behind the net. Frederick to Brazo, looking in front for Beecher, tipped up into the air. Grabbed by Schneider. He pivots away toward the far circle with 40 seconds left. Snyder plays a long pass across the ice for Brodzinski. Stops along the left circle of the Bruins zone. Peels away from Wahlstrom to Cooley coming out of the corner with 25 seconds left. Cooley peels it across ice. Ingrid tried a shot that was blocked by Koepke. Koepke's got the puck on his stick and passes across ice for Wahlstrom. Coming into the right circle. Vakanainen forcing him wide of the net. As we hit the final 10 seconds. Patra out of the far corner. Back to Zadorov, who rockets a one-timer over Shesterkin's head. Off the glass, Koepke just fired one toward the side of the net as well, and that will do it. As the crowd here at TD Garden celebrates a 6-3 victory for the Bruins. David Pastrnak, a hat trick and an assist to lead the way to a much-needed Bruins victory here on home ice today. We'll be back with a recap next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've arrived at a hilly, multi-acre property. There's plenty to mow, but you don't sweat it because your lawn care lineup includes a John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mower. Responsive controls let you maneuver more terrain. Larger gas tanks keep you mowing without frequent stops to refuel. And comprehensive dealer support gives you peace of mind. Ready to get more done? See your local dealer to complete your fleet today.
Ever notice that OW is the beginning of owner? If you run a small business, you get it. From power outages to equipment failures to delivery mishaps. There's only so much you can control. Fortunately, that includes talking to an independent agent about safety insurance. Safety's competitive property and liability coverage provides protection from business interruptions, equipment breakdowns, and many other business ownership issues. Safety insurance will help you manage life storms.
98.5 The Sports Hub and the Bruins Radio Network welcome the following new partners. Your local Nissan dealers. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at NissanUSA.com. And Dairy Queen. DQ fans, kick off your favorite game with a sauced and tossed chicken strip basket. Only at participating DQ locations. Happy taste good. From the home of the Bruins, thank you for joining our winning team. Timberline Construction is a proud partner of the Boston Bruins Radio Network. With over 2 decades of experience, Timberline delivers exceptional construction management services across New England. From corporate headquarters to academic institutions, their commitment to excellence is unwavering. Explore their recent projects at timberlineconstruction.com. Timberline Construction. Exceptional. No exceptions. Visit timberlineconstruction.com today. timberlineconstruction.com.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Get 2.9% financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com today. For well-qualified buyers, 2.9% APR financing for 60 months on new 2025 Rogue and dealer stock. Example, 0 down payment. 60 months financing at $17.92 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to residency restrictions and INMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 2/3/25.
The Celtics play here, the Sports Hub.
Bruins win it over the Rangers today, 6-3. We're joined downstairs by Matt Patra at a couple of assists today. Matty, congratulations on the win. What was the main focus for your team coming into this game?
I think for us, it's just, we got 4 games until the break. Well, 3 now, but just kind of treat everyone like a playoff game because, we're fighting for that playoff spot. So I think we kind of came with that mentality and played a good, hard, full 60, so we got rewarded.
Matt, a couple good helpers on David Pastrnak goals. Are you lobbying Joe Sacco to play a little bit more with him?
I just go out there, whoever I'm out there with, just try to do my thing. I mean, we got lots of great guys on this team, and obviously Pasta's got an unbelievable shot. He's such a good player, so I just kind of have to lay it out for him. He does the rest.
You went and spent some time in Providence. You've come back up here. I think this was your 9th game since the call-up. How has that experience down in the American Hockey League affected you as you've come back up?
I think for me it was just go down there and just have fun and play more, and for me it was just kind of get that confidence back and just work hard and do my thing, and I had a great time down there. We have a really great group, so I just had a lot of fun and kind of just recapture that joy.
Matty, appreciate the time. Congratulations again on the win. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks to Matt Patra for joining us as the Bruins beat the Rangers 6-3 today. Listen, we talked about it a lot on the hockey show this morning. We talked about it on the pregame show today as well. The Bruins, the last couple of games, things have kind of snowballed on them when they've made mistakes. That didn't happen today. They played pretty well, solid, and they bounced back when there were mistakes made.
Yeah, and, do you call JT Miller's first goal a mistake? I think Carlo was trying to make the right play by going up the boards, and Panarin gets a stick on it, and it deflects off of Panarin's stick right into the middle of the ice. So I think he's trying to make the right play there. But it was an unfortunate bounce, and JT Miller gets his first as a Ranger this year. Beyond that, and that was an answer right after McAvoy had scored on the, we'll call it a 5-on-3, even though it was technically a 5-on-4, because Vakanainen was just stepping out of the box. A lot of good things to take out of this one, and when you scored beyond that, Pastrnak scores, Coyle scores, Zacha scores, you build up the 4-1 lead, and then things could go. Miller gets a power play goal at the beginning of the third period. All of a sudden it's 4-2. You place a little doubt in you, but a good answer by Pastrnak on his goal. That was a nice play by him to kind of get it going. He knocks down Riley Smith. They get going back the other way, and Patra gives it to him. And Patra made a nice play on Pasternak's first goal as well. He's got Fox covering him behind the net, and he's able to spin away from him, get that pass out in front for Pastrnak. So a good game for Patra. He was bouncing around a little bit because of coming off of penalties and other things, when they're trying to get the lines back together. But a couple of assists on Pastrnak goals. They win the special teams battle, 2 power play goals to 1. Third time this season. Only the third time this season they've scored 2 power play goals in a game. It helped extend the lead, Zacha's goal, to 4-1 at that time. And, it's such a weapon for you when you're able to use that and have that work to your advantage. So, good on them. And now it's a matter of building on it. Look, they had 2 games with rough outcomes, kind of the way the outcomes happened, right? The game against Buffalo, certainly, and the game against Winnipeg, it's 2-2, and now you get 3 against you right away. So for all the sky is falling, they come back with a really good effort here today, and you heard Matt Patra say it, and Joe Sacco told us earlier. So just to echo that, their mindset is, let's treat these 4 games. Today was one of them. They've got 3 more before the break, 13 days off. Let's treat these games like they're playoff games. And they really are, because of all the teams that are chasing them.
Right.
Rangers being one of them. Beat them in regulation here today. You got them again on Wednesday. You got Minnesota coming in and Vegas coming in on Saturday. But, these games mean so much to you in terms of points because of all the teams around you that, some are winning, some are losing. They're kind of going through little streaks here and there, but you're all bunched up in the standings right now. So every point critical for you at this juncture of the season. You're going to put all out here this week because then you've got the 13 days off, except for the guys that are playing in the Four Nations. And then it's all home games after that to finish out the month. So it's a favorable schedule in terms of no travel, other than the Ranger game coming up on Wednesday.
Right, but as we've talked about, I mean, you have to take advantage of those home games because you have a lot of road games coming up in March. Let's hear some of Joe Sacco's post-game press conference.
It also can boost their 5-on-5 game as well if they start feeling good about handling the puck in certain situations. And so that's a good sign. And then the power play clicking, obviously, is a good sign for us, too. We just have to keep working our way, keep improving in that area. I thought our kill was good tonight. Obviously, we gave up that late goal at the end of it. But overall, you know, we did a pretty good job against a good power play, and we got some good saves from the goalie as well.
Joe, you mentioned you had a strong message before the game. What was that message? And also structural changes, utilize the D a little bit more. What changes did you make?
Well, the message is really between, us, the players, and the coaches and the guys in the room. So I'm not going to really go into detail about that. It was just things that we talk about before every game, But this one today, just, because of the last couple games, we really wanted a good response from our group, and they gave it to us. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question? Just more attention to detail within our structure was more important, I think. I thought that overall our structure didn't change much. Offensive zone, we wanted to be a little bit more connected, especially with our third forward on the strong side of the puck, which I thought we did. And then we played off the shot a little bit more. Peak shoots off the shot there. Charlie gets to the net front. We have to score more goals like that. In this league, that's how goals are scored.
Joe, you had McAvoy back today. You haven't had the luxury yet as head coach to have both Charlie and Lindholm back there. What has been the challenge from a coaching standpoint with those guys out, and how does that affect the whole sort of mosaic?
Well, you need all six of the D-men that are in the lineup on any particular night when you're missing those two guys just to play a solid game. I think I've said this before, we don't ask them to play a game that they're not capable of. We want them to play the same game. But having said that, the minutes go up, the matchups are different for those guys, and those are things that a lot of guys aren't used to playing all the time. So, you're able to get those guys in situations, like I said, and it's good for them. At the end of the day, I think it helps them because if guys go down, they've realized, okay, now I have to play this way against this line, and this is the matchup I'm going to see here tonight. But obviously, when you get Charlie back, that alleviates some of the pressure. It puts guys in a little bit more in the right spot where they should be, which helps our back end and our team game. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, no question. When Lindy gets back, it's the same thing. I mean, you can slot guys into their proper position, and you're not asking too much of them. But I do think having them go through that type of adversity, I think it does help them at the end.
Joe, do you have an update on Callahan, and how did you like the way the other five guys responded to being shorthanded?
Callahan took a puck in the mouth, I believe, and so he was getting some work done on. I don't have any other further information as far as that, but he wasn't available to come back into the game. And then having said that, I thought the 5D handled it well. I thought our forwards made it a little bit easier for them. We talked about that. We want to make sure when you're down to 5D, don't put too much stress on them. But I thought they handled it really well. They managed the minutes well. The shift lengths were good. I thought Charlie really. I thought all our D hung in there, and I thought Charlie really took the lead.
On one of those defensemen, Mason Laura, looked pretty active and involved today. How good was it to see that, that kind of response after the play Thursday night?
Yeah, you want to see that, right? I mean, that's part of learning, the learning curve in the National Hockey League. And I said this the other day, players make mistakes, young, old. It happens in this game. It's a game of mistakes, but I thought he responded well today. Like you said, he played on his toes. It's a good sign when you have a young player that doesn't crawl back and take a step back instead of staying with it and taking maybe a step forward. It's a good sign, and that shows a lot of poise and confidence in the young player. Okay, thanks.
All right, Joe Sacco's thoughts on a 6-3 win today over the New York Rangers. Time for today's Lexus Amazing Play of the Game. Off the face-off, Geeky's got the puck. Brings it out across his own blue line. Passes over to Pasternak down the right side. He's going to shoot it into the empty net. And the hat trick for David Pasternak makes it 6-3. David Pasternak's 20th career hat trick. Our Lexus Amazing Play of the Day, brought to you by the Lexus TX. Whether you're the passenger princess, a new set of twins, or even the family dog, everyone travels in luxurious comfort in the Lexus TX. Back to wrap things up from TD Garden, coming up next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've arrived at a hilly, multi-acre property. There's plenty to mow, but you don't sweat it, because your lawn care lineup includes a John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mower. Responsive controls let you maneuver more terrain. Larger gas tanks keep you mowing without frequent stops to refuel. And comprehensive dealer support gives you peace of mind. Ready to get more done? See your local dealer to complete your fleet today.
Life can be difficult, especially for those struggling with addiction. If you or someone you know needs help, contact New England Recovery Center today. At New England Recovery Center, you'll find compassionate staff providing inpatient detox, clinical stabilization services, and individualized treatment. All major insurance plans accepted. Visit newenglandrecoverycenter.org or call 877-MY-REHAB for more information. The road to recovery starts at New England Recovery Center.
To succeed in business today, you need up-to-the-minute skills. At Northeastern University's DeMoore McKim School of Business, we're not just keeping pace with the future, we're defining it. You'll gain business strategy expertise, leveraging AI, data, and technology. Through transformative experiences, you'll prepare to lead with impact. Connect with us for a Graduate Career Center overview on February 11th. Save your spot at northeastern.edu/business events.
Listen live. Check out our podcast with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app.
Fancy Shaw's and Star Market Foundation's Nourishing Neighbors initiative sponsors our Feeding the Puck for Families campaign. For every helper on a Bruins goal, they donate another $100 to fight food insecurity. With 10 feeds tonight, that's a cool $1,000 to the Greater Boston Food Bank. Follow along at 985thesportshub.com/feed the puck. Bruins win it 6-3 over the New York Rangers today here at TD Garden, and it's time now for our 3 stars presented by Nissan. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Number 3 star of the day goes to Brad Marchand with a pair of assists. Marchand cutting down the left wing circle.
Tough for him because he wants to make that impact.
Yep. Drive by Peak, score! Tipped by Charlie Coyle, it looked like, on its way to the net, and the Bruins have a 3-1 lead. And Marchand getting the secondary assist on that goal and also on Pavel Zacha's power play goal later on in the second period. 2 assists for the captain. He gets our 3rd star of the day. Number 2 star goes to Pavel Zacha. McAvoy gets spilled on the far wall. Marchand whips it across ice. Pastrnak picks it up off the carom. Deals it across. Marchand to Lindholm. As it got away from him, but Zacha scores! Puck came right to Pavel Zacha on the inside of the face-off circle. Bruins with a second power play goal. Lead it 4-1. A goal and an assist for Pavel Zacha today. That power play goal, his 12th goal of the season, put the Bruins up 4-1. And the number 1 star, no doubt about it, 3 goals and an assist for David Pastrnak. Angles of the headman pass along for Patra, and deep it goes. Patra along the end board. Centering pass, Pastrnak scores! Pastrnak coming right down the gut, gets the feed and deposits it home, and the Bruins have a 2-1 lead. It's lifted up into the air, glove down by Riley Smith, gets knocked down by Pastrnak. Puck stays in the zone. Patra to Pastrnak, and he scores! What a blast by Pastrnak, and the Bruins back up by 3. That one had some heat behind it. Pasternak's second of the game at that point. He added the empty netter at 16:38 of the third period to give him the hat trick and lead the Bruins to a 6-3 victory. Again, the 20th career hat trick for David Pastrnak. Now 27 goals and 65 points in 54 games this season. He was voted the #1 star in the league for the month of January. That was announced earlier today. He is the defending first star of the week around the NHL. And today starts the month of February off with a 4-pointer, his second 4-point game of the season. Jeremy Swayman gets the victory in goal. He faced 25 shots, stopped 22 of them. His record now 17-17-4 on the year. Igor Shesterkin also, he faced 24 out of the 25 Bruins shots today, stopped 19 out of 24. He takes the loss to drop to 17-18-2. Bruins overall record now 26-22-6 on the season, 58 points through 54 games, and the Rangers now with 52 points through 51 games as they fall to 24-21-4. Next up for the Bruins, they welcome in the Minnesota Wild to TD Garden here on Tuesday night. Our pregame coverage for that one gets underway at 6:30 with a face-off just after 7 p.m. Now for our executive producer, Jeremy Conley, our studio engineer, Jeff Williams, and for Bob Beers, I'm Ryan Johnston. Thanks for being with us, and good night from TD Garden.
Boston Bruins hockey is driven by the stylish Honda Accord, available at your local New England Honda dealers. The Bruins are brought to you by VA New England, Granite City Electric GCE Nitrate, Valvoline Instant Oil Change, Coors Banquet, your New England Ford dealers, Live Nation, Peerless Boilers, Safety Insurance, and by Shaw's and Star Market.
2 seconds, 1 second, it's over. The Bruins have won the Stanley Cup.
And by Town Fair Tire, TD Bank, your Boston area Nissan dealers, Charles D. Sheehy, Ticketmaster, Dairy Queen, McGovern Auto Group, Hub International New England, Timberline Construction, the Peterson School, your Eastern Region Lexus dealers, and by DraftKings Sportsbook.
After 39 long years, the Cup is back home. The Bruins are 2011 Stanley Cup champions.
Bruins Hockey is a presentation of the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network.
You turned your dating app for pets into a business, which just turned over its first billion. You turned around the fortunes of a failing football club. Politely turned down a Nobel Peace Prize. And turned up on Mars in your own reusable rocket. All while struggling to turn on the dishwasher. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover business development titles on Audible.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Picture it, the freedom to mow longer without frequent refueling, the convenience of controls that let you maneuver more terrain, the peace of mind that comes from comprehensive dealer support. It's what you get and more with John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mowers. Complete your fleet today.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Hey, Big Jim here with Mike Albert's son, Logan, from Premier Basement Waterproofing. If you find water, Logan's going to come give you a quote so you never have to worry again.
You got that right, Big Jim. Especially if you're moving into a new home or finishing your basement. Have me come before you do anything.
Plus, you'll add great value to your home as well, so don't you dare call anyone else.
No way. We're the only direct vendor of ion pumps and high-octane drainage systems in New England.
Call 844-LIVE-DRY or visit premierbasement.net.
Nobody will ever say it like Mike, but here I go. It's game over for water.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I got
got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're going to be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SMALL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SMALL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SMALL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code SMALL.
Hey, what's up? It's Zoe, and yep, I got hit with the flu last week. Knocked me down, flat on my butt. But you know what? It didn't take a hit? My weight loss. Normally you get sick, you're slamming sugary meds, drinking all those sugary drinks, eating junk out of boredom, or just not eating at all. That's a recipe for disaster. But me, I had Awaken 180 in my corner, and boom, another 5 pounds down, even while I was on the ropes. I love their soups. That's the difference. Awaken 180 just doesn't work when everything's perfect. It works when life happens. Flu, vacations, parties, injuries, crazy schedules. They've seen it all. They coach people like you and me through it all, and it's not some, oh, good luck, see you later program. The Awaken 180 coaches make sure that you stay on track, no matter what. So yeah, I had the flu, but you know what I don't have? Extra weight. Awaken 180's got me locked in. I was back on my feet in no time. 12 pounds down so far in 2 weeks. Awaken 180 works, and for the location closest to you or the at-home program, reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com.
When it comes to Boston sports, we're fans just like you. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
As the crowd here at TD Garden celebrates a 6-3 victory for the Bruins. David Pastrnak, a hat trick and an assist to lead the way to a much-needed Bruins victory here on home ice today.
Ryan Johnston on the call. Bruins 6-3 winners, as he said, over the New York Rangers on that Saturday matinee. It's Kevin Majori on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Much-needed win for the Bruins after the way the last two games had gone, being outscored 13-4. A 7-2 loss in Buffalo on Tuesday night really had the end-of-the-world people out there. And if you were listening earlier, I was on earlier before the game with Alex Barth. We talked about how the Bruins are kind of at this point at the coming up on the trade deadline where could they be sellers, could they be buyers? Cam Neely a few weeks ago was a little bit of saying they have to plan for two paths. And I said that I was on the seller's path, and today's outcome does not change my plan. I don't care that they won 6-3. I do, but I am still on the selling path when it comes to this team. And part of the reason why I'm on the selling path is because I want young prospects or the younger players in the organization to get a legitimate chance, 20, 25 game sample, to see what they actually can bring. And we saw a little bit today of what a young player in the organization could do alongside one of the best players in the world, and that was Matthew Poitras setting up David Pastrnak for 2 goals. And it's just more of what I want to see. So going forward, today's outcome 6-3 doesn't change my mind. It doesn't change my idea of, oh, now they beat this Rangers team and they're back in the playoff picture for now. We'll see how tonight goes with Tampa, but they got to be buyers now. I don't want that. I'm still on the seller's market. But today's game, and one of the reasons, there's multiple reasons that I'll get to, but today's game was a sign to me that, look, I want the young guys, the Lysells, the Merkulovs, the Lorais, who, look, Mason Lohrei the other night basically scored an own goal. It was really an own goal. Nikolai Ehlers did kind of hit his stick to put in the net, but Lohrei scores an own goal the other night, has a brutal game, and he bounces back with a good game. That's a young player in this system that is given another chance after a brutal, brutal performance, and he bounces back playing well. Matt Poitras, he gets to spend time because of Bruins coming off a shorthanded situation where he gets a shift with Pastrnak, and he wins a puck battle against a defenseman that a lot of people consider to be one of the better defensemen in the league in Adam Fox, wins a puck battle with him, sets up Pastrnak for a goal. Later in the game, Pastrnak causes a turnover, gets it to Poitras. Poitras sets up Pastrnak for another goal. The Bruins don't have a lot of young talent as they continually come to the bottom of these rankings in prospect reports and rankings, but they do have some guys that it feels like they deserve a chance to actually get a legitimate look. Top line, not top line minutes, but not getting 9 minutes a night as a forward or 10 minutes a night as a defenseman, giving them a legitimate look to see what goes on. And I think selling does that to you. Selling guys like maybe Trent Frederick, selling guys like Justin Brazeau, Morgan Geekie, opening up roster spots for the young offensive players in the organization to at least get a chance is something that needs to happen. I want to happen. And today, to me, was an example with Poitras playing with David Pastrnak of what could happen if you do that. You can actually see if there's legitimate. I'm not going to say one game Pastrnak is what we got to do the rest of the way, but I would strongly consider playing Tuesday night, starting that with Poitras playing in between Pastrnak and Zacha and seeing what he can do with those guys. So that was a big thing to me today. But another huge thing, and we also, Alex and I talked about this before, again, just because I want the Bruins to sell doesn't mean I want them to plummet to the bottom of the league. And I don't think that this team is capable of plummeting to the bottom of the league because they have too much legitimate talent there that just needs to be filled in around. And right back to Pastrnak. David Pastrnak, 3 goals and an assist tonight, 4 points. Since the Christmas break, he has played 18 games. He has 15 goals, 15 assists. He is one of the best offensive players in the world. And you simply can't fall to the bottom of the league when you have somebody of that ability, somebody that's capable of. It was last week against Ottawa and against Colorado where he basically carried that team to victory. And another guy that you have that has not been playing amazing this year, and I know people will look at it again and say, 3 more goals against Jeremy Swayman tonight. But Jeremy Swayman is another guy that he's too good for you to be able to plummet to the bottom of the league. Bruins go up 3-1 earlier. Peter Laviolette calls timeout, try to change the momentum of this game. Right out of the timeout, within a minute out of the timeout, the Rangers get pressure. Vincent Trocheck gets a beautiful chance on net, and Jeremy Swayman stones him. If Swayman doesn't do that, the game could end differently. It could be 3-2. They could still win. But if he doesn't do that, the game could Bruins could falter. Bruins could fall apart and lose this game. Jeremy Swayman is another guy that in the recent weeks, and yes, I know, he still has had bad games in the last couple of weeks, but he has won this team multiple games in the recent weeks. So just because I want to sell doesn't mean I want to plummet to the bottom of the league and try to get a top 5 pick, because it simply can't happen. David, not that it can't. Injuries, anything like that could factor in. But David Pastrnak can drive that offense. Jeremy Swayman can be a difference maker in that he can make the crucial saves when he needs to make the crucial saves. And we saw both of that today. We've seen that in recent weeks. Overall, like I opened this brief 8-minute, soon to be 8-minute segment with, my mind has not changed. I still would like for the Bruins to be sellers at the deadline. Today's outcome does not change my mind. But there were things that happened in today's game that proved to me that selling is still the option, and giving younger players a legitimate chance to actually get legitimate minutes and play with good players and be allowed to make a mistake and go back on the ice and do it. We got to see that, because we need to see what this team has before you go forward and make your decisions in the offseason. I want to thank Jeff Williams for getting me on air and allowing me to be on air. Briefly, this hour of the Sports Hub, it was brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, now open in Franklin, Billerica, and Peabody. I'm Kevin Majori. Bruins win 6-3. Still wanting to sell. Everybody have a great night, and Sports will be back tomorrow, I guess. There you go. I didn't know how to close that one out. Jeff, thank you.
The football show with Alex Barth and Saron Battle.
Barth. Have a good night. Alex Barth and Saron Battle. Everybody have a good night.
This is the story of the one Who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Picture it, the freedom to mow longer without frequent refueling, the convenience of controls that let you maneuver more terrain, the peace of mind that comes from comprehensive dealer support. It's what you get and more with John Deere walk-behind, stand-on, and zero-turn mowers. Complete your fleet today.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SMALL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SMALL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SMALL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code SMALL.
Super Bowl 59, one game, two teams, endless possibilities, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who'll take home the MVP trophy, or the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Fred and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59.
21 plus and present in Massachusetts. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Hope is here. Gambling helpline MA.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support. Play it smart from the start. GameSenseMA.com or call 1-800-GAM-1234.
Catch all the action of the biggest game of the year on the Dream Screen at Banner's Kitchen and Tap. Bring your appetite and get ready for the feast. Chef-carved tomahawk ribeye, colossal lobster tails, championship rings, seasoned fries, and all the fix-ins. Perfect for 2 to 4 guests for just $250. Doors open at 3 p.m. with a house DJ, bottomless wings, and so much more. Book your big game experience at bannerskitchenandtap.com for premium seating. Every ticket includes entry to a Big Game Squares promotion where you could win sports memorabilia and tickets to a game. Spots fill fast, so reserve your table now. Banner's Kitchen and Tap.com.
The 99 Restaurants annual Have a Heart fundraiser is back to support the Pine Street Inn, New England's largest homeless services organization. Now through February 2nd, for every $5 donation, guests will receive $5 for a future purchase. 100% of every dollar raised goes directly to Pine Street. Please join the 99 in supporting the Pine Street Inn.
Scrub-A-Dub's unlimited car wash plan lets you wash any time for one low monthly price. The all-new Scrub-A-Dub Worcester is now open on Park Ave.
Anytime's a good time to be Scrub-A-Dub clean.
Attention goalies, the Super Goalie Leg Pad sale is on at Sports Etc. Save up to 40% on top brand leg pads. Don't miss this chance to make a huge save. Sports Etc. 1303 Mass 7 Arlington or sportsetc.net.
Support your community heroes at the Boston Bruins Foundation's 9th annual Be Fit Challenge at the TD Garden this Sunday, February 2nd. This event celebrates and supports first responders, but you don't need to be one to participate. Bring the whole family to cheer on participants. Then stick around for the Touch-A-Truck, other activities, and meet former captain Patrice Bergeron. Plus, the Sports Hub will be on site with the chance to win Blake Shelton tickets. Visit bostonbruins.com/BeFitChallenge.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports.
Zaka cross, they scored. Porzingis, point a shot, rebound, score.
WBZFM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Ole Miss 92-82. Kansas State upset third-ranked Iowa State 80-61. Eighth-ranked Tennessee upset fifth-ranked Florida 64-44. And the Chicago Bears have hired former Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy as running backs coach.
Fox Football Saturday. Ooh. And this is the second half of the best football coverage on the radio.
Tempo!
You're listening to Fox Football Saturday.
Fumble! They may take it to the house!
From the plays to post-game, your football teams are repped here. Fox Football Saturday is now.
Oh, that's hard.
Live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's Steve Hartman and Monsi Bolaños.
Rolling along 8 days away from the big game. Eagles, Chiefs, and we got it all covered for you here on Fox Football Saturday. We're broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios, TireRack.com. We're going to help get you there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, over 10,000 recommended installers, TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. So, yeah, the Chiefs and the Eagles are going to be landing in New Orleans. It really is crazy the first several days for those teams because you have to deal with the media.
Mm-hmm.
All the way up until through Thursday, and then Friday they lay off you, and then you get a couple of days to get your breath. That's why the weeks they've had at home, these last weeks, are so important to get the game plan and really everything set, because you got to deal with it. And here's the thing about this game between the Chiefs and the Eagles, and I think the Eagles are going to win this game. In fact, not only do I think the Eagles are going to win this game, I don't think it's going to be particularly close.
Wow, Hartman.
And I say that because for some of the reasons we talked about, you know, they have the best running back in the league. They have the number one ranked defense in the league. They have the number one ranked pass defense in the league. But more important than any of that, they're not strangers to the Super Bowl.
Sure.
So they've been there.
Right.
And again, if you watch the game, I know the NFL Network is replaying Super Bowl 57. It was a great game, you know, all the way to the end. So they're not going to be overwhelmed by the idea that we're at the Super Bowl. They know what the process is. They've been there. They've done that. And they're going against a Chiefs team that they know they can definitely go toe-to-toe with. So we'll get obviously more into that tomorrow. We got next Saturday. We got a lot of things to get to with that. I do want to take a little detour for a second here. You know, during the break there, we were hearing Dan Patrick making some comments about the Bronny James situation. By the way, if you listen to this show, the first major reaction to any comment made about Bronny James here at Fox Sports Radio came on this program.
It sure did.
It was when he was in his very first Summer League game. And I basically said, look, the Lakers had just had the introductory press conference, and they had made the point that he had earned this. And I'm like, okay. Let's remind ourselves again that Bronny James, in his senior year at Sierra Canyon High School, which is a very high-end high school, private high school, he made second-team All-League his senior year. Not all-city, not all-conference, none of that. All-League. And yet he was a McDonald's All-American.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, McDonald's All-American is that rarefied air for guys that are like the dominant players of their cities or whatever. He was maybe the third best team on his high school team.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, you know, again, second team All-League. And he's a McDonald's All-American. So it wasn't about that. The reason that, if you remember, during that draft, second round, they had the cameras inside the war room of the Lakers. And when they were high-fiving. Why? LeBron had yet to sign his extension with the team. So they knew by drafting Bronny, LeBron would sign his extension, which he did. But, we've been talking about his 1-for-16 start to his career, right? And that game against the Sixers. And afterwards, it was really weird. Like, J.J. Redick was, admitting, he played lousy.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But why was he in the first half? I mean, this was a game that,
that was still close. Like, you were still in it.
The Sixers were down 2 of their stars.
Right.
I mean, this is a game you need to win.
Correct. And they could have.
They could have.
Yes.
I mean, they had Maxey, and that's it.
Yep.
And you brought him in the game, and he just was overwhelmed, which is not a shock. And the